Chapter 1 Skydrop System. Yang Chang. In front of the first hospital. Xin Lang, you are a good person, but we are not suitable for each other. The woman holds a valuable emmerich bag in one hand. A local boss with one hand holding his head with only 3 strands of hair left fluttering in the wind. Guangrong gave Xin Lang a good guy card. There was no trace of sadness on Xin Lang's handsome face. Even a little secretly happy. The woman in front is called Shu Ling. She is Xin Lang's girlfriend. The two of them went through their 2 years of college together. The relationship has always been good. The handsome man and beautiful woman are a perfect match. When everyone thought they would get married, change has happened. The bottom line is that Xin Lang has no money. In college, Xin Lang could make little girls scream with his handsome face. But face is not everything. After graduating from university, Xin Lang started working at Yangcheng First Hospital, or obstetrics and gynecology. And he is a male nurse who is a rare green in the sea of flowers, specialized in delivering babies. The monthly salary is 5,000 yuan. Eating and drinking is not a problem. But it is far from satisfying Shu Ling's desire to shop. Shu Ling saw that women who were not as good as her had money and cars. She just hates it. The more I looked at Xin Lang, the less I liked him. He was in a cold war with Xin Lang every other day. He simply found a local boss and kicked Xin Lang away. Xin Lang is also a smart man. The feelings of youth have long since faded away. If the feelings are gone, the person will naturally not stay. But Xin Lang couldn't stand Shu Ling's attitude of hanging out with rich men and pretending to be pure. Shu Ling touched her hair, thinking she looked very beautiful. Xin Lang, Lao Wang, and I have real feelings for each other. I hope you won't bother me anymore in the future. Am I pestering you? Why don't you look in the mirror and see how you are worthy of me? What about true love? Isn't it just your old honey who can give you money? I forgot to remind you that if you walk by the river often, you will inevitably fall. You are not young anymore. The local boss might just be interested in you on a whim. You have to find the next employer. Xin Lang didn't want to give any more glances, so he reminded him lazily. Looking at the old honey next to you, he should be in average health. Shu Ling stamped her feet in anger. You don't have a house or a car, you don't deserve to be with me. Yes. I am not worthy. Those greasy middle-aged men and you are the perfect match. Xin Lang cursed all the way through. Feel refreshed. He walked towards the hospital entrance, shaking his little hands. Xin Lang has been attracted to many girls since he was a child thanks to his handsome face and 8-pack abs. Although I broke up with Shu Ling. But Xin Lang said he could still accept it. Just when Xin Lang was about to take out his cell phone to check the time, suddenly, everything went dark before my eyes, and something different seemed to flash in my eyes. Ding dong. The host is binding the life winner system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for binding to the life winner system. System? As an old internet addict who has been immersed in Feiluqidian for many years, Xin Lang is very familiar with the 4 precious words system. Is it possible that I will use my golden fingers to reach the peak of my life? Xin Lang was so happy. He is indeed the chosen one. As long as the life winner system is bound to the host can obtain corresponding rewards by completing tasks. Mission accomplished? Xin Lang poked his hands, showing that he was very excited. What task do I need to complete? As long as the host pampers the baby, he can get the perfect value. The perfect value can be exchanged for skills, prizes, and cash. It is not a problem for the host to reach the pinnacle of life and become the richest man in the world. Xin Lang was in a state of confusion. Can I only pet my baby? Can I do other things? No. Xin Lang is in pain. I just broke up with my girlfriend, so it will take time even if the transition is seamless. Giving birth to a baby boy is not something that can be done in a day or two. Xin Lang won't be able to use this system for 2 or 3 years. Disillusionment comes like a tornado, too fast. The sky turned from sunny to cloudy, so Xin Lang had no choice but to open the Host Properties panel. Host, Xin Lang. Age, 25. Current assets, 8K in deposits, 120 square meters house. Number of babies, none. Skills, none. Perfect value, none. Xin Lang looked up and asked the sky helplessly. But the system. It's better to have something than nothing. Jean Lang closed the host panel. I bought a cup of coffee and plunged back into the hard life of moving bricks. Yangcheng First Hospital, where Jean Lang works, is the largest and most authoritative hospital in Yangcheng. Jean Lang had average grades when he was in school. But thanks to my mother Wang Ji, a position as a male nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department was found for Jean Lang. Although the salary is not high, the job is unique. But there are few things to do when the atmosphere is good. Jean Lang concentrated on being a salted fish and lay down obediently. Just walked into the hospital. Director Li ran over in a hurry. Director Li is Jean Lang's immediate superior. She is also Wang Ji's best friend. It was thanks to Wang Ji's relationship that Jean Lang entered Yangcheng First Hospital. But Jean Lang is handsome. She has a sweet mouth. She calls me Sister Li every day. He keeps Director Li happy all day long. Jean Lang's popularity in the hospital. It's simply the best. I saw Director Li's anxious expression. Jean Lang said quickly, Sister Li, what's wrong? Director Li spoke hurriedly while helping with the medical records. Xiao Wang just said that he saw 4 abandoned babies outside the hospital and that he had to go over there and check them out right away. By the way, Xiao Lang, come with me. Abandoned baby? Jean Lang frowned. He had seen this on the internet. Born as a human being, we can give birth but cannot raise children. Not qualified to be a parent. But this is the world now. Also common. Thinking about. Jean Lang and Director Li entered the nursery. Sure enough, 4 babies were lying in a row. Everyone has a chubby face. Just like small dumplings. Very cute. Just at this moment, the system suddenly started to ring. Ding dong. The system has detected the host's biological child. Ding dong. The host received a novice dad gift package, a set of Shoshan villas and 1 million in cash. Wait a moment. Jean Lang was petrified on the spot. Rubbish system. This is not your child. How can the system say that it is its own child? Etc. Akiyama Villa? 1 million in cash? Is this true or false? Shoshan Villa is one of the best villa areas in Yangcheng. That's where rich people gather. Jean Lang earns 5,000 yuan a month. Yeah, is a moonlighter. He can't earn 1 million even if he works all his life. The system seemed to know Jean Lang's thoughts. The system has automatically detected that the DNA similarity between the 4 babies in front of me and the host is 99.99%. Identified as the host's biological child. At the same time, the system will be automatically turned on for the host. I wish the host a happy life as a dad. Happy to be a dad? I was shocked. What kind of operation is this? The nurses in the room were talking about it. These 4 babies are so cute. I don't know which cruel parents actually abandoned their baby here. Director Li, what should we do? Director Li touched his chin, undecided. In fact, it is not uncommon to see abandoned babies at the hospital entrance. But like this. Throwing away 4 treasures at once. That's rare. Jean Lang spoke. This child is very likely my child. Chapter 2 Jean Lang is very excited to become a father. Chapter 2 Jean Lang is very excited to become a father. For a while, all eyes turned to Jean Lang. Jean Lang is extremely charming. He had charmed thousands of nurses before. Now there was a look of disdain on the young nurse's face. It seems to be saying, "You scumbag, go to hell soon." Jean Lang quickly waved his hands to explain. No. I can't really explain it. I just think he looks a bit like me. There was no other way, Jean Lang had to make up a lie. There's no way this skydropping system could go wrong, right? Besides, this is in the hospital. Wouldn't it be easy to find out if he is your biological child by doing a DNA test? Director Li said quietly. Xiao Lang, this is not a joke. Even if you want to adopt these 4 children out of kindness, you can't lie so easily. Do you think I don't know? The relationship between you and your girlfriend broke down a long time ago. She came to you today to break up. How can you have 4 children? Don't say Director Li doesn't know. Even Jean Lang himself was confused. This time, even if Qin Lang jumped into the yellow river, he couldn't wash himself clean. The more I explain, the more confusing it becomes. Finally, he muttered madly under his breath. System, you can't lie to me about this. Is this really my child? Ding dong. The system detection accuracy is 100%. It is indeed the host's child. No way. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and touched his chin. One last stomp. Director, can you do a DNA test for me and these 4 children? Yes or no? High technology tells the answer. Half an hour later. The DNA came out. The DNA similarity between the 4 children and Qin Lang is 99.99%. Confirmed that it is Qin Lang's child. The changes came so fast like a tornado. I just broke up with my materialistic ex-girlfriend this morning. 4 children arrived in the afternoon. Qin Lang is happy to be a father. These 4 children look about 1 month old. There are 2 men and 2 women. The eldest is a boy. The second and third children are both girls. The 4th child is also a boy. But don't tell me yet. These 4 children perfectly inherited Qin Lang's DNA. He looks exactly like Qin Lang. The boy is handsome. The girl doll is well behaved and cute. A man can be killed, but a girl you have dated cannot deny her. If you like being a father. Qin Lang naturally wouldn't admit it. But if these 4 children are really me, Qin Lang will definitely fulfill his obligations and responsibilities. But now is the priority. The goal is to find the mother of these 4 babies. Qin Lang and Xu Ling's relationship lasted for 2 years. But before I started dating Xu Ling, Qin Lang walked through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. There are countless girls who have slept with him. I have slept with so many beautiful girls that I can't even count them on one hand. This is a bit difficult to recall. Qin Lang flipped through his phone's address book. Nothing was found. Never mind. Can't find the mother of 4 babies. As a father, he can only worry more. The sudden appearance of the 4 treasures really caught Qin Lang off guard. But after calming down, Qin Lang accepted it calmly. That's life. That's it. You never know which will come first, the surprise or the accident. Qin Lang happened to be in the hospital as well. First, the 4 babies were given blood type tests, and their height, weight, kidney function, and brain function tests. The 4 babies passed the test perfectly. There are no problems. I can't attend this class. Qin Lang placed the 4 little darlings one by one in the back seat of Santana. It's safe to lie in the bassinet. But Qin Lang was just in case. And put their seatbelts on. The 4 babies seemed to have telepathy with Qin Lang. They saw Qin Lang looking at them. Debao stretched out his round and thin hands and laughed. Erbao and Sanbao looked a little dazed. Neither shouting nor crying. Sibao was clever, cute, and especially cheerful. The 2 little arms were swinging back and forth. It's like a small motor surging. Qin Lang smiled bitterly. Just about to start the Santana. When I was preparing to return to my community where I live for 1,500 yuan a month. Think about it. Didn't the system give me an Akiyama villa? You can tell whether it is true or false at a glance. Change direction. The broken Santana drove to Qiushan Villa. Neither the security system nor the guards intercepted it. You know, Qiushan Villa is one of the richest places in Yangcheng where people live. The security facilities are excellent. People who are not from the community are not allowed to enter at all. Santana slowly stopped at the door of the villa. Qin Lang rolled down the window. When he saw the villa in front of him, he was immediately shocked. This is not a villa, it is simply a medieval Western European castle one. A 3-story Western-style building stood in front of Qin Lang. There are fountains, courts and lawns. Open the door. Electrical appliances and basic facilities are all available. All are fully automatic. The inside is clean and new. Each floor has a large balcony. You can enjoy the scenery of Yangcheng. You deserve to have tens of millions of wealth. Enter into the villa. These 4 babies were laughing just now. He burst into tears with a loud cry. Qin Lang suddenly stood there, at a loss as to what to do. He swallowed, lowered his voice, and asked very gently. What's wrong with you, little darling? The 4 babies are only 1 month old now. Can't speak yet. Xin Lang could only guess. I guess he's hungry. Fortunately, there was half a bag of milk powder in the back of the bassinet for the 4 babies. And 4 not so new bottles. Xin Lang is a nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department. But I have never done anything like breastfeeding a child. He hurriedly scooped out 3 full spoonfuls of milk powder. I filled another large bottle with hot water. Take away the pacifier and rock it slowly. I waited until the milk powder had cooled down a little before I dared to put it near the mouths of the 4 babies. The 4 babies held the bottle in one hand and raised their other chubby arm. Giggling. No more trouble. Drinking it with a gurgling sound. After a while. Just finished drinking the milk powder. Xin Lang squatted on the ground with a smile on his face. You're not even to mention. The new dada's first experience of making milk powder was pretty good. Blood relationship is really a very wonderful thing. Xin Lang met these 4 babies for the first time. But an extremely strange feeling emerged in my heart. That's the blood in the body constantly churning. The blood of the 5 people is closely connected to each other. I have to say, Xin Lang has a strong ability to adapt to environmental changes. Less than 2 hours. I have completely accepted the fact that I have 4 babies. Ding dong. The host prepares milk powder for the baby, perfect value 500 points. The system's voice came from Xin Lang's mind again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for starting the journey of being a nanny. The reward is an initial perfect value of 5,000 points. Chapter 3 Buying things for the baby, the system rewards are too rich. Chapter 3 Buying things for the baby, the system rewards are too rich. This system is a lottery mode, 1,000 perfect points can be used for 1 lottery. Xin Lang already has a perfect value of over 5,000. You can draw 5 times. Xin Lang chuckled. Give me a domineering 5-draw combo. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, State Banquet Chef. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 1 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Akina Mountain Car God. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Moonlit Spring River Picture. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, a Mercedes-Benz car. Be good. This system is really valuable. The State Banquet Chef and the Driving God skills of Akina Mountain are a bit useless. But the more skills the better, there is no harm in that. Xin Lang lived alone before. You can order takeout. But now it's different, there are 4 treasures. We should pay attention to nutritional balance and deliciousness. The skills of the State Banquet Master can help Xin Lang save a lot of trouble. The driving skills of the Akina Mountain God are purely a weapon for picking up girls. But Xin Lang is not interested in this now. Not to mention 1 million in cash. Money is king. Xin Lang had also heard of Spring River on a moonlit night. This is the work of a famous master. It is said that a painting is hard to come by. One painting has been sold for more than 10 million yuan. Xin Lang can just collect it. The Mercedes-Benz car can also solve Xin Lang's urgent needs. Xin Lang's shabby Santana should have been retired long ago. With a Mercedes-Benz, you can take 4 babies with you anytime and anywhere. It is much more convenient to go anywhere. Add together. Xin Lang already has 3 million in cash. Look at the balance in the bank card. Xin Lang was instantly overjoyed. He slapped himself hard twice. It hurts so much. Then he rubbed his handsome face. By taking care of the doll you can get a house, a car, and money. This business is so good. But Xin Lang immediately thought of another question. He is just a small employee in the hospital with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. There are no assets under my control. How should he explain this sudden 3 million? Ding dong. All cash, items, cars, etc. obtained by the host within the system are exchanged through legal channels. This is just a wash. That's really good. Xin Lang closed the system page and hummed a little song. I feel so happy. The 4 babies finished the milk powder. Already fell asleep. The 4 babies are still too young now. So I spend most of my time sleeping. When I wake up, I am hungry or I have to poop. This also saved Qin Lang a lot of trouble. However, the procedures that should be omitted cannot be omitted. There are still many tasks that new dads have to face. These 4 babies only have the clothes on their bodies. Moreover, there was no milk powder, bathtub, daily necessities, or clothes in the house. You need to go to a maternity and baby store to buy them. The Mercedes-Benz obtained by the system has parked in front of the villa. Qin Lang lined up the 4 babies' cradles in the back row. Hit the accelerator. Go directly to the largest mother and baby store in Yangchang. Zhangcheng developed rapidly in the past few years. It is now a first-tier city. The largest maternity and baby stores also implement a VIP system. Just walked in. A pretty waiter came to greet us. "Sir, what can I see?" Our store implements a VIP system. Junior members only need to pay 8,888 to get free milk powder, bottles, and other items. Medium members need to pay 888,888 to enjoy the biggest discount in our store. Premium members pay 188,888, and we will provide you with high-quality services throughout the entire process. Qin Lang held his chin. Thought about it. What exactly does high-quality and considerate service mean? The waiter had a humble smile on his face and his eyes were shining. The man in front of me is definitely a handsome guy. It would be fine if he was just handsome, but as soon as he came in he asked for the quote for premium membership. A definitely rich man. Let the waiter dare not neglect. Said quickly. The Dajuo Maternity and Baby Store is a global chain. We have the highest-end milk powder and baby products here. We can also recommend you a caring maternity nurse. Put aside the high-end milk powder and high-end baby products for now. A maternal and child nurse is what Qin Lang needs most right now. He is a grown man but he knows nothing about raising a baby. If there is a maternity nurse, it will be much simpler and more convenient. Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Well, give me a premium membership. The waiter nodded quickly. Qin Lang took the money and swiped his card casually. The waiter behind followed closely and looked after the baby. Qin Lang strode into the maternity and baby store. As soon as Qin Lang and his 4 babies came in, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Appearance is the primary productive force. It would be fine if Qin Lang was imposing and majestic. There are 4 little babies lying in the bassinet at the back. They are all soft and plump. It looks like small dumplings. Anyone who sees it can't help but praise it. Who could not like it? Even the waiters had loving eyes. Sir, are these 4 babies your children? They are so cute. Qin Lang nodded proudly. Yes, they are all my babies. Maybe it's because the 4 babies are so cute. The waiter spoke in a low voice. I was afraid of waking up the 4 babies. After all, it is a high-end mother and baby store. There are all kinds of milk powder brands inside. From domestic to imported. From affordable to high-priced. All of them. Qin Lang knew nothing about milk powder. Just buy whatever is expensive. Anyway, we have money now, we can spend it however we want. Qin Lang bought a whole box of milk powder. Just go look at the bottle. The choice of milk bottle is much more cautious than that of milk powder. After all, the softness or hardness of the nipple directly determines whether the 4 babies can be comfortable when drinking milk. Finally, Qin Lang bought a bottle with a softer bite on the waiter's recommendation. I bought 8 at once. There are 4 babies, 2 for each. Keep the remaining 1 as a spare. I bought everything at once, including a cradle, a walker, bed sheets, quilt covers, and clothes. The trunk was filled up safely. The next most important thing is to find a maternity nurse. The first floor of Beiduoduo sells baby products. The second floor is a maternal and child care training institution. Qin Lang went to the second floor under the guidance of the waiter. Maternal and child nurses stood in a row. They are of different heights, weights, and ages. Everyone was wearing staff uniforms and had a bright smile on their faces. It is worthy of being a top-notch maternity and baby store. The service is really good. Even the quality of maternity nurses is much higher than other places. Mr. Qin, our maternal and infant nurses have all worked for more than 3 years. She has extensive experience in taking care of children and provides considerate and thoughtful service. Which one do you prefer? Qin Lang's eyes moved around and finally stopped on the woman standing at the end. Chapter 4, Xin Lang takes a different approach in choosing a maternity room. Chapter 4, Xin Lang takes a different approach to choosing a maternity room. The woman looked young. Around 20 years old. She is very pretty. Her temperament is as gentle as an orchid. It makes people feel at ease at first glance. She has very fair skin and a pair of big round eyes that are particularly lively. This is also rare. The smile on her face was extremely friendly. I wouldn't mind taking care of 4 babies. The maternity nurse has a badge on her chest. His name is Yu Miao. Xin Lang nodded. Yu Miao was caught off guard and didn't react. The waiter said quickly. Mr. Qin, you have a good eye. This is our top maternal and child care specialist, Yu Miao. Although she is young, she has been taking care of babies for more than 5 years and has received further education abroad. I have a lot of experience in parenting. Yu Miao bowed slightly, with a humble and polite smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Yu Miao. Xin Lang nodded, very satisfied. I have 4 babies at home, so it might be a bit hard for you. I can double your salary. Say it in one sentence. The colleagues around me are all very envious. They are top-notch maternal and child nurses. The asking price is already much higher than that of an ordinary mother and baby room. 30,000 yuan a month. And it does not include meal allowances, transportation allowances, and miscellaneous subsidies. If it doubles, 60,000 yuan in just 1 month. Yu Miao also smiled happily, but did not get carried away. Instead, she spoke softly. It is my honor to serve you, Mr. Qin. Xin Lang waved his hands quickly. Okay, since I let you be a maternity nurse, I must have taken a fancy to you. Don't be so polite to me in the future. There is only me and my 4 babies in my family. Thank you for all the hard work. Seeing Xin Lang so casual, Yu Miao was not shy and nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Qin. Maternity nurses are available all year round. Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday is all-day companionship. After the discussion, Yu Miao will go to work tomorrow. With the full company of waiters. Xin Lang drove away slowly in his Mercedes-Benz, carrying a lot of shopping loot. Xin Lang had just left the Beiduoduo maternity and baby store. The waiter started chattering. Most of them envy Yu Miao. Yu Miao, did you see that? That guy just now was so handsome. And his 4 babies are cuter than each other. I heard he doesn't have a wife. He's still a single bachelor. Yu Miao, you are so pretty, I don't know if you two will fall in love with each other over time. Yu Miao took off her work badge silently. Smile slightly. Don't talk nonsense. He is the master. I am the nanny. If he hears it, he will be unhappy. Yu Miaoxin feels sweet inside. But it was definitely not because of Xin Lang's outstanding appearance or because she wanted something to happen between them. But it was Xin Lang's conversation. And a generous personality. 50,000 is twice Yu Miao's previous salary. Certainly. Yu Miao will devote all her energy to taking care of the 4 babies. Xin Lang didn't treat her as a servant. Yu Miao was grateful. Everything will be put into action. The shop assistants were still chattering about their 60,000 yuan monthly salary. Yu Miao, you are really rich. No, you must treat us to a big dinner tonight. I'm going to eat hot pot, I'm going to eat kebabs. Okay, I'll treat you to a feast right away. Return to the villa. Xin Lang put down the 4 baby carriages. When I just arrived at the villa, the baby kept crying, obviously he was hungry. So much so that Xin Lang didn't observe the villa carefully. Take advantage of this gap. Xin Lang walked around all 3 floors. After reading it, there are only 2 words in my heart. Awesome. The first floor is the living room, banquet room, and entertainment area. There are gardens in front and back. Open the French windows. You can breathe fresh air. The second floor is the master bedroom, baby room, and huge dressing room. The third floor is the guest rooms. However, the third floor is no longer in use at the moment. The villa also has a basement. The basement was converted into a huge audio-visual room and a small wine cellar. Life. That's it. In my spare time, I drink some wine and watch a movie. It's so cool. There is also an oversized garage at the entrance. There is no problem in putting dozens of cars. Although Qin Lang now only has a broken Santana and a Mercedes. But judging from the value of the system, become a multi-millionaire. There are hundreds of luxury cars. Reaching the peak of life in a matter of minutes is not a dream at all. Qin Lang took a bath and sent the 4 babies into the room. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his cell phone and called his best friend Li Bai. Li Bai is killing everyone in the internet cafe. I didn't take Qin Lang's call seriously. What's wrong? Lao Qin, if you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. I'm going to eat chicken soon. I have something I want to talk to you about. Hurry up and tell me. I have children, 4 of them. Oh, bless you. No. What? Immediately. Li Bai screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Lang quickly lowered his voice and said, "Don't get excited yet. This is a long story. I'll send you an address and you can come right away." Before Li Bai hung up the phone, he did not forget to ask Qin Lang when he got married and when he had children. It's really disloyal. Qin Lang didn't want to say any more nonsense to him on the phone. I often sigh after hanging up the phone. The arrival of these 4 children made Qin Lang both happy and sad. The happy thing is that the 4 dolls started the system. Qin Lang had millions in a matter of minutes. There are also luxury cars and villas. Definitely the peak of life. The doll looks cute and is very well behaved. There is some kind of blood relationship between him and Qin Lang. Qin Lang also likes it very much. What I am worried about is the arrival of these 4 kids was really too sudden. Qin Lang hadn't figured out how to explain it to others. Li Bai is Qin Lang's best friend and close friend. After thinking about it, I can only tell him first. Half an hour later, Li Bai's loud voice appeared outside the door and slammed it. Lao Qin, come out here right now. Open the door, don't hide inside and keep silent. Qin Lang opened the door and pointed to the doorbell button next to it. Comrade Li Bai, this is a high-end villa. People knock on the door by pressing a button. There is no need to knock on the door at all. Yeah? Li Bai looks like he has never seen the world. Press the button. There was indeed a ding-dong sound inside the villa. Li Bai chuckled, then his expression became serious again. Don't joke with me, tell me what's going on. Chapter 5, First Experience as a Dad. Chapter 5, First Experience as a Dad. The 2 brothers sat on the sofa. Qin Lang let out a long sigh. Explain the whole cause and effect of the matter. After listening to this, Li Bai just looked like a man in deep thought. That means you've already had your DNA tested. These 4 dolls are indeed your children. But you don't know whose mother the child is? Qin Lang nodded. In terms of time, it was about 11 months or a year ago. But I was still with Xu Ling at that time. I didn't play with other girls at all. Li Bai chuckled. You don't remember how much you slept with. Stop talking, none of this matters. You forgot the most important thing. What is it? Qin Lang blinked, not knowing what it was. Li Bai nodded heavily. Where did you get this villa? This is Jiushan Villa, it costs 100 million to get it. Don't tell me that this villa came into your hands suddenly. You can't explain it clearly? This is really a coincidence, Qin Lang really can't explain it clearly. Qin Lang scratched the back of his head and made up an excuse. Actually, it was a few years ago when I had some money and bought some funds. I traded some stocks and then bought a house. You, a few years ago? When we were in college? You're talking nonsense. At that time, I ate the same pack of instant noodles every day and couldn't even afford to buy a duck egg. Where did you get the money? Okay, I won't pretend anymore. Let's show my cards now. Qin Lang is a rich man. My old house was demolished. Okay. This reason is indeed acceptable. Li Bai has a big heart. Plus, he trusted Qin Lang enough. Qin Lang is a man who is always handsome and cute. But he is still reliable and honest. I will not do anything illegal or criminal. Li Bai didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. Let me see my godson and goddaughter. Have to. Li Bai has automatically assumed the role of godfather. For good babies are lying in the cradle. Sleep soundly. The little face is pink and white, and the body is round. Don't mention how much I love people. Li Bai smiled immediately, revealing an indescribable expression. Hey, Lao Chin, don't say you are so handsome, these 4 children are also quite cute. Li Bai fell in love with it at first sight. Put Debeo in your arms and rock him gently. I was afraid of waking up the baby, so I quickly put him in the bassinet. My movements are so awkward that I don't know what to do. Old Chin, have you given them names? It would be okay if Li Bai didn't say it. As soon as Qin Lang heard this, he suddenly remembered. Today the system descended from the sky. 4 more treasures were hit on the head. I actually forgot about naming it. Qin Lang bent his knees slightly and looked at the 4 babies who were sleeping. A handsome smile. The first baby is called Little Watermelon, and the second baby is called Little Pudding. As for the third treasure? That's the small glutinous rice balls, and the 4th treasure is the small glutinous rice. How about it? Li Bai burst out laughing and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you can't be so casual with your naming. But think about it carefully. The name Qin Lang gave is quite appropriate. Debeo was born. Both weight and height are heavier than the average baby. So it is round and plump like a small watermelon. The second child is a girl. She has a delicate appearance, but her smile can melt people's hearts. The name Soft and Sticky Little Pudding is perfect. As for the 3 treasures, Sanbao is not very tall and weighs a little more. But it is whiter and tenderer than the other 3 babies. It's small glutinous rice balls. Not to mention the names of the 4 treasures. The 4th baby looks silly and very cute, that is, Xiaonuomi. Li Bai was speechless. This is the child's nickname. Have you decided on a full name? Naming is a very important thing. Qin Lang didn't have much knowledge, so he couldn't think of it for a while. A pat on the thigh. I'll look through the book of poetry tonight. I'll definitely give the 4 babies some nice names. The 2 grown men surrounded the 4 cradles and looked left and right. They all had pink smiles on their faces. Unconsciously, Qin Lang and Li Bai had been watching the 4 babies for more than an hour. Li Bai chuckled. If I suddenly had 4 such lovely babies, I would be so happy. All right. Qin Lang quickly pushed Li Bai outside, fearing that he would disturb the 4 babies' sleep. Get out now. When the 2 were about to go out, with a humming sound, the sound of a baby crying came from behind. The 2 of them froze in place. You look at me and I look at you. Baby is crying? So what should they do next? Qin Lang ran over quickly. The second baby opened his eyes, waving his little arms and crying loudly. Seeing Qin Lang coming, the crying subsided a little. But I still feel aggrieved. Qin Lang quickly held the baby in his arms. It was also Qin Lang's first time holding a child. It's so awkward no matter how I hug you. Afraid of making the baby uncomfortable. Finally, one hand supported the baby's shoulder. The other hand holds the baby's little butt. Li Bai hurriedly went to pull Erbao's little head. Afraid that the second baby would fall down. It took the combined efforts of 2 grown men to pick up the second baby. Qin Lang swayed like he was watching on TV. Erbao, what's wrong with you? The second baby didn't make any noise either. Open your little mouth. Could it be that he is hungry? Qin Lang quickly poured a whole bottle of warm water into the bottle. Then I added 3 spoonfuls of milk powder. Feed it to Erbao's mouth. Erbao clapped his hands. Don't drink. That means you are not hungry anymore. Li Bai moved his eyes downwards. He shouted softly, pinching his nose. Lao Qin, something bad has happened. Did Little Pudding poop? Why do I smell a stinky smell? Qin Lang touched it with his hand. Sticky. Also with yellow. Isn't it just poop? What should I do if I poop? Fortunately, the second baby was wearing a diaper. Qin Lang hurriedly put the baby on the bed and carefully took off his diaper. There was indeed a little yellow on the diaper. Qin Lang opened the newly bought diaper and put it on Erbao. He was in a panic and was in a mess. But fortunately, I changed the second baby into a new warm diaper. Erbao slowly fell asleep again in Qin Lang's arms. Even though it was just changing a small diaper. But Qin Lang was very busy. It's as if all the strength in the body has been drained away. Xin Lang didn't dare to leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in the baby room for half an hour. I saw that the 4 babies had fallen asleep. Make sure they won't wake up again before leaving quietly. Chapter 6 Who is the child's mother? Chapter 6 Who is the child's mother? It's getting dark. Baby is asleep and brother is hungry. Xin Lang and Li Bai haven't met for a long time. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of today. Ordered barbecue and bought beer. The two of them sat in the small courtyard of the villa, enjoying the evening breeze. That would be so comfortable. Li Bai bit off a bunch of pork kidneys and asked, Old Xin, what are you going to do? What should I do? This is my child, so I have to raise him. I'm talking about the child's mother. Do you really not know who the child's mother is? Li Bai asked the crucial question. Xin Lang spent the day reminiscing. I didn't know which time I won the prize. Li Bai scratched the few remaining hairs on his head and suddenly an idea came to him. Oh, by the way, Lao Qin, you picked up these 4 treasures in the hospital. Your hospital must have surveillance cameras. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow and check the surveillance. Isn't everything obvious? Xin Lang slapped his thigh. He picked up the beer and clinked glasses with Li Bai. Okay, no wonder you are so smart. If you quickly lose all the remaining hair, you will definitely be able to be my military advisor. Li Bai glanced at him. Come on, I don't want to be your military advisor. Xin Lang sighed slowly. It's great to spend time with my brothers. Can relieve all the pressure. At least it calmed Xin Lang's roller coaster ride today. Feeling very nervous. Xin Lang and Li Bai are just bad friends. He talked a lot of gossip. No one talked about the serious business. In the end, Li Bai drank too much. He staggered to the 2nd floor, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Xin Lang shook his head and returned to his room. I opened the system page again before going to bed. Ding dong. The host bought milk powder for the baby, obtained a perfect score of 72. Ding dong. The host buys clothes for the baby, get a perfect score of 89. Ding dong. The host bought milk powder for the baby, obtained a perfect score of 93. Ding dong. The host hired a maternity nurse for the baby, obtained a perfect score of 987. Ding dong. The host bought a walker for the baby, obtained a perfect score of 104. A series of information flooded into Xin Lang's mind. Xin Lang did some trivial things for the 3 babies, and the system began to reward him. But this perfect value made Xin Lang a little confused. No, why do some have so many perfect values and some have so few? This system is a random reward system, all perfect value rewards are randomly drawn. So that's how it is. But Xin Lang has enough cash. Have a house to live in and a car to drive. That's fine too. Xin Lang was lying on the bed. I fell asleep in a daze. Midnight. Dabeo woke up first. Dabeo's crying echoed throughout the villa. Xin Lang ran to the nursery without stopping. Dabeo cried loudly with his big round eyes open. The little arms and legs are stretched out together, looking particularly strong. Like a little tiger. Based on Xin Lang's experience. The child is crying. Either they are hungry, or they have to poop. Feel underneath with your hand. No sticky feeling. That must mean I'm hungry. Xin Lang did the same. Put a full bottle of warm water in it, then pour 3 tablespoons of milk powder into the baby's mouth. Dabeo picked up the bottle and drank it gurglingly. Sanbao and Sibao also woke up. The 2 little guys didn't make a fuss at first. But the round eyes are around. I saw Xin Lang next to me. Sanbao laughed suddenly and then started crying. And Sibao was smiling all the time. Her smile is so cute. Xin Lang couldn't help but smile. Well. This little adorable baby is truly a gift from God. How can it be so cute? Xin Lang picked up Sanbao first. Touch underneath the 3 treasures. Sanbao must have pooped. Change the diaper of Sanbao into wet one. Then he hurried to take care of Sibao. If there is no Sibao and no poop, it may mean that the person is hungry. Xin Lang prepared another full cup of milk powder for Sibao. Sibao brought the milk powder to Sibao's mouth. I don't drink either. A sudden push. If you give it again, Sibao will get angry. Xin Lang didn't understand. I held Sibao and swung him for a while. Little Naomi, what's wrong with you? Sibao can't speak and can only giggle. Enough of the trouble. Sibao was also tired, so he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Except for the second baby, the other 3 babies were in trouble all night. Xin Lang didn't feel relieved until dawn. Why? Being a dad is not an easy thing. In the morning, the sun shines into the room through the window. Xin Lang opened his eyes and rubbed his handsome face. My brain froze for a while before I remembered what happened yesterday. It was only a short day. Xin Lang's life trajectory was completely changed. Haven't gotten up yet. Then I heard the baby's loud cry. The difficult journey of being a dad is about to begin again. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xin Lang jumped up from the bed. Damn, the savior is finally here. The nanny who was booked yesterday arrived on time today. Xin Lang opened the door immediately. I saw Yu Miao standing at the door. She was wearing a floral dress, which made her pretty face look even more pure and lovely. It highlights the perfect figure. The woman in front of me was neither tall nor short, but a little thin. She has a great figure. Xin Lang smiled slightly. Hello. Yu Miao immediately bowed slightly with a simple smile on his face. Mr. Qin, I am the nanny you booked yesterday. Can I start working now? Can. Xin Lang took out the slippers. Li Bai's noisy voice came from behind. Hey, Lao Qin, let me see who this is. Yesterday she said she couldn't find a mother for her 4 little babies. Isn't this the time for being a mother? Li Bai is not a serious person. When I meet a pretty girl, I like to tease her. Yu Miao acted appropriately and was not angry, she smiled slightly. Sir, you may have misunderstood. I am the nanny hired by Mr. Qin. A babysitter? Li Bai realized that he was in an awkward situation and rubbed his face quickly. He turned around and passed the blame to Xin Lang. It's really not my fault. Blame Lao Qin. This is what Lao Qin taught me. Xin Lang didn't have time to argue with Li Bai and slapped him on the back. Hurry up and wash up. Xin Lang is very nimble. The husband went to the baby room and adjusted the sleeping positions of the 4 babies, and said, Mr. Qin, because the 4 babies are still in the development stage, their bones are relatively soft. If you maintain the same sleeping position for a long time, it can easily affect brain development. For example, the most common flat head we see is caused by not paying attention when sleeping when we were young. So that's how it is. Xin Lang really hadn't thought about these. Yu Miao smiled slightly. You can understand these even if you don't understand them. I can teach you slowly in the future. Chapter 7, Getting Along with the Beautiful Nanny Yu Miao. Chapter 7, Getting Along with the Beautiful Nanny Yu Miao. With Yu Miao's help, Xin Lang found it much easier. At least I don't have to take care of 4 babies by myself. Yu Miao had a gentle and appropriate smile on her face. Mr. Qin, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I'll make breakfast right now. Xin Lang nodded. Looking at Yu Miao Qin's diligent back, I couldn't help but give a thumbs up in my heart. I have a really good vision. Yu Miao is not only beautiful. The most important thing is to be quick and efficient. One glance tells you that the 4 babies are taken care of very attentively. Xin Lang also felt much less worried. Just thinking about it. My best friend Li Bai jumped out from behind, with toothpaste bubbles in his mouth, and said in a mean way, Lao Qin, this is really not your girlfriend? I think she's pretty, she's single and you're single too, so why don't you 2 get together? Xin Lang cursed. Go away, go away. I don't have time to argue with you. Li Bai quickly made a gesture. Promise not to disturb him. Li Bai is a social animal, suffering the beatings of society every day. Unlike Xin Lang, who has the Skyfall system, the money came in minutes. Li Bai did not delay any longer. He put on his clothes and left the villa quickly. As soon as Xin Lang wandered downstairs, he smelled a fragrance. Yu Miao took the bread out of the bread machine. Spread jam in the middle. Add vegetables and seared chicken breast. Next to it is milk at perfect temperature. A delicious and healthy breakfast is ready. Yu Miao brought breakfast to the table and said very respectfully, Mr. Qin, breakfast is ready. This. All right. Xin Lang admitted. He was just a local dog before. Breakfast is always soy milk buns and fried dough sticks. I'm a little uncomfortable eating such a high-end breakfast all of a sudden. In order not to dampen Yu Miao's enthusiasm, Qin Lang quickly waved his hands and said helplessly. How old are you? Yu Miao laughed. I'm 23. 23? Then I'm 2 years older than you. Don't call me Mr. Qin anymore. Just call me Brother Lang. We don't have to be so restrained at home. Don't make it too ritualistic. I'm not used to it. Yu Miao burst out laughing. As a professional top nanny, satisfying the guest service is the first requirement. Rather, customers want to be relaxed and casual. Yu Miao did as he was told. Yu Miao pulled a chair and sat opposite Qin Lang. He looked at Qin Lang with a solemn face. Qin Lang was not used to it and asked tentatively. Did you have breakfast? Yu Miao shook his head. Because today is the first day of reporting. Yu Miao wanted to come earlier. Of course I didn't eat breakfast. Qin Lang casually brought the delicious breakfast in front of him to Yu Miao. You eat first, I'll do it later. Yu Miao looked at the sandwich, not knowing whether to move it. But seeing Qin Lang's eagerness, he no longer refused. Took a bite. Feeling very happy. Qin Lang boiled water in the pot again, blanched the vegetables and added seasonings. Boil water and cooked noodles. The fragrant fish-flavored shredded pork noodles are cooked. Qin Lang specially made himself an fried egg. In the morning. Just eat something steaming hot. With the blessing of the state banquet master's craftsmanship, Qin Lang can make any bowl of noodles look delicious and fragrant. Eat a bowl of noodles happily. Woohoo! The crying sound came from the baby's room. Qin Lang and Yu Miao didn't dare to delay. He quickly ran to the baby room. All 4 babies woke up, crying with tears in her eyes. See Qin Lang coming over. Dabao and Erbao stopped crying and even had smiles on their faces. Sanbao kept giggling. It's the 4 treasures. Still sobbing quietly. The reactions of these 4 darlings really made Qin Lang happy. Qin Lang quickly picked up Dabao. Yu Miao said quickly. Mr. Qin, it's wrong for you to hold the child like this. Yu Miao took the child from Qin Lang's hands. She said as she held the little watermelon gently. Children's bones are softer, and if we adults hold them in the wrong position, it will have an impact on the baby. The child's body is still too soft. The little bones are soft and not at all as hard as adult bones. If the holding posture is wrong, it is easy for children to grow up with hunchbacks, uneven shoulders, and uneven bones. The correct way to hold a baby is to gently support the baby's head with one hand. One hand is around the baby's little butt. It's best not to shake. After all, the baby's bones are not fully developed. Even the little head is very soft. If the baby is shaken too much, he may get dizzy. Qin Lang understood everything after hearing this. It turns out there are so many things to pay attention to when holding a baby. Mr. Qin, come and give it a try. Yu Miao put Dabao into Qin Lang's hands. Qin Lang held the baby as Yu Miao said. Sure enough, I felt different. The movements aren't so awkward anymore. Dabao also feels more comfortable. Qin Lang touched Dabao's soft little mouth and asked. These 4 babies suddenly woke up. Are they hungry? Yu Miao quickly touched the little butts of the 4 babies and finally nodded. I guess I'm just hungry. Mr. Qin, do you know how to make milk powder? Qin Lang smiled confidently. Put warm water in the bottle, then add the milk powder and shake it. No. Yu Miao shook his head. Let us try the method of preparing milk powder on Qin Lang first. To prepare milk powder, you do not need to put the milk powder first and then the warm water. Instead, add warm water first. This way you can know exactly how many ml of warm water there are. The 4 babies are just 1 month old now. So only 20 milliliters of milk powder is needed. Pour 20 milliliters of warm water into the bottle. Then scoop 2 more spoonfuls of milk powder. Don't shake it, but let the milk powder dissolve slowly. Feed it to the 4 babies. Taking care of a baby to wake up and drink milk powder is a very simple thing. But taking care of 4 babies and getting them up to drink milk powder, the workload suddenly quadrupled. The workload is also quite large. Qin Lang and Yu Miao were busy for a full hour. Only then did I take good care of the 4 babies. The 4 babies just eat and sleep, sleep and eat. After drinking the milk powder, he fell asleep in the bassinet with a full stomach. They are not at their naughtiest yet. When he is over 1 year old, he can walk and crawl. That's what's annoying. Xin Lang still has some free time now. But he didn't dare to sit idle. There is one most important thing to do. That is it. Who is the mother of these 4 babies? Yu Miao was cleaning the house and looking after her 4 babies. Xin Lang drove his Mercedes-Benz and arrived at the hospital with 1 step on the accelerator. The Mercedes just stopped. I met a nurse who was going out to eat. The nurse saw Xin Lang getting scared from the Mercedes-Benz. Indicates being stunned. Xin Lang is handsome and has a sweet mouth. Especially likable. It's not an exaggeration to call him the yard grass. Chapter 8 A little clue from the child's mother. Chapter 8 A few clues from the child's mother. Appearance is king. So much so that many young nurses in the hospital had a secret crush on Xin Lang. But because of the girl's face, so it has never been revealed. Today, Xin Lang drove a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz and parked in front of the hospital. It immediately sparked public opinion. Oh my god, isn't this handsome Xin? I remember that handsome Xin didn't have much money, so how come he drives a Mercedes? Oh, you don't know yet, right? Handsome Xin has 4 children. The 4 abandoned babies in the hospital yesterday were handsome Xin's children. I can't believe that handsome Xin is actually such a scumbag. For no apparent reason, he was labeled a scumbag. Xin Lang said he was innocent. But he didn't have time to explain to these passers-by. Arrived at the monitoring room. He handed the security guard a bottle of Red Bull. Xin Lang chuckled. Uncle, I lost something, can you let me see the surveillance? The relationship between the old man and Xin Lang is very passionate. As soon as I heard that Xin Lang was in trouble, he quickly turned on the surveillance camera and waved his hand. Tell me, what time period is it? I'll find it out for you. Xin Lang thought about it carefully. According to what Director Li said, it should have been between 12 and 1 yesterday afternoon. At the east gate of the hospital. Zhongyang City First Hospital has 4 gates in the east, south, west and north. The west gate and the north gate are the most frequently visited gates. The east gate is a small iron gate. Usually there are few people coming and going. In this way, investigation and monitoring is also very simple. At exactly 1:30, I saw a woman wearing a sweatshirt, a hat and oversized sunglasses. He secretly took the 4 children from the car and put them at the east gate. Then he drove away. But the surveillance footage was too blurry. The woman's face was not seen. Xin Lang thought carefully. In my own memory, 10 months ago, I haven't interacted with a woman of this size before. Xin Lang said he was completely confused. The security guard looked at Xin Lang's puzzled face and spoke quickly. Hey, Xiao Qin, all the surveillance is here. There should be no other clues. Xin Lang nodded to express his gratitude. Although the surveillance was found. But Xin Lang was still confused. The road to finding a mother for the baby is still difficult. But take your time. Xin Lang was not in a hurry either. Anyway, I live in a big house now. Xin Lang now has several million in his hands. In terms of the value of the system, it is not a problem to become a billionaire in minutes. Then there is no need for him to continue his job as a nurse paying 5,000 yuan a month. Xin Lang returned to the department and told Director Li about his intention to resign. Director Li was watching a Korean drama when he heard Xin Lang say this. His eyes opened wide and he tried to keep her. Xiao Qin, please don't scare Sister Li. You're doing well in the hospital, why do you suddenly want to quit? Xin Lang scratched his head, not knowing what to say. To be fair, Director Li has always been nice to Xin Lang. Be more caring at work and be considerate in life. Xin Lang had already regarded Director Li as his elder. Now I suddenly want to resign. He was also a little awkward. But in order to take better care of the 4 babies, Xin Lang had to make up a lie. Sister Li, this is the case. A friend of mine opened a company and asked me to go over and help. My salary will double what it is now. I am still young, so I want to give it a try. Director Li nodded silently. Although he felt regretful, he had no choice but to give up. You young people today should go out and fight more often. If it doesn't work, tell me if you want to come back to work. Sister Lee will always have a place for you here. Qin Lang nodded gratefully and quickly took a box of bird's nest from the car. Sister Lee, thank you for taking care of me during this period. This is a small token of my appreciation. Director Lee looked at the precious bird's nest. A happy smile on his face. Her previous training of Qin Lang was not in vain. This kid is good. And know how to be grateful. Director Lee was not polite and accepted the bird's nest. Xiaoqin, we are all in Yangcheng anyway, just tell me if you have anything to say. Qin Lang nodded quickly and went through the procedures to resign from the hospital. The moment he received his resignation letter, Qin Lang officially became a wealthy unemployed vagrant. Qin Lang did not go home. Instead, I went to the supermarket first. I went to the maternity and baby store before and just bought some daily necessities for my 4 babies. Plus, he had just moved into the villa and many daily necessities had not been bought yet. Shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush. There are also 4 babies who need diapers frequently. Qin Lang didn't even look at the price and didn't even blink. In a short while, 2 large shopping carts were filled with goods. Qin Lang had no intention of giving up. The refrigerator in the villa is big. But there weren't many ingredients. Qin Lang now possesses the skills of a state banquet master. It's a waste if you don't use it. Buy a few kilograms of various famous and precious ingredients such as sea cucumbers, abalone, and clams first. Anyway, the refrigerator at home is big enough. Qin Lang also bought fresh fruits such as cherries, strawberries, pineapples, and watermelons. Qin Lang is not very interested in fruits. But after all, there is Yu Miao. Although Yu Miao is the nanny at home. But I can't be too harsh on her. Girls always like to eat snacks, so it's never a bad idea to buy some for backup. Unconsciously, Qin Lang has already filled his trunk with stuff. You swipe your card to pay and leave, all in one smooth and seamless motion. As soon as I got home, Yu Miao has already cleaned the entire villa. The electrical appliances in the villa are also fully automatic, so it is very convenient to clean. Yu Miao decorated her home with fresh flowers, which made the home so warm. Yu Miao looked at the huge pile of food that Qin Lang bought and felt a little puzzled. Mr. Qin, why did you buy so many ingredients? Oh, I'm a grown man and I don't pay attention to these things. Many of the things I bought are for you. In 2 days I will be living in the villa to take care of 4 babies. I am afraid you will be hungry and have nothing to eat at night. So I bought some for you. I feel warm inside my wonderful heart. In her heart, she didn't have any improper thoughts towards Qin Lang. Just thought of him as a very good employer. I will also work very hard. Qin Lang put the things down. I ran over without stopping to see the 4 babies. The 4 babies were lying in the cradles in the living room, neither asleep nor awake. He was babbling something with his mouth, but I couldn't tell what he was saying. Chapter 9, Advanced Skills. Chapter 9, Earning Advanced Skills. Human babies are the cutest creatures. Round and chubby. The 4 babies didn't make a fuss when they saw Qin Lang. Only Erbao and Sanbao squinted their eyes slightly. Sibao chuckled. As the saying goes, 3 years old tells the story of the old. Through these few days of contact, Qin Lang discovered that the personalities of these 4 babies were very distinct. The reason why Dabao and Xiao Sigua are the eldest may be the reason. He has a relatively calm personality. When he grows up, he will definitely be the head of the family. The second baby is round and plump. But he is quiet and steady. She will definitely be a little lady in the future. Sanbao, on the other hand, is particularly lively. Can cry, eat, sleep, and make noises. The 4th child is a little different from the previous 3 children. He is calm, but sometimes he can be very naughty. Say he is lively. But sometimes it's pretty dull. He is such an adorable little baby that you can't help but love him. Qin Lang was lying next to the stroller when he suddenly had an idea. I thought of the names of these 4 treasures. Dabao Xiao Sigua is called Qin Chen. The second little pudding is called Qin Mei. The little Sanbao glutinous rice dumpling is called Qin Cheng. The little glutinous rice of Sibo is called Qing Yang. Yu Miao was stuffing things into the refrigerator. When she heard Qin Lang's idea, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Chin, you have a good name. It matches your personality with the four darlings, and it sounds especially nice. Xin Lang waved his hands, indicating that it was no big deal. His talent just showed a little bit. Xin Lang touched Erbao's round face. Erbao is a good boy. She will definitely be a little lady when she grows up. These two treasures really deserve praise. As soon as Xin Lang said this, Erbao burst into tears. The cry was loud. Resounded throughout the villa. Okay, Xin Lang takes back what he just said. This second baby doesn't look like a little lady at all. Complaints are complaints. After all, she is my precious daughter. Xin Lang quickly held Erbao in his arms. Erbao, what's wrong with you? Of course Erbao can't speak. Just crying. Xin Lang made a cup of milk powder and put it to Erbao's mouth. Erbao doesn't drink it either. The little hands pushed and pushed. Xin Lang touched it with his hand. It seems like he has pooped. Xin Lang held the second baby in one hand and a diaper in the other. Just when I was about to change my second baby's diaper. Yu Miao rushed over upon hearing the sound. Yu Miao smiled and said, Mr. Chin, this is not how you change diapers. Yu Miao laid the second baby flat on the soft sofa. Take off the diaper that the second baby has worn. Then take out the new diaper. He said as he changed Erbao's clothes. It's summer now, the babies can't feel the cold yet. Wait until winter to bake the diapers a little warmer. This way, the four babies won't feel cold. I see. Xin Lang nodded to show that he understood. Finished changing the diaper for the second baby. The four babies fell asleep again. Xin Lang was also happy to sit on the sofa and browse his phone. Yu Miao went to the garden again to water the flowers and plants. Xin Lang sat on the sofa and quickly turned on the system. Ding dong. The host changed the baby's diaper, 72 points of perfect score were obtained. Ding dong. The host bought clothes for the baby, obtained a perfect score of 88 points. Ding dong. The host sings for the baby, get a perfect score, 150 points. A series of messages popped up. Xin Lang skipped these messages. Just look at your own perfect value. Xin Lang had used a lot of perfect values before. According to the system regulations, used perfect values will be automatically eliminated. It is just like deducting the balance from your bank card. But in just one day, Xin Lang has accumulated more than 10,000 perfect values. First came a 5-draw streak. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 5 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Storytelling King. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the property, a villa in Haitian Bay. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the item, a Porsche. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Library. Xin Lang smiled like the silly son of a landlord. Xin Lang deposited 5 million in cash into his bank card. The storyteller simply tells bedtime stories to the four babies. Now the four babies still don't understand. We can only wait until the four babies grow up a little before we can use their skills. The value of Haitian Bay Villa is far lower than that of Jioshan Villa. Akina Mountain Villa is also just an affordable community. But the house. No one would complain that it's too much. Xin Lang used the idle property in his hands. Porsche can be driven interchangeably with current Mercedes-Benz cars. Xin Lang is not a car enthusiast. For him, a car is just a means of transportation. The only thing Xin Lang was interested in was the library. What is a library? Is it possible to reward yourself with a library? The library is a literary work that integrates various parallel spaces. Novels, scripts, and other literary systems. The host can use them at will. This thing is good. Xin Lang quickly opened the library. Click on the novel rankings. All of the above are best-selling novels in parallel space. For example, The King Comes to Patrol the Mountains, Night Watchman of Dacia, Fighting Bird Continent, Toon Robber Diary, etc. Click on the script page. There are only movies and TV series that have been proven to be popular in parallel universes. Time travel, I'm a Big Turtle, Legend of the Magic Sword, and Wolf Fawn list. Everything you need. Own this. Xin Lang has a steady stream of top-notch literary works. Xin Lang was ecstatic, as this laid the foundation for his plan. Xin Lang has now resigned from his job at the hospital. With wonderful help. The 4 babies don't need to be taken care of all the time. Xin Lang is not a man without ambition. I don't want to stay at home and wait for death. What a man. You still have to have your own career. Xin Lang is not short of money now. The funding provided by the integration system is about 10 million. And there will be more and more in the future. The capital for starting a business is there, but the key is the business project. This is what Xin Lang was worried about. The system's library function gives Xin Lang a lot of choices. Why doesn't he start a film and television company? Anyway, I have the script. You just need to pick the actors and the director. These scripts have been certified by the parallel world and will definitely be a hit. Then all you have to do is lie at home and count your money. Xin Lang had already had this idea in his mind, and he chuckled. I stood up, hummed a little tune and went to the kitchen to cook lunch. First, prepare the eel, cut it into pieces, coat it with batter, and fry it in a pan. Stir-fry the scallions, ginger, and garlic, and then fry the eel slices in the pot. Add the prepared sauce. The spicy and sour eel is ready. The steamed carp was bubbling in the pot. Pig's trotters are stewed with soybeans. The gurgling sound in the pot. Xin Lang was also considerate enough to prepare extra meals for the 4 babies. Although the 4 babies are only over a month old now. But I drink milk powder every day. Xin Lang also wanted to try something new. Let's make a strawberry milk. Chapter 10 Xin Lang's investment plan to eliminate jaundice. Chapter 10 Xin Lang's investment plan to eliminate jaundice. Fresh sweet and sour strawberries are squeezed into juice in the juicer. It's not enough to just fry the grass into juice. Pour out the juice and skim off the foam. Another layer of fine sand leak through. Until the fine and delicious juice is filtered out. Put the juice in the bottle. Pour in 20 milliliters of warm water and add a spoonful of milk powder. This kind of strawberry milk cannot be given to babies. Even though I had added warm water, it was still too cold. Xin Lang soaked the bottle in warm water again. Wait until the water temperature inside becomes slightly warm. The strawberry-flavored grandma is ready. Xin Lang first put the milk powder next to the mouth of Sanbao, his favorite food. Sanbao just woke up. His big, sleepy eyes looked like grapes. The little nose took a sniff. It seems like I can smell a different sweet scent. Sanbao laughed. The red cheeks were wrinkled into 2 small dumplings. Xin Lang fed the strawberry milk powder into Sanbao's mouth. Sanbao drank it with a gurgling sound. Don't mention how happy I am. Bao drank 20 milliliters of strawberry milk. Pouting little mouth and stretching little arms. One look at it makes you want to drink it again. This soft and cuddly thing is so adorable. Xin Lang didn't dare let her drink more. A proper amount of fresh strawberries can supplement the nutrition for babies. But if there is too much strawberry juice, Xin Lang was afraid that the babies couldn't absorb it. I just finished drinking Sambo. Dabao, Bao, and Sibo also woke up one after another. Xin Lang is determined not to be a biased father. Since Sanbao drank the strawberry milk powder, the other 3 babies should be treated equally. Fortunately, Xin Lang was well prepared. Put strawberry milk in the mouths of the 3 babies. The 3 babies were also very happy. He gulped down the drink and fell into a sweet dream again. Yu Miao also finished taking care of the garden. As soon as you enter the house, I smelled a delicious aroma. Mr. Qin, what did you make? It smells so good. Xin Lang smiled. Pig's trotters stewed with soybeans, fried eel, steamed carp and stir-fried spinach were served on the table. This is our lunch. Yu Miao was shocked. This treatment is really too good. If he has other family services. Not to mention that she cooks 3 meals a day. Employers are not that easy to deal with. Moreover, the food looks nutritious, colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Xin Lang said quickly. I just did it on a whim. I will help with most of the housework I can at home in the future. But I might be very busy in a while, so I'll have to leave these 4 babies to you. Human beings. It's all like this. Use people as hearts to exchange for people as hearts. Xin Lang is very good to Miao Hao. Yu Miao could also feel it. Yu Miao nodded heavily to indicate that he already understood. The skills of the state banquet master are really not exaggerated. This meal tastes like that of a 5-star hotel. Even Yu Miao, who had been trying to lose weight, couldn't help but eat a big bowl of rice. The doorbell rang. Yu Miao quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to open the door. Li Bai was holding 2 large boxes of gifts in his hands, standing outside the door in a frivolous manner. Without saying a word, he rushed into the villa. He was not shy and saw a table full of delicious food. I'm so greedy that my mouth is watering. Comrade Yu Miao, you have found a good one. The food looks delicious. Li Bai mistakenly thought that the delicious food on the table was made by Yu Miao. Qin Lang showed a proud expression. Then you are mistaken. This is my masterpiece. Yeah? Li Bai sat at the dining table and was not polite. I took a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Don't forget to praise while eating. Comrade Lao Qin, you can do it. We've been fooling around for so many years, but you still have this skill. I didn't know you could cook so deliciously. Oh, this pig's trotter is so delicious. This time, my bad friend Li Bai praised me continuously. After eating, Yu Miao went to take care of the 4 babies. Leave space for the 2 brothers Qin Lang and Li Bai. You're not even to mention. Li Bai came at the right time. Qin Lang had something to ask him. Li Bai, do you know anyone in the film and television industry? What? You want to date a celebrity? Old Qin, let me tell you, this idea of yours is very dangerous. Even though you have money now, you can't spend it lavishly. Even though those female celebrities are beautiful, you don't know what they will become after you marry them. Qin Lang stopped talking immediately. Come on, what are you thinking? I want to invest in a film and television company, but I don't have any connections. I want you to introduce me to a connection. Li Bai is the manager of the 5-star Datang Hotel. Don't underestimate the position of lobby hotel manager. This is something that only a truly smart person can do. Need to deal with all kinds of people. I know all kinds of people. Li Bai has a wide network of contacts and is very popular. Qin Lang really found the right person. Li Bai slammed the table. Yes, I met a big shot in the film and television industry a few days ago. They said they wanted to train some new people and bring them into the circle to invest in film and television companies. That's great. Opportunity is fleeting, once lost, it will never come back. Luck is not something that comes easily to you all the time. Qin Lang made the decision immediately. With Li Bai's introduction, I will go to meet the boss of the investment company tomorrow. Qin Lang had a good sleep tonight. See Li Bai off. Qin Lang had a very happy day. Watching games on the phone and playing games on the computer. The 4 little babies are also very happy. Qin Lang finished a game and won the chicken. I changed into pajamas and took a shower. Before going to the bedroom to sleep, I went to the baby room to check on the 4 babies. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Baby, why are you a little different from usual? Especially Dabeo and Sanbao. There are some yellow things on Dabeo and Sanbao. Wipe it with your hand and it won't fall off. The yellow stuff looks like small tangerine peel. But Bao and Sibo also have the same situation. Qin Lang saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly called out to Yu Miao. Yu Miao came over and took a look, then shook his head and comforted her. Mr. Qin, don't worry for now. These 4 babies have jaundice. Jaundice? What is this? Qin Lang had never heard of it. Jaundice is a common disease in newborns. It mainly occurs in premature babies. The specific manifestation is that the baby's body will turn yellow. Occasionally, small pimples will appear, but the baby will not feel any pain. Just the skin color changes. If you have jaundice, you just need to take medicine and get more sun. It can be eliminated within 2 or 3 days. Listen to Yu Miao finish. Qin Lang let out a long sigh and felt relieved. Wait until early the next morning. Qin Lang took his 4 babies to the hospital. Because I called directly in advance. No need to queue at all. Went directly into the clinic. The one who treated the 4 babies was Director Li. Director Li saw that the baby's face was round. She just smiled. Oh, Xiaolang, you are so lucky. These 4 babies are so cute. Chapter 11. Qin Lang is worried about his 4 babies. Chapter 11, Jean Lang feels sorry for his 4 babies. Director Lee was not speaking nonsense. These 10 babies are all fat. He is as silly as little Fubao. Especially lovable. Director Lee has been delivering babies for more than 10 years, but this is the first time she has seen such a lovely child. Jean Lang was sweating from anxiety. Sister Lee, please stop teasing me. I heard from our nanny that these 4 babies have jaundice. Please prescribe some medicine for me. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Director Lee smiled, took the temperature of the 4 babies first, and then measured their throats. After making sure there was nothing wrong, I wrote a prescription. Let Jean Lang get the medicine. Jaundice is a common disease in newborns. The countermeasures are also simple. The nurse gave Jean Lang some powdered medicine. He also took some medicine that looked like drinks. 3 times a day. Just drink it for 3 consecutive days. During these 3 days, you should get plenty of sun and keep warm. Jean Lang kept all this in mind. As soon as I got home, I started preparing medicine for my 4 babies. Jean Lang first put the powder in a small spoon. Fill the small spoon with water again. I dissolved the powdered medicine before I dared to put it near Debayo's mouth. But when Debayo smelled the medicine, his brows furrowed into a shape. He refused to drink it no matter what. Jean Lang was extremely anxious. Yu Miao has experience in these things. Yu Miao took the spoon and spoke slowly. Mr. Qin, although the baby's 5 senses are not fully developed, he can smell the medicine. Especially babies are more picky about food. They won't drink if you do that. Then what should I do? Jean Lang became anxious. This really hurts the son and hurts the father. Although jaundice doesn't hurt them. But looking at Huang Kankan's face, Jean Lang couldn't help but feel worried. Yu Miao hurriedly comforted him. Mr. Qin, don't worry. Jaundice is a common disease in newborns. Just let them take medicine and get some sun. As Yu Miao spoke, she took the pacifier bottle and dipped it into the medicine. Put the pacifier bottle next to the 4 babies' mouths. Maybe it's the temptation of the pacifier bottle. The 4 babies did not resist the drugs. Holding the pacifier, he gulped down the medicine. Jean Lang took a look. This is truly amazing. It's really impossible to take care of a baby without experience. Jean Lang tasted the drink-flavored liquid medicine, which tasted sour and sweet, just like fruit juice. The 4 babies did not resist this medicine. Except for Sanbao, who was making a lot of noise and said he wouldn't eat anything. The other 3 babies finished the potion successfully. Jean Lang takes special care of Sanbao. Hold the 3 treasures in your arms. Put the medicine into a small spoon and place it next to Sanbao's chubby mouth. At first, Sanbao said he didn't want to drink anything. Later, he got tired of making trouble and stopped resisting. The little mouth slowly sucked the small spoon and drank the water into its stomach with gurgling sounds. I ate milk powder again. The 4 little babies fell asleep. They were resting, but Jean Lang didn't dare to rest. Jean Lang put 4 cradles in the garden. It was June sunshine, and it was extremely scorching. After being exposed to the sun for a while, you will break out in a dense layer of sweat. Jean Lang slowly took off his baby's clothes and put up a sunshade on top. I was afraid that the sun was too strong and would burn my baby's skin. Yu Miao stood by, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. It was exposed to the sun for more than 2 hours. The jaundice of the 4 babies seemed to have improved. But it hasn't completely disappeared. Just leave the rest to Yu Miao. Jean Lang must go to the banquet. Li Bai called. Lao Qin, I'm already at the door of your villa, come out quickly. We have to go see the big boss. Jean Lang quickly agreed. I went back to the cloakroom and changed into a new set of more formal clothes. As soon as you walk out of the villa, Li Bai shouted. Sure, Lao Qin, you look really handsome today. Because I was meeting guests. So Jean Lang didn't wear his usual casual clothes. Wearing a suit is too formal. Jean Lang wore a white shirt on top, black casual pants on the bottom, and a pair of sneakers on his feet. This outfit is both casual and serious. It perfectly sets off Jean Lang's 1.9 meter height. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and sculpted features. Which woman wouldn't be tempted when seeing this? Li Bai was no longer surprised by how handsome his body was. Jean Lang was driving a Mercedes-Benz and Li Bai was sitting in the passenger seat. Xin Lang asked as he drove. What's the name of the client you're talking about? Oh. Listen to me. Li Bai then slowly introduced it. The person they met was called Wang Chang. Wang Chang made his fortune in the seafood business in his early years. His network of contacts is particularly extensive in the entertainment industry. I'm currently looking for an investor to start a film and television company together. But I feel that the experienced people in this circle are too cunning. Plus, he has reached the age of knowing the destiny. Want to promote new people. That's why I said I wanted to cooperate with newcomers. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find anything satisfactory. After Li Bai learned the news, he told Wang Chang about it. Wang Chang felt that he had Wang Chang and was willing to give Xin Lang a chance. When Xin Lang heard it, he felt very familiar with it. Isn't this just fooling people? He is the best at fooling people. The dinner was set at Kongsheng Hotel. Kongsheng Hotel is a well-known 5-star hotel in Yangcheng. Those who come in and out are either rich or noble. Xin Lang and Li Bai took their seats. Before we ordered, Wang Cheng came in. The royal city looks very elegant. Wearing a pair of glasses. He was wearing a white tang suit and holding 2 walnuts in his hands. Seeing Xin Lang's eyes lit up. Are you Xin Lang? Xin Lang nodded and quickly stood up to shake hands with Wang Chang. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Xin Lang. Oh, you are so good looking. It's a pity if you don't become a star. Why be a big boss? Xin Lang smiled gently. You really flatter me. Although Wang Chang is a big shot in the entertainment industry, he does not put on airs. After exchanging pleasantries with Xin Lang, he ordered food. The dish is served. Wang Chang said with a smile. Xiao Qin, this is the first time I meet you today. You know, rapport is very important. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were particularly rapport with me. Or you can sign with me and become an actor. Xin Lang laughed out loud. He knew that Wang Chang was joking with him. Xin Lang's expression immediately became serious, and he smacked his eyes. Mr. Wang, you may think that the two of us are children. We say investing is nonsense, but I really want to enter the entertainment industry. Wang Chang frowned and hushed. There are so many professions in the world, and I heard you're not short of money. Why do you want to enter the entertainment industry? This is an extremely fatal problem. Xin Lang must think about it carefully. Just when Xin Lang had an idea and was about to speak, the door opened again. A woman walked in from outside. I have to say, this was the most beautiful woman Xin Lang had ever seen. Chapter 12, Encountering the Beautiful Star Choo Choo. Chapter 12, Encountering the Beautiful Star Choo Choo. The woman in front of me was wearing a black camisole top and a black pleated skirt. She was wearing high-heeled sandals and her waist-length hair was slightly curled. A cherry-like little face, with eyebrows that are black without any makeup, and lips that are red without any makeup. The temperament, figure and face are all perfectly captured. This is simply a top-notch beauty. And Xin Lang had also seen this face. This is the famous female star Choo Choo. Choo Choo debuted 3 years ago. She became a first-line female star thanks to a niche love movie. Although he has not been in the industry for long, his popularity, strength and fame are all well established. Wang Cheng hurriedly introduced. Xiao Qin, let me introduce you, this is my good friend Choo Choo. Xin Lang quickly stood up and nodded. Yes, I saw it on a poster. Choo Choo smiled sweetly and was very polite. Hello, I'm Choo Choo, maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Even though Xin Lang had seen countless beauties. But I have to say that Choo Choo's appearance is one of the best. Absolutely beautiful. But Xin Lang said he was very calm. The one who was not calm was Li Bai next to him. Li Bai poked Xin Lang's arm frantically. Lao Qin, we've really made a fortune this time. Even if the deal didn't pan out, at least we got to meet a female star. We are really lucky. Xin Lang looked down on Li Bai's useless appearance. Old White, can you calm down a bit? We are both well-known figures after all, and we are not short of money. Can you please stop acting so unworldly? First of all, let me remind you. You are the one who is well-known and has plenty of money. Besides, I have never seen anything like this before. Xin Lang was in a state of confusion. Indicates that there is no way to talk to Li Bai. Wang Chang looked like a big boss, with a slight smile on his face, and pushed up his glasses. I want to continue the topic just now. What did you just say? Qin Lang quickly changed the subject and spoke slowly and calmly. The reason why I want to enter the entertainment industry is because of the current situation in the entertainment industry. I want to change the entertainment industry, make good dramas and movies, and produce movies and TV series that the audience will really like. And use my company as a benchmark. What Qin Lang said was the truth. Traffic is the mainstream in today's era. Especially the popularity of short videos. People are tired of spending an hour or even half an hour on it. Go read for a long time. Or watch a TV series quietly without turning up the speed. Especially like to indulge in fast food videos. For celebrity contact. Except that fans would say my brother is so pitiful. No one is willing to truly care. Over time. Such a scene created a situation. No acting skills, no figure, no face. The only thing they can say is that the summer is hot, and the popular stars who are so sweet have occupied the screen. The movies and TV series produced are getting better and better. The works are becoming increasingly hard to find. Qin Lang is a real man. Naturally, I look down on those greasy young men. I want to make some real tough guy stuff, I want to make some good stuff. Of course, his wishes are a bit grandiose. It still needs to be implemented step by step. After Qin Lang finished speaking, the whole room fell silent in an instant. Wang Chang was shocked. Nowadays, people are all concerned about their own interests. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm seems to be the only option. Wang Chang has also met many investors. Those investors just want to make money. Even a blueprint has been drawn up. How much money do you want to make in a year? But few people told Wang Chang that they could make a truly good drama. Qin Lang is the first one. Let us first talk about whether we have the ability to do it. Be able to make this sound. That is truly eye-opening. Chu Chu nodded silently in her heart. The highest praise was given to the man whom I met for the first time. The most important thing is, this man is so handsome. She is a popular young actress. She has worked with countless male actors. But it was the first time I saw such a handsome man. She is simply better than all the male celebrities in the entertainment industry. Things that Wang Chang is considering. Cooperation is no joke. It's not possible to impress someone with just a few words. Wang Chang expressed his professional ideas. Xiaoqin, you may not know that a good work that we see is brought to life by the actors, but the ones who have contributed the most behind the actors are the screenwriter and director. It's even harder to find good screenwriters and directors nowadays. Do you have anyone in this field? Qin Lang chuckled. What a coincidence, even though he doesn't know any screenwriter. He has countless scripts in his hands. Qin Lang coughed and answered immediately. Mr. Wang, to be honest, I have a movie script here. If you're interested, I'll send it to you when I get home tonight. Let me show you. Oh? You can also write scripts? Shu Chu, who had been sitting next to them without saying anything, was shocked. So handsome. He speaks with such structure. And he's so talented. This kind of person is really rare. Qin Lang nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, I have tried to write about Li Bai before. He moved his lips up and down and talked nonsense. Oh my god, this brother of mine is a famous talent in our university. The scripts he wrote are so touching and sensational. Others don't know. Doesn't Li Bai know? When Qin Lang and he were in college, they were proficient in climbing over the wall to surf the internet, picking up girls, and drinking. But there's not much ink in the belly. But bro. Help when it's time to help. What's wrong with lying? This is called righteousness. Wang Chang showed an appreciative look and talked to Qin Lang about the current development of the entertainment industry. The two people's ideas coincided with each other. We had a great conversation. There was a sudden knock on the door. I saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s standing outside the door. Her hair was permed into fashionable curls and she was carrying a donkey brand bag with a huge logo on it. The clothes she wears are also very fashionable. He looks much younger than his peers. The woman looked shrewd at first glance, with a business smile on her face. Excuse me, Mr. Wang. I'll take our Chu Chu out first. I have something to talk to her about. Chu Chu looked apologetic. Excuse me, I have to excuse myself for a moment. Everyone present was quite casual and didn't say much. After Choo Choo walked out, Xin Lang drank too much water. The three urgent needs must be addressed immediately. Xin Lang just entered the men's restroom. I heard a different sound. The men's and women's restrooms are next to each other. The doors are relatively close. The sound of this conversation came from the women's restroom. Choo Choo, don't be so stubborn. After all, these 4 children will be beneficial to your career development. Besides, I'm already looking for it, so don't worry. Sister Hua, these 4 children are my own flesh and blood no matter what. I must get it back. Isn't this Choo Choo's voice? Chapter 13 Xin Lang learns shocking gossip. Chapter 13 Xin Lang learns shocking gossip. Xin Lang is really not a gossiper. The key point is that this news is really explosive. A popular female star said something like children must never be abandoned. This would make anyone feel itchy. Xin Lang listened outside for a while longer without noticing. Sister Hua continued. Choo Choo, listen to me. You must not act impulsively in this matter. Uncle did that for your own good. There was a hint of crying in Choo Choo's voice, which was so soft and tender that it made people feel distressed. But they are my children after all. They dumped these 3 or 4 children outside the hospital without my knowledge, and now they won't tell me where the children are. What mother can bear this? There was reluctance in Sister Hua's tone. This matter is also my uncle's fault. I heard from my uncle that the 4 children seem to be dumped at the east gate of Yangcheng First Hospital. What day is it? Is it on June 13th? But my uncle is very tight-lipped, and I don't know whether it's true or not. Not only Choo Choo but also Xin Lang was shocked. This is for Xin Lang. But it's really explosive news. 4 children? East gate of Yangcheng First Hospital? June 13th? Isn't this exactly the same time when Xin Lang picked up the 4 treasures? Could it be that? A particularly unrealistic idea emerged in Xin Lang's mind. But no matter what the situation is, Xin Lang must verify it. Xin Lang slowly pushed open the door of the women's restroom. Sister Hua immediately blocked Choo Choo behind her. What are you doing? This is the women's restroom. Xin Lang quickly took a step back to show that he was not sick. Don't get excited. Sorry, I just heard your conversation. I may know a little about what you are talking about. Can we talk further? Sister Hua and Choo Choo looked at each other. Sister Hua wanted to stop it. Choo Choo said. Sister Hua, it's okay, I'll talk to him. The 3 of them walked to the hotel's cafe. Xin Lang coughed, and when the words came to his lips he really didn't know how to say them. This matter is really outrageous. Finally, it was Sister Hua who spoke. Aren't you the rich second-generation kid who met Mr. Wang? Could it be that you have feelings for our Choo Choo? Do you want to use this matter to threaten our Choo Choo? I'm telling you no way. I have to say. As a senior agent, Sister Hua has a good imagination. I instantly imagined a drama of a rich second generation chasing a female star. Xin Lang said helplessly. I'm not a second generation rich, but it's true that I discussed cooperation with Mr. Wang. I want to ask you about those 4 children you mentioned. 4, what happened to 4 children? Choo Choo was extremely anxious, with tears in her beautiful eyes. This expression. Anyone who sees it will feel very sad. Xin Lang's voice slowed down. Even if you don't know how to say it, just say it slowly. It was like this: on June 13th, I found 4 children at the east gate of Yangcheng First Hospital. And the DNA test results of these 4 children show that they are 99.99% similar to me. That means these 4 children are my children. Is our incident a coincidence? Say it in one sentence. The whole space was silent. Neither Sister Hua nor Choo Choo spoke. Choo Choo's beautiful eyes opened wide, she couldn't believe it. No one can bear this. Xin Lang quickly took out his mobile phone and handed the copied video to Choo Choo. Choo Choo took one look and immediately pointed at the woman in the video, her voice trembling. This is our nanny, Sister Huang. This is Sister Huang. These 4 babies are my babies. Sister Hua took the surveillance video in disbelief and slapped her thigh. These are Choo Choo's 4 children. How did you get this video? And Choo Choo immediately grasped the key point of the matter. A trace of disbelief flashed across her pretty face. You said that the DNA similarity between these 4 children and you is 99.99%? Is this your child? Do you have any evidence to prove it? Xin Lang smiled. This is my child. Is there anything else you need to prove? I have the hospital's investigation report. Xin Lang realized it later and suddenly realized a very important problem. If he is the biological father of these 4 children, the biological mother of these 4 children is the female star Chu Chu. So are Xin Lang and Chu Chu. Sister Hua thinks quickly and speaks quickly. I said it immediately. Chu Chu, these 4 children are your biological children. The father of the child turned out to be him. Could it be that the 2 of you are? Xin Lang was also puzzled. In his impression, this was the first time he met the big star Chu Chu. How come 2 people suddenly had 4 more monkeys? Chu Chu closed her eyes, her expression very complicated, and spoke slowly. I think it might have something to do with a trip to Sanya last year. According to what Chu Chu said, around July and August last year, Chu Chu had a quarrel with her family. In addition, he was framed by others in his career. So I went to Sanya to relax. One night, Chu Chu went out to drink and returned to the hotel in a daze. When Chu Chu woke up the next day, she found a man lying next to her. Because Chu Chu was too anxious, she didn't see clearly what the man looked like. I just remember that I went to the wrong room number that night. Chu Chu felt a little ashamed because of her status, so she left quickly. It was because of this chance encounter. Chu Chu became pregnant. Xin Lang also slowly recalled it, and he clapped his hands as if it really matched. That was in July last year. He and Xu Ling graduated from university. But Xu Ling saw the prosperity of the world. I also want to be a little bird that can buy brand name bags freely. He was in a cold war with Xin Lang every other day. The 2 people broke up. Xin Lang went to Sanya for a trip because he was heartbroken. I drink alone in my room at night and lie on the bed when I am drunk. That evening, Xin Lang vaguely felt a woman climbing onto the bed. Xin Lang didn't see the woman's face clearly either. I just remember that her figure was amazing. Alcohol stimulates the human brain. The 2 people had a friendly interaction. After it's over, Xin Lang woke up the next day and found no one in the bed. I thought it was just a dream full of mosaics. I didn't think it was real. This is really the case. But this is too coincidental. Got pregnant in one try? And she's pregnant with 4 babies? The 2 met by accident. Not to mention Xin Lang and Chu Chu. Even Sister Hua, who was watching from the sidelines, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Hua touched her forehead. So, the child is really yours. Chu Chu also blinked her big eyes in disbelief. It's really possible. Chapter 14 Shocked. The child's mother turned out to be her. Chapter 14 Shocked. The child's mother turned out to be her. Skyfall system. It's okay to welcome 4 more lovely babies. Xin Lang suddenly had a one-night stand with a beautiful superstar. This series of operations made Xin Lang a little confused. But after being confused, he calmed down. He touched his hair and suddenly an idea came to his mind. That's not right. Then why did you abandon this child? Speaking of this, Chu Chu lowered her head, her face full of bitterness. She was about to cry again. Xin Lang quickly handed her a tissue and comforted her. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Chu Chu is also a miserable person. Chu Chu's hometown is not in Yangchang, but in a small county town nearby. Both my parents are working class and don't make a lot of money. Fortunately, Chu Chu has had outstanding appearance since childhood. She was the school belle both in elementary school and in college. After graduating from university, I met my benefactor and entered the entertainment industry. He became an overnight sensation and a big star. Chu Chu's parents were not very knowledgeable to begin with. After his daughter became a big star, the whole family lay on Chu Chu like vampires. Chu Chu asks Chu Chu for money. Chu Chu is filial. Plus, she is a popular female star and earns a lot of money. So give whatever you can. But the pregnancy became a trigger. Chu Chu's parents thought that pregnancy would dim Chu Chu's star career. Many job opportunities were lost. Chu Chu's acting career was interrupted. Then the whole family will be left with no money. So the parents strongly opposed Chu Chu giving birth to the child. Although Chu Chu didn't know whose child it was at that time. But think about it, this is life after all. Insist on giving birth to the child. I didn't expect that the baby would be born 1 month later. The parents didn't know where they got the news from. Let Chu Chu take the 4 babies home. Chu Chu thought her parents had a change of heart. I happily brought my 4 babies home. Unexpectedly, the parents took advantage of Chu Chu's inattention. The 4 babies were abandoned at the gate of Yangcheng First Hospital. It was too late when Chu Chu found out. Chu Chu becomes a mother for the first time. How could he not care about his own children? I have always wanted to find the 4 treasures. There has been no result. What she didn't know was, somehow, Xin Lang had already taken these 4 children away. It was really a good show that happened by accident. But Xin Lang and Chu Chu couldn't laugh now. This is so dramatic. Chu Chu stood up immediately with a pleading look in her eyes. Xin Lang, as a mother, it is my responsibility that I did not take good care of my 4 babies. But these 4 babies are also my children, they are flesh and blood that fell from my body. Can you let me go see them? I miss them so much. Chu Chu was speaking from the heart. She loves children and wants to be with them. The beautiful lady in front of me was in tears. Very sincere and heartfelt. Xin Lang's heart was not made of iron, so he nodded in agreement. After all, you are the mother of the children. You have the right to see them. That's not right. Sister Hua on the side looked at Xin Lang with excitement. Standing in front of the 2 people, he expressed his excitement. Your name is Xin Lang, right? Xin Lang nodded, not understanding why. Yeah, what's wrong? Sister Hua chuckled and quickly extended her hand. You are so handsome, you can definitely enter the entertainment industry. And you and Chu Chu have a child. How about this, I'll take you into the entertainment industry. I'll make you 2 into a super good looking celebrity couple, with 4 adorable babies. Oh my god, this is simply the envy of others. Your traffic will definitely reach new levels. Who is Sister Hua? He is a senior agent in the entertainment industry. It has brought out countless top stars. Bing Bing, Mimi, Kai Kai. They were all brought out from her hands. Chu Chu's first agent when she debuted was Sister Hua. It is also because of Sister Hua's unique vision. The script chosen for Chu Chu was very accurate and suitable. Chu Chu was able to maintain her status as a top female star for 3 years. It can be said that Chu Chu can achieve her current success. Sister Hua deserves great credit. The most precious thing is, Sister Hua is not like other agents in the entertainment industry who only care about profits. She truly regarded Chu Chu as her own sister. Even Chu Chu's pregnancy was not blamed. He even planned to let Chu Chu raise the 4 babies. What about the career of a popular female star being ended after having a child? This doesn't exist in front of Sister Hua. So when Chu Chu's parents abandoned their 4 children in Yangcheng First Hospital, Sister Hua is also running around. Lost a lot of weight. What kind of love is this? What child? Sister Hua said they were all small things. The most important thing is that Xin Lang in front of him is handsome enough. It would be a shame if she didn't enter the entertainment industry with this appearance. Sister Hua's abacus was clacking loudly. But Xin Lang didn't think so. Xin Lang waved his hands quickly. Sister Hua, you may have misunderstood. I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Sister Hua said she was very depressed and wanted to continue fooling people. You can make any conditions you want, and we can discuss them. Xin Lang smiled and said helplessly. Sister Hua, I really don't have such an idea. Sister Hua didn't give up yet. Chu Chu on the side was a little anxious. Sister Hua doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry. Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't force them. I still want to see the 4 treasures. Xin Lang looked at the anxious look on Chu Chu's pretty face. I also feel a little sad. The 2 returned to the box. Li Bai is a chatterbox. I can also have a pleasant conversation with big shots like Wang Chang. When discussing something like cooperation, the decision cannot be made in one go. Take your time and don't rush. I had a meeting later in the royal city, so I didn't stay long. Li Bai went back to the internet cafe to play games. Xin Lang drove a Mercedes-Benz with Chu Chu and Sister Hua back to Akiyama Villa. As soon as you enter the community, Sister Hua looked around with a happy look on her face. Xiaoqin, is this your home? Xin Lang nodded, steering with one hand and stepping on the accelerator with the other. Yes, I just moved in here not long ago. Sister Hua was shocked. What is this place? This is Akiyama Villa. Qiushan Villa is the ceiling among the top villas in Yangchang. You can't get in if you don't have assets of more than 10 billion. Don't underestimate this, as it's just a small villa. It also represents status and money. It is a symbol of high-quality human beings. Xin Lang has just made it clear that he is not a rich second generation. This proves that he built this villa with his own efforts. The future is promising and the young are to be feared. Sister Hua and Chu Chu are both senior agents in the entertainment industry. One is a popular female star. They're both rich. You are not eligible to stay in such a villa on time. It can be seen that Xin Lang has strong qualifications. Sister Hua already had a very good first impression of Xin Lang. Young people have money. He speaks politely and seems to be a responsible person. From now on, my sister Chu Chu's happiness will be. Chapter 15 Chu Chu visits the villa. Chapter 15 Chu Chu visits the villa. As soon as you enter the villa, Sister Hua expressed shock. Where is this? This is Akiyama Villa. Yancheng belongs to the first and second territories. This villa, this floor, this decoration, this style. It won't come down without 700 to 800 million yuan. Sister Hua had already taken a new look at Xin Lang. Now I admire it. Of course. Sister Hua is such a smart person. He praised her calmly. Xiaoqin, your house is really bad. Even if I marry our Chu Chu in the future, I will never be wronged by our Chu Chu. Marry? Xin Lang and Chu Chu shouted in unison. Chu Chu lowered her pretty face and said shyly. Sister Hua, what are you talking about? I have never thought of marrying him. Xin Lang smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Chu Chu is so attractive. That's so beautiful. And she is a top female star. As long as the man marries her, both the appearance and the substance are perfect. Although he and Chu Chu have 4 children. But there is no emotional foundation between the two of them. It is still in the stage of getting to know each other. Talking about marriage is a bit. The main reason is that Xin Lang doesn't want to take advantage of Chu Chu. Sister Hua crossed her arms and walked in front of Xin Lang with a hum. What? You and our Chu Chu have 4 children. Do you want to just walk away? Don't you want to be responsible for Chu Chu? Xin Lang quickly waved his hands, coughed, and said very sincerely. To be honest with you, Sister Hua, I was also very surprised when I first got these 4 children. I also went to look for the child's mother, but I couldn't find her. If it is really because of me that Chu Chu gave birth to these 4 children, I will definitely be responsible for her. Xin Lang spoke slowly and without impatience, accompanied by a nice-sounding subwoofer. It makes people so happy. Chu Chu raised her pretty face, not knowing why. When I heard these words, there was a slight ripple in my heart. Mr. Qin, are you back? Yu Miao just came down from the 2nd floor and smiled when he saw the person in front of him. There are guests coming, so I'll quickly make some tea. Xin Lang introduced. This is the nanny I hired for my 4 babies. Yu Miao. Have the 4 babies woken up? Mr. Qin, you're back just in time. I just took my 4 babies out to bask in the sun. They're sleeping in their rooms now. I guess they haven't woken up yet. This time Chu Chu came here thinking about her 4 treasures day and night. A few people stopped talking. Xin Lang took Chu Chu and Sister Hua to the baby's room. Chu Chu's eyes lit up when she saw the 4 babies lying in the cradle. Slowly walked to Debao's side and held him gently in his arms. Although the baby now has jaundice, his face looks a little yellow. But it still can't stop the pink and tender look. Chubby like a little blessing group. Don't mention how much I like people. Sister Hua praised. When these 4 children were born, they were wrinkled like clown monkeys. I didn't expect that you'd become so white and plump now. It's so adorable. Sister Hua went to hug Sanbao. Sanbao woke up all of a sudden. The 3 treasures were noisy by nature. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. There is a special bond between mother and daughter. Sanbao was originally in Sister Hua's arms. I don't know why. Sanbao stretched out his chubby little arms and threw himself on Chu Chu. She started giggling when she saw Chu Chu. The laughter was so loud that it woke up Erbao and Sibao. Xin Lang held the second treasure in one hand and the fourth treasure in the other. It's easy and within your reach. The strong muscle lines are highlighted, showing the masculine vibe. I gave these 4 babies nicknames. They are small watermelon, small pudding, small glutinous rice balls, and small sticky rice. What do you think? Chu Chu smiled sweetly. It sounds nice and very cute, and it suits the looks of these 4 babies. Don't think that Chu Chu is a female star. There isn't much of a shelf. At least not like other female stars. After acting in 1 or 2 plays and showing up, people think they are big stars. He acts as if he is worth 2.5 million. Chu Chu's face and figure are both top-notch. There is also an aura of being unattainable. But there is such tenderness in every frown and smile. This contrast is simply irresistible. All 4 babies woke up. She didn't cry, but just laughed. Chu Chu rubbed Debayo's chubby little face. Is Debayo hungry? Should I feed him milk powder? Xin Lang nodded. Calculating the time, it's time to drink some milk powder. Chu Chu only took care of these 4 babies for less than a month. But the movements of making milk powder are very skillful. First pour 20 milliliters of warm water into the bottle, and then pour 2 spoonfuls of milk powder into it. Place near the mouths of the 4 babies. There is food. The 4 babies didn't make any noise. They just lay in the bassinet and gulped down the milk powder. Xin Lang poured Chu Chu a glass of water. 3 people sat on the sofa. Although it was the first time we met, the atmosphere was not awkward. After all, there is Sister Hua, who has some social annoyance. Sister Hua has been muttering to herself since she arrived at the villa. They all praised Xin Lang for his promising young age and handsome looks. He kept trying to persuade Xin Lang to join him in the entertainment industry. In the end, Xin Lang was amused. Xin Lang laughed. Sister Hua, I really don't want to follow you into the entertainment industry. I still want to take care of my 4 babies. Anyway, now that we have Chu Chu, you two can take care of her together. Well, this Sister Hua is really not shy. Chu Chu, now that the father of these 4 babies has been found, what's the matter with you two? Are they a young couple or a young married couple? Sister Hua's question hit the nail on the head. Xin Lang said quickly. Sister Hua, don't worry, Chu Chu suffered so much because of me. Since these 4 babies are my biological children, I promise that I will be responsible for them and Chu Chu in the future. Chu Chu's beautiful eyes were moving around, and her heart was in turmoil. The child I had been longing for was finally found. And the child now has a father who is so handsome and rich. She was happy in her heart, but she also had an indescribable feeling. Excitement, sadness, and helplessness are intertwined together. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Just live your life well now, and everything in the future will take care of itself. Chu Chu is a girl who is open-minded. This incident did not cause much trouble. The same goes for Xin Lang. Sister Hua didn't know what she was thinking of. She sighed and said, Chu Chu, why don't you stay at my house tonight when your parents and brother and sister-in-law come? I guess you won't have many peaceful days left. A trace of pain flashed in Chu Chu's eyes and she shook her head. Sister Hua, you and your husband are so loving, and Xiaomi still has to study. It would be so inconvenient for me to go to your house. Chapter 16, Big Star Chu Chu's Sad Story. Chapter 16, The Sad Story of the Big Star Chu Chu. Don't be fooled by Chu Chu's glamorous appearance, she is a female star. But there are also countless worries in my heart. And the source of all troubles is her original family. Chu Chu's father, Chu Tianhua, ran a small business when he was young. After having a little money in hand, he just lay around at home every day and had no ambition to make progress. Chu Chu's mother, Li Tsuofeng, was a primary school Chinese teacher when she was young. After Chu Tianhua made some money, he also resigned. Chu Chu lived a very tight life when she was young. On top of that, he has a useless brother, Chu Long. Originally. This is how the days passed. Chu Chu's life trajectory will be the same as that of all ordinary girls. But Chu Chu is beautiful. That beauty. That figure. That temperament. She has been the school belle since she was young. Entered the entertainment industry. With Sister Hua's help, everything went smoothly. After earning money, the whole family was even less willing to work and treated Chu as the family's money bag. 2 years ago, Chu Long got married, bought a house and had a child. All the money was paid by Chu. Chu is filial. Thinking about the family. Just pay some money. But Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifan's attitude towards the 4 children. Chu was completely disappointed. Chu doesn't want to see this family at all now. Chu Tianhua's family is becoming more and more excessive. In the end, they all moved to Chu's large one-story apartment. When Chu thought about this matter, her mind became a mess and she didn't want to face it. Sister Hua treats Chu as if she were her own sister. I originally wanted to let Chu go to my home to get out of the spotlight and relax. Hua Jia's husband Su He is a graphic designer. There is also a daughter, Su Xiaomi, in the family. The whole family treated Chu as a relative. I wouldn't mind. But Chu is so knowledgeable and sensible. I don't want to disturb their peaceful and stable life. Chu sighed slightly. My parents don't look like they're going to leave for a while, otherwise I'll just stay in the hotel. Chu, you should think twice. You are not an ordinary person, you are a popular female star. What would it look like if the paparazzi took pictures of you staying in a hotel? Sister Hua was unwilling and tried to dissuade him again and again. She felt sorry for Chu. Such a weak girl took on so many things. Xin Lang, who had been listening nearby, coughed and suggested. Since Chu has no place to live now, why don't you live with me? Ah. Chu and Sister Hua said in unison, their eyes widening like Pikachu. Chu was a little shy and lowered her pretty face. Sister Hua looked like she had eaten a big piece of melon. Xin Lang hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, we don't live together. This villa is so big, and there are so many rooms. You can live wherever you want, and you just met the 4 darlings today. I'm sure there are many things I'm reluctant to do, and it's a good opportunity for me to spend some time with these 4 babies. I have to say. Xin Lang's suggestion was particularly thoughtful. It not only solved Chu's urgent problem, but also alleviated her pain of missing her daughter. Sister Hua slapped her thigh. Yes, Chu. Xiao Qin's suggestion is really good. Anyway, the new filming will start in a month, so you can take advantage of this month to have a good rest. Chu nodded. Well, thank you. Xin Lang waved his hand proudly. It's not a big deal, don't take it to heart. Sister Hua has something else to do, so she left first. Chu went to the baby room. His eyes never left the 4 babies. After seeing the first baby, I think the second baby is cute again. After seeing the second treasure, I like the liveliness of the third treasure. When I saw the third baby, I thought the 4th baby was very cute and silly and especially adorable. After feeding, the baby can sleep for 3 or 4 hours. Chu had nothing to do, so she walked around the villa. I discovered it only after turning around. Xiaoshan Villa is indeed the top villa in Yangcheng. The interior decoration and exterior environment are both top-notch. The most important thing is the man who owns this villa. Tell the truth. Chu is not short of money. There are a lot of rich second generations, celebrities, and handsome guys pursuing her. But it didn't make Chu's heart move. I don't know why. Chu saw Xin Lang for the first time. I feel that Xin Lang is particularly reliable. Plus Xin Lang's subsequent performance. Chu couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart. Chu, this is your room, come over and see if you like it. Xin Lang shouted. Xin Lang placed Chu's room next to his own. It's also closer to the baby's room. The 2 of them can always look after each other. Yu Miao stood by with a decent smile on her face. Miss Chu, this is what Mr. Qin packed for you. It's so thoughtful. Even the bed sheets and pillowcases are pink. Chu took a look. Good job. The sheets, quilt covers and dolls in the room are all pink. The bathroom has an oversized bathtub. Xin Lang even moved out a wardrobe specifically for her. Put aside the reasons for the baby. This is also Xin Lang's intention. Chu was so grateful that her eyes were sparkling. Thank you. Xin Lang smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Chu, although I don't know what you went through when you were pregnant. But I heard from Sister Hua that you must have gone through a lot of hardships, and you were pregnant with quadruplets. You must have suffered a lot during your pregnancy. I said I will be responsible for you and I will make you live a happy life. This is probably the most sincere promise a man can make. Not many words. But be brave and take responsibility for your actions. Damn it! Choo Choo was actually moved. Choo Choo raised her pretty face, and there was a bit more determination in her gentle eyes. Didn't you say you would be responsible for me? If you're going to be responsible, why do we have to sleep in separate rooms? This time it was Qin Lang who was shocked. Qin Lang opened his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. Yu Miao was standing beside him and quickly pulled Qin Lang's sleeve. Said happily and anxiously. Mr. Qin, Sister Choo Choo is willing to be with you. Hurry up and agree. Qin Lang nodded in confusion. I feel sweet inside since I got the reaction. Sweeter than wine. The wife of a big star is so direct. He likes it enough. The guest room that was decorated with great difficulty is no longer usable. Choo Choo quickly lowered her head again and spoke in a soft voice. You, don't get me wrong, I just want to live with you, but how the two of us will develop in the future depends on how we get along. Qin Lang immediately made an okay gesture. He understood that. To put it in a more fashionable way. Because of the 4 babies, the two of them are now just in a romantic relationship. Can it be dealt with and how to deal with it in the later stage? It also depends on whether there is a spark of love between the two parties. Yu Mao, who was standing nearby, chuckled. From her perspective as an outsider, there is absolutely no need for the two of them to worry. Chapter 17 Qin Lang and Choo Choo's first time together was very good. Chapter 17 Qin Lang and Choo Choo's first time together was very good. Yu Miao said it was a nanny. But the salary Qin Lang gives is high enough. Plus, he didn't treat her condescendingly like a servant. So Yu Miao has automatically taken on the role of nanny. Judging from her contact in the past few days, Qin Lang is handsome, smart, loves children, and has a sense of humor. Although Choo Choo is a famous female star. But there is no heirs. She is gentle and weak, just like a little girl. If these two people don't get married, who will? It's most interesting to secretly support a couple. Yu Miao had a sweet smile on her face. The 4 babies woke up once among themselves, drank the milk powder, and then lay down and fell asleep again. The baby is still too young and doesn't have much energy. Sleeping is a way of growing. The babies fell asleep. Yu Miao was keeping watch over him. Qin Lang and Choo Choo were free. Qin Lang suggested. Or maybe the two of us can go to the movies. Choo Choo nodded, her eyes shining. Okay, what movie are we going to watch? Or else let's watch it in the cinema. Going to the cinema? Qin Lang also has an audio-visual room at home. The film resources cover the whole world. Many films that are not released first in cinemas will be purchased by the audio-visual room through internal channels. Watching movies at home is comfortable. But this was the first time for Qin Lang and Choo Choo to go to the movies. Rounding it off, it's the equivalent of a first date. Be sure to grab some popcorn. It's more interesting to watch it in the cinema. It's the holidays now. There aren't many movies on it. Choo Choo, how about we watch Fate of the Furious 5? Choo Choo shook her head. I've seen this movie so many times that I don't want to see it again. Okay. Qin Lang compromised and asked again. There is a romantic movie that was released recently, called Yangcheng Meets Paris. Do you want to go and see it? Choo Choo burst out laughing. She was so happy. Look, who is the lead actor? The leading actor? Qin Lang looked down. Good job. Choo Choo's name was clearly written on the leading actress list. Careless. Qin Lang usually doesn't care about the entertainment industry. As for which star acted in which movie, he naturally knew nothing. I didn't even know that Choo Choo acted in this movie. Finally, Choo Choo took out her cell phone and swiped through the movie pages. Suddenly he exclaimed. How about we watch this? This must be very beautiful. Midnight Ghost? Qin Lang had a wicked smile on his handsome face. Are you sure you can watch it? This is a horror movie. Choo Choo raised her head and patted her chest, looking like a fearless sister. I don't know. I'm very brave, so of course I can see it. since the big star Chu Chu wants to watch a horror movie. As a tough guy, Xin Lang of course had to accompany him. The 4 babies were left to Yu Miao's care. They have nothing to worry about. I got in the Mercedes and headed to the cinema. Because it's already late at night. There were few people in the cinema. Even the ticket checking staff were lazy. When the ticket inspector saw the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him, he suddenly came to his senses. Isn't this guy so handsome? He actually looks a bit like Jin Chengwu. Although the girl was wearing a hat and a mask. But judging from the figure and temperament, she is definitely a top goddess. Wrong. Why does this woman feel familiar? She looks like the big star Chu Chu. I must be dazzled. Qin Long Chu Chu passed the ticket gate smoothly. Chu Chu trotted forward, unconsciously took Qin Lang's arm, patted her chest, and exhaled orchid breath. That was close, you didn't even know. I used to be discovered by fans when I sneaked out to watch movies by myself. Qin Lang was also naturally held by Chu Chu. There is no difference between 2 people being intimate and a couple in love. Qin Lang was curious. Did you get recognized by fans often in the past? Chu Chu nodded. That's not the case, especially when I first became famous. I was recognized every day. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to leave the house. I ordered takeout at home for several days. Chu Chu spoke very logically. A small complaint. Very cute. That expression is so lively. Qin Lang felt soft in his heart. I didn't expect that the superstar Chu Chu has such a side. Quite down to earth. They chose a midnight show, and it was a horror movie. Naturally, no one would come at this time. Qin Lang and Chu Chu had undoubtedly booked the entire place. The 2 chose seats in the second to last row. Chu Chu held a big piece of popcorn in her hand and stuffed it into her mouth in one gulp. Chu Chu looked around and seemed very excited. Qin Lang was curious and asked with a smile. Have you ever been to the cinema to watch a movie before? Why do you look so excited? Chu Chu said in a low voice. To be honest, I've never watched a horror movie. This is my first time watching a horror movie. Qin Lang said, oh. I didn't expect that. In the villa, he patted his chest and said that he was very brave. It turns out he was just bluffing. It looks just like an irritated kitten. The movie begins. Midnight Horror is indeed a world-famous horror movie. Just 5 minutes had passed. The climaxes are endless and the horror scenes come one after another. Chu Chu was able to eat popcorn peacefully at first. In the end, she leaned against Qin Lang unconsciously. Qin Lang quickly held her shoulders and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. These are all lies. They are all lies. Chu Chu covered her big eyes with her hands. The look of wanting to look but not being able to is so adorable. Chu Chu is not like other girls. Scream when encountering something scary. Instead, he leaned on Qin Yan's shoulder, snuggling like a well-behaved little white rabbit. His whole body was trembling, but he didn't say a word. Qin Lang was touched by her cute look. The 2 difficult hours finally passed. Chu Chu crawled out of Qin Lang's arms and sighed deeply. Oh my god, it's too scary. I will never watch horror movies again. Qin Lang is brave. This little dose of horror movie can't scare him. But this scared Chu Chu. Returning to the villa from the cinema, Chu Chu followed Qin Lang closely. Qin Lang went to pour water, and Chu Chu followed Qin Lang went to the bathroom and Chu Chu was standing at the bathroom door. Qin Lang went to see the baby, and Chu Chu also went to see the baby. Finally, Qin Lang returned to the bedroom, sat on the bed, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chu Chu. You've been following me for a whole day. Chu Chu put her hands on her hips, looking very angry. The next second, she sat next to Qin Lang like a deflated balloon and spoke softly. People are afraid, I'm timid. The tone seems to be coquettish. Qin Lang's heart was moved and he felt warm inside. Patting Chu Chu's shoulder. Don't be afraid anymore. I'll hold you in my arms and sleep tonight. Chapter 18, Vaccinating the Baby and Warming Up the Relationship Between Husband and Wife. Chapter 18, Vaccinating the Baby and Warming Up the Relationship Between Husband and Wife. Qin Lang swore. He definitely doesn't have any improper thoughts. There is not a trace of yellow waste in the brain. But he and Choo Choo have similar personalities. Although it was only a short day of contact, there is a saying called love at first sight. The two of them had a mutual liking when they first met. There are 4 babies pulling in the middle. No matter what the 2 adults are like, there are 4 treasures lying between them. Their relationship is inseparable. The most important thing is that the affection between 2 people increases as they get along with each other. Damn! I fell in love. Xin Lang brushed his teeth and washed up first, then sat on the bed and read a magazine. After Choo Choo washed up, she tiptoed and sat down next to him. Even though there were so many sweet interactions just now. But this was the first time that 2 people lay in the same bed while awake. Girls are always shy. Xin Lang naturally held Choo Choo in his arms. Just right, we still have things to do tomorrow. These words are so gentle. This tone is extremely normal. Doesn't this look like a young couple as night talk? What's going on? Has the baby received any vaccinations since birth? Like hepatitis B vaccine, BCG vaccine, polio vaccine, measles vaccine. Xin Lang listed a series of professional vaccine names. Choo Choo bit her pink little lips and shook her head, feeling very guilty. No, I was very weak after the baby was born and fell asleep in the hospital. When I woke up again, my parents came and wanted me to send these 4 children away, but I didn't want to. Plus, someone in our crew is trying to trip me up. Something has happened, so I have to go back quickly. So there was no time to vaccinate the 4 babies. Seeing Choo Choo was ashamed, he began to feel guilty. Xin Lang hurriedly comforted him. Choo Choo, don't be sad, none of this is your fault. I feel bad for you, really? Choo Choo's eyes opened wide with a hint of disbelief. You won't blame me? Xin Lang laughed. My silly baby, how could I blame you? Xin Lang was speaking from the heart. Just now I picked up 4 treasures. Xin Lang wondered why his baby's mother was so cruel. How could he not care about such a cute child? But after hearing about Choo Choo's story, all of Xin Lang's thoughts disappeared. I even felt particularly sorry for Choo Choo. Xin Lang couldn't imagine a female star with a glamorous appearance. The heart is so soft. I went through so many things while I was pregnant. Xin Lang regretted not being with her. Xin Lang quickly changed the subject. Since the 4 babies have not been vaccinated, the 2 of us will vaccinate them together tomorrow. Choo Choo nodded silently. Okay, I'll do as you say. It's not late anymore. The 2 of them prepared to go to bed. At first, Choo Choo's body was just stiff in Xin Lang's arms. But how scary it is to watch midnight horror movies at night. There's some disturbance outside. Choo Choo had to move towards Xin Lang. The last big bed was only half occupied by 2 people. Choo Choo curled up safely in Xin Lang's arms. When Choo Choo first debuted, she was hailed as the goddess who fascinated thousands of boys. She looks cool but also pure, and her purity is also quite elegant. Since her debut, she has been ranked first on the list of the top 10 figures in the entertainment industry. The most basic thing is a curvy figure with long legs. The flesh on his body is still very soft. The whole body is snow white with pink. Xin Lang felt like he was holding a piece of flowing milk. It feels so comfortable. Yangcheng First Hospital. Xin Lang was wearing a black shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of black sneakers. Wearing a baseball cap. With a height of nearly 1.9 meters, he stands out in the crowd. Anyone who sees him will say he is a handsome guy. Because of Choo Choo's identity. So she wore a hat and a mask and a blue floral dress. Beautiful women don't need to show their faces. Just show a pair of eyes. That temperament is already perfect. The 2 of them were holding 4 super cute babies. The rate of returning heads is simply off the charts. Xin Lang had already contacted directorly, so he didn't have to queue at all. As soon as Xin Lang brought Choo Choo into the treatment room, directorly dropped the pen in his hand in shock. His eyes lit up and opened wide. Hey, Xiaoqin, this is your girlfriend? Xiaoqin is so lucky. She is so beautiful. At the time, I was thinking that your 4 babies were so cute, and their mother must be pretty good looking too. Now I see that your girlfriend is a goddess. Director Lee has a lively personality and has a good relationship with Xin Lang. Words of praise came out endlessly. Choo Choo is a big star. I have heard countless praises from fans, passers-by, and colleagues. But I couldn't help feeling a little shy when I heard such sincere praise from an ordinary person. Choo Choo said softly. Thanks. Xin Lang took Choo Choo's identity into consideration and spoke quickly. My girlfriend had a few pimples on her face, so she wore a mask. It's okay, it's okay. You are Xiao Qin's wife, and I will treat you as my daughter-in-law from now on. You can talk to me more if you have anything to do. Have to. Director Lee also started chatting about family matters and was extremely enthusiastic. Hepatitis B vaccine, BCG vaccine, polio vaccine, and measles vaccine are all Class 1 vaccines. Babies born within 1 year must be vaccinated. The hospital will reimburse the expenses. 4 babies were lined up in the treatment room. Director Lee was holding a small needle and had just finished disinfecting the soft little arms of 4 babies. DeBeo woke up first. DeBeo looked at him with his soft eyes and grunted. Director Lee also had a smile on his face. I took the opportunity to get the vaccine injected in my arm. DeBeo felt the pain belatedly. He let out a loud cry and burst into tears. Choo Choo quickly picked her up. DeBeo, it's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. With the comfort of my mother. DeBeo cried twice symbolically and then stopped making a fuss. This is also the first time for Director Lee. Oh, this is the first time I've seen such a well-behaved baby. Other babies cried and screamed when they were getting their vaccines, and the whole clinic was in turmoil. Indeed, these 3 babies are so quiet. Xiao Qin, you are so lucky. Xin Lang chuckled. Hello, DeBeo. Be obedient, DeBeo. But the second and third treasures are different. Especially the third baby is very fussy and she hasn't been vaccinated yet. Sanbao woke up. Chapter 19 Taking the Babies Swimming. Chapter 19 Taking the Babies Swimming. Sanbao is a noisy person. Although he is the third child, he has a very bad temper. I saw Xin Lang and Choo Choo standing in front of me. Sanbao's big eyes moved around at first. Stretch out your little arms and ask for a hug. Choo Choo put DeBeo down and picked up Sanbao. Sanbao snuggled in Choo Choo's arms, raising his little chin. The round face looks like a small grape, and she smiles. Even Director Lee next to him laughed. You are such a cute baby. And they're quadruplets. The probability of having quadruplets is so small. Thanks to you, my beautiful wife. Director Lee didn't see Choo Choo's face. But just by looking at that pair of beautiful eyes, you can tell that she must be a great beauty. Xin Lang scratched his head and put it on. Hey, it's all small stuff. Sanbao turned around twice in Choo Choo's arms. She stretched out her little arms and asked Xin Lang to hug her. Xin Lang held Sanbao in his arms and walked around for 2 circles, discussing things in a gentle voice. Sanbao, we're going to get vaccinated later, okay? Sanbao must be good and don't cry or make a fuss. Sanbao couldn't understand what was being said, but he couldn't stop making noise. Xin Lang took out toys and cakes to tempt her. Sanbao was laughing happily. Director Lee holds a syringe in his hand and is about to give Sanbao an injection of vaccine. Sanbao was shocked when he saw the pointed, thin needle. She burst into tears again. The sound is so loud. Everyone who heard it felt heartbroken. Director Lee quickly put down the needle and comforted him. Hey, baby, don't cry, this is a vaccination and it's good for you. Sanbao didn't care and just kept crying. From the birth of 4 babies to now. Choo Choo only had contact with them for a short time. Only a little over 10 days. I saw Sanbao crying. Choo Choo was so anxious that she was about to cry. What should we do? Sanbao doesn't want to get vaccinated. After Xin Lang comforted the children, he went on to comfort the adults. Don't worry, Choo Choo. There will always be a way. These 3 treasures love to make noise. It will be better if you cry for a while. Xin Lang held Sanbao and patted her back. The baby was tired of crying and drank some milk powder, then fell asleep in the bassinet. It's easier to get vaccinated when you fall asleep. Director Lee grunted. Get the vaccine. Sanbao didn't react at all. Not to mention the 4 treasures. The 4th baby is so cute and hasn't woken up yet. The vaccination process was naturally safe and sound. After vaccination, Xin Lang and Choo Choo took the 4 babies to various departments. Check your baby's body. The baby's body functions are all very healthy. In the hospital. The appearance of this family of 6 has become a beautiful landscape. Alas, there is no such couple as you just saw. The man is so handsome, and the woman looks so beautiful, and her figure is simply amazing. I only saw 4 babies. They were so cute, round and chubby. When will I have 4 such lovely babies? Looking at the size of the 4 babies, they should be quadruplets. This family is really blessed. The 2 people did not go home after getting the vaccination. Instead, I went to the baby swimming pool. The 4 babies have never had a bath since they were born. Although the baby's body is not dirty. But I eat, drink, defecate, and urinate too much. There is a hint of other flavors mixed in with the milky aroma. The weather is getting hotter now. It will be difficult if you don't take a shower. The baby was too small before. Xin Lang didn't dare let them take a bath. Now that I'm feeling a little stronger, there shouldn't be any problem. Xin Lang is not short of money, and he has Choo Choo's status and connections. The natural place to take 4 babies is the VIP private baby swimming pool. As soon as you enter the VIP swimming pool, the pretty waitress immediately came forward to greet us. Mr. and Mrs., is there anything I can help you with? We are going to give our 4 babies a bath. Okay. The waiter's attention shifted to the 4 darlings. That moment, the smile on the waiter's face became even sweeter. These 4 babies are so adorable. It's good to have money. A lot of money is spent. Everything will be easy then. The waiter set up a small swimming pool specifically for their family. The waiter accompanied us attentively throughout the whole process, and there was no disturbance from outsiders. Undressed the 4 babes. Put it in the swimming ring. The professional attendants rubbed the 4 babes' bodies slowly. The baby will not feel any pain, but will feel very comfortable. The white foam hits my body, making me look chubby and so cute. Xin Lang and Choo Choo were drinking coffee and eating snacks outside. Just wait patiently. This was the first time Xin Lang and Choo Choo worked together for the 4 babies. Choo Choo was clicking away with her cell phone. Never stopped. I want to capture every moment of these 4 babies. Finally, she took a photo of her and Xin Lang. Choo Choo happily collected this photo. Xin Lang saw everything the little girl did. Xin Lang shook his head. The contrast between Choo and Choo is really too great. He likes it very much. The temperature is just right. But I don't dare let my baby take the bath for too long, for fear of causing gastrointestinal problems. After the waiter finished washing clothes for the 4 babies, then he quickly put clothes on them. The 4 babies look refreshed and clean. There is still a sweet smell on her body. Especially when Choo Choo holds it in her arms, she can't let it go. As soon as I got into the car, Yu Miao called. Mr. Qin, what does Sister Choo Choo want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you in advance. Yu Miao had already moved into the villa yesterday. She moved to the far left side of the 2nd floor, close to the baby's room. It can also take care of the baby more conveniently. Yu Miao still has the awareness of being a nanny. Do things neatly and properly. Take good care of the baby. He is also smart and clever in dealing with Xin Lang and Choo Choo. Xin Lang asked Choo Choo who was beside him. Choo Choo, Yu Miao asked us what we want to eat. Choo Choo thought about it. Hey, can you cook? Can we cook for ourselves at home? Of course. Xin Lang possesses the skills of a state banquet master. His cooking skills are top-notch. The 2 turned around and went to the supermarket. 4 babies are sleeping in the bassinets. Xin Lang pushed 2 cradles with one hand, and Choo Choo pushed the shopping cart behind him. The whole family appeared in the supermarket and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Xin Lang and Choo Choo said they were no longer surprised. Choo Choo first took some vegetables and fruits that she liked. Xin Lang thought the dishes were too plain and shook his head with a smile. I took pork belly, carp, pig's trotter. He asked while taking it. Choo Choo, do you have any dietary restrictions? Choo Choo chuckled. I like spicy food, the spicier the better. Okay then. I'll make Sichuan food for you tonight. Chapter 20 Xin Lang shows off his talent and wins the heart of the goddess. Chapter 20 Xin Lang shows off his talent and wins the heart of the goddess. Bunny is so cute. Of course it has to be made into spicy rabbit head. Xin Lang cleaned the rabbit's head. Put it in the pot and blanch it, add cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and add the secret marinade. Put it in the pressure cooker to stew. We're not idle here either. 3 stoves were turned on at the same time. First slice the fish and coat it with batter. Put onion, ginger and garlic in the pot and stir fry until fragrant, then add the hot pot base and bring to a boil over high heat. Add the side dishes and take out the fish fillets once they are warm. The authentic Sichuan spicy fish is ready. Qin Lang thought Chu Chu was a female star. I will definitely go on a diet to lose weight and have high requirements for food. So I fried another dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes and vegetables. It only took a moment. A table full of delicious dishes is ready. Spicy rabbit head, boiled fish, lotus root and pork rib soup, hot and sour potato shreds, stir-fried beef, stir-fried vegetables. There was a large table filled with food. Chu Chu smelled the scent and ran away. I'm drooling with greed. Qin Lang shouted. Meow meow, stop busying yourself and come over to eat. Yu Miao ran over and was surprised to see a table full of food. Mr. Qin, did you do all this? Qin Lang nodded proudly. Yes. Yu Miao had tasted Qin Lang's cooking before. The taste lingers on your lips and teeth. I still remember it till now. Yu Miao didn't hesitate to sit in the seat next to him. Qin Lang and Chu Chu sat face to face. Qin Lang picked up a piece of spicy and sour fish for Chu Chu. Try it and see if it tastes good. Chu Chu took a bite of the fish. The fish meat is tender and the taste is spicy. That's the taste. It tastes even better than what is made in restaurants. Chu Chu nodded vigorously and praised generously. It turns out that your cooking skills are so good. This tastes as good as that of a 5-star hotel. You will cook for me every day from now on. Have to. It turns out that being too good is not a good thing. Although he was awarded the position of house husband, Qin Lang was very happy. He picked up a large amount of vegetables with his chopsticks and put it into Chu Chu's bowl. I thought you were going on a diet to lose weight, so I fried some vegetables. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu smiled and shook her head. You don't know this, I'm the type that can eat a lot without gaining weight. No matter how much you eat, you won't gain weight. Sometimes you can even lose weight if you don't eat midnight snacks. This physique is really enviable. Yu Miao next to her shed tears of jealousy. Yu Miao is 23 years old. Chu Chu is 1 year older than her. Yu Miao should call Chu Chu sister. Plus today after spending the past 2 days together, Yu Miao realized that Chu Chu was not a cold female star at all. In private, she is just a little girl next door who loves to eat, play, and has a cute personality. Yu Miao also let go and said, Sister Chu Chu, I often watched your TV series before I met you in person. Like there are surprises at every step, and 7 fairies coming from the sky. I never get tired of seeing these. I read in the gossip that your good figure is the result of dieting and losing weight. I followed your example and didn't eat every day. That period of time tortured me to the point of causing me to have stomach problems. What Yu Miao didn't expect was, God is so partial, giving Chu Chu a perfect face and a devilish figure. It also gave her a stomach that could eat as much as she wanted without gaining weight. Chu Chu was kind-hearted and hurried to comfort her. Meow meow, you are very beautiful now, and your temperament is very pure and gentle. Really? Yu Miao's expression brightened. You know, Chu Chu is Yu Miao's super idol. You can have close contact with idols and also receive praise from them. Yu Miao felt like she was about to fly with joy. Qin Lang looked at the 2 girls in front of him singing in unison, just like they were performing a crosstalk. He was happy too. Meow meow, Chu Chu will live with us from now on. You can contact your idol anytime and anywhere. Are you happy? Yu Miao nodded immediately and took 2 big bites of the pig's trotter. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I know Sister Chu Chu treats me very well, so I will take good care of the 4 babies. Before I got to know Yu Miao. Yu Miao is a professional and caring maternal and child care nurse. After getting familiar with it, Yu Miao is actually a little girl who loves to be obsessed with love and eat. This kind of personality is quite likable. Chu Chu doesn't diet though. But before I knew it, I had eaten too much. The food Qin Lang cooks is so delicious. Whether it is strong flavor or light flavor, every flavor hits Chu Chu's taste buds directly. Put it into your mouth 1 bite after another. Chu Chu's belly was bulging from eating so much. I collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. Yu Miao cleaned up the dishes. Qin Lang turned on the TV and tuned to a program. The four babies woke up. The baby had jaundice before. His face and body were yellowish, and he looked very bad. After a day or two of rest, my complexion improved a lot. The jaundice is slowly disappearing. Chu Chu felt so warm in her heart when she saw the four babies. He quickly picked up the eldest and second child and put the kisses on their little faces again and again. Dabao and Erbo woke up. Chu Chu asked, Xiao Zhouyan, Xiao Pudding, do you want to eat something? Dabao and Erbo can't speak. The round little head can only express itself by crying. The sound was so loud. Chu Chu hurried to coax him. I held my second baby in my arms, swinging him around. Don't cry, Erbao, mommy is here. But Erbao didn't buy it. He looked up at Chu Chu and closed his eyes again. He started to cry. I also symbolically squeezed out 2 tears. Seeing this, Qin Lang quickly held the second baby in his arms, comforting carefully. Erbao, daddy is here and everything is fine. It really works. Erbao looked up and saw that it was Qin Lang. Instead of crying, laugh. The little mouth is laughing. Erbao has liked Qin Lang since he was a child, and he would laugh whenever he saw Qin Lang. Chu Chu couldn't help but feel jealous and distressed, and shook her head. It's all my fault. After giving birth to 4 children, I didn't have time to spend with them. So much so that they no longer like me. Qin Lang hurried to comfort her. Don't think like that. The children are still too young. I spend more time with them, so they are closer to me. Anyway, if you stay with them more often in the future, they will gradually get close to you. Chu Chu has the personality of a little girl. Sadness comes quickly and goes away quickly. After Qin Lang's comfort, he felt full of energy again and his cheeks puffed up. Yes. I believe it will be so. Don't say Chu Chu is a very complicated person. If I don't have any contact with her, I will feel that she is like a flower on the mountaintop that no one dares to approach. After getting to know her, I found that Chu Chu has a gentle and cute personality. The further I got to know her, the more I realized that Chu Chu was so easy to please. As innocent as a little kid. Qin Lang felt nervous when he saw this. The softness in my heart turned into a pool of water even though my strong heart was strong. Chapter 21 The reason why Chu Chu abandoned her child is because of a scheming bitch. Chapter 21 The reason why Chu Chu abandoned her child was because of a scheming bitch. The 3 babies were together for less than a month. Still too young. So there is not much to eat. Can only drink 20 milliliters of milk powder. After Chu Chu was separated from her child. That was really unsettling. I am so distressed. Now we have finally found 4 treasures. Of course, I do everything myself. Even small things like feeding milk powder are not spared. After drinking the milk powder, he fell asleep in the cradle. Yu Miao just happened to have washed the dishes and done the housework. Took the 4 babies to the nursery. The living room was left for Qin Lang and Chu Chu to spend time together. Chu Chu walked around the living room and poked her head to look into the garden. Eyes bright. The flowers in the garden are all in bloom. Let's pick some for decoration. These are indeed the things that only little girls would think about. Qin Lang is willing to accompany you. Okay. Then he took the scissors and the flower basket and followed Chu Chu into the garden. The garden is maintained by a professional gardener. It is summer now and the roses are in full bloom. Chu Chu carefully cut the roses one by one. In a short while, the flower basket was full. These are all things girls love to do. Qin Lang naturally had no interest in it. But she is still willing to accompany her celebrity wife. Take out the vase, clean it, and fill it with water. Cut the flowers at an angle and slowly place them in the vase. Qin Lang was sitting opposite admiring Chu Chu's flower arrangement when he suddenly thought of a question. Hey, Chu Chu, I have something I don't know if I should ask. Chu Chu smiled sweetly. Tell me, we already live together now, and... Having said this, Chu Chu's face turned red and she didn't continue speaking. After all, the 2 of them are now in the stage of developing feelings. If they were married right away and became a real couple. It's not realistic either. We still need to take it step by step. Qin Lang smiled. After you gave birth to your 3 babies, you went to the crew for something else. But for a star as big as you, your schedule is already full. Why did you suddenly return to the crew? Choo Choo is not some 3rd tier or 18th tier female star. But she is a top female star in China. The schedules will all need to be scheduled until the year after next. Write down clearly what you do every day. And given Sister Hua's relationship with Choo Choo, it would be impossible for her to return to the crew less than a month after giving birth. There must be something going on here. Choo Choo curled her lips with a painful expression. These are all old stories. I don't know how to tell you. Qin Lang held Choo Choo's hand tightly. Choo Choo, I don't know if you believe it or not, but I really feel guilty. I wasn't with you when you gave birth and were pregnant, and I didn't know you had been through so much. If you want, I'm willing to be your support. Qin Lang's eyes were full of tenderness and affection. There was no flowery words in what he said, but the simplest language touched Choo Choo's heart. Choo Choo's heart slowly opened up. Do you know Zhou Yan? Zhou Yan? Qin Lang was stunned. He really didn't know. Who is this? A man or a woman? Why does it sound so familiar? Choo Choo burst out laughing. She's a female celebrity, and she's quite famous. You can search for her online. Qin Lang obediently took out his cell phone and searched for Zhou Yan's name. When I saw the photos that popped up, I was really impressed. What a coincidence! Zhou Yan is also a female star. But her face and figure are far inferior to Choo Choo's. She is totally not on the same level as Choo Choo. Qin Lang doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, so naturally he doesn't know what drama Zhou Yan has acted in. I just occasionally heard that she had a bad reputation. Qin Lang threw his cell phone onto the table. You returned to the crew because of her? Choo Choo nodded silently. She and I were filming the same drama at the time, and something happened, so I had to reshoot it. Choo Choo was really unlucky. It has been exactly 3 years since Choo Choo debuted. She has always been a top female star. Other first-line female stars either rely on large-scale mosaics to gain popularity. Otherwise, they rely on CP hype to attract traffic. Choo Choo doesn't take any mosaic photos. Second, don't hype up CP. She has a large number of fans just by relying on her strength and good looks. And it remains standing. This made many female celebrities in the entertainment industry jealous. The most jealous among them was Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan and Choo Choo are newcomers who debuted in the same year. When Choo Choo had already firmly established herself as a top female star. Zhou Yan is still struggling in the 18th tier. Finally, she managed to hook up with a local tycoon. Starred in a large-scale movie. She has just become a 2nd-tier female star. I had the opportunity to work with Choo Choo in the battle at the top. In this movie, Choo Choo plays the female lead. Zhou Yan plays the 2nd female lead. However, the film was completed before Choo Choo gave birth. Everything was fine. But Zhou Yan wants to be famous. She persuaded local tycoons to invest and gave her a lot more roles. The scenes added for Choo Choo all involved difficult wire-hanging scenes. If Choo Choo doesn't go, people won't think she's being a big shot. There is no way. Choo Choo just put the 4 newborn babies at home. Choo Choo's thoughts were simple at that time. It's just a reshoot, so it won't take long. Half a month is enough. Then go back home to look after the baby. But when they got home, the 4 babies had been abandoned by Chu Tianguo and sent to Yangcheng First Hospital. There are bound to be some unexpected mistakes along the way. But Zhou Yan is not a good person either. Qin Lang nodded to show that he understood. That's fine, just ignore her. Choo Choo smiled bitterly. I thought so too, but she seemed to be targeting me for no reason. What Choo Choo said is so true. She and Zhou Yan are female stars with completely different acting styles. Choo Choo focuses on artistic and talented people. Zhou Yan became famous through large-scale mosaics. But I don't know why. Zhou Yan found fault again and again. He even bullied Choo Choo in public many times. Thanks to Choo Choo's generosity, she didn't bother with her. If you really care about it. Just because of Zhou Yan's lifestyle. Can reveal a lot of explosive information. Qin Lang was also curious. Did you do something before that you didn't care about, but she remembered it? This kind of woman is very vindictive. Choo Choo's beautiful eyes moved around and suddenly she slapped the table. I actually thought of it when you put it that way. There is indeed one thing. What's going on? Xin Lang's melon-eating spirit was also burning. The most important thing is, he wanted to know how Zhou Yan could be so bold as to embarrass his celebrity wife. He also wants to enter the entertainment industry anyway. Fortunately, he has a blacklist here. The secret behind Chapter 22, Chu Chu said that it was all her own fault. Chapter 22, the secret behind it, Chu Chu said it was all because of her excellence. This story begins 2 years ago. Chu Chu was at the peak of her popularity at that time. He is very successful both in and outside the circle. Naturally, there are many suitors around him. The most prominent one among them is a rich second generation. The rich second generation did everything he could to pursue Xin Lang. He sent flowers and gifts, and even confessed his love loudly downstairs of Chu Chu's building. But Chu Chu looked down on such a dandy boy and kept refusing. Chu Chu originally thought that the matter was over. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan was also pursuing a rich second generation at that time. Isn't this a coincidence? An inexplicable love triangle was born. Of course, Chu Chu didn't end up with the rich second generation. But Zhou Yan really regarded Chu Chu as her imaginary enemy. In addition, Chu Chu's development in the entertainment industry has always been smooth. Doesn't this naturally attract hatred? So there is such a thing. Xin Lang nodded, indicating that he had remembered everything. Don't worry, honey. It would be fine if Zhou Yan keeps quiet and doesn't make trouble in the future. But if she dares to bully you, tell me. I will definitely help you get revenge. Wife. Chu Chu's attention was focused elsewhere. You, what did you call me just now? Chu Chu quietly withdrew her tender hand, her face flushed red. Her pretty face looked even more beautiful with a touch of red. Xin Lang sat next to Chu Chu and hugged Chu Chu in his arms. Said in a low voice. I call you my wife. You are the mother of my 4 children. Now we all live together. Although we don't have a marriage certificate, you are my wife. Look. This is how shameless you need to be when treating a celebrity wife. Chu Chu slowly lowered her head and pouted. Hate it. Don't call me wife anymore. I haven't decided yet whether to be with you properly. Although that's what I said. But Chu Chu's heart was already filled with joy. It's enough to ask your wife to take advantage of you. Xin Lang didn't want to push his luck any further. He was afraid that if he went too fast, he would disturb the little sheep. After arranging the flowers, the two returned to the room. Just now, while lying on the bed, Xin Lang suddenly thought of something. Honey, why did you go to Sanya last year? What's your reason? Chu Chu asked back. Xin Lang laughed out loud. I was breaking up with my ex-girlfriend at the time. I was in a bad mood, so I went to Sanya for a trip after Li Bai came over. I didn't expect that by some strange mistake. Xin Lang laughed. This fate is truly amazing. There was no need for Xin Lang to hide anything about his ex-girlfriend. After all, he has countless ex-girlfriends. As a handsome guy, he has dated countless girls since he was a child. But even if I have seen countless beauties, they cannot compare to the beauty in front of me. Xin Lang didn't look at Chu Chu through a filter. Rather, I speak from the bottom of my heart in a very objective manner. Chu Chu is considered the top among beauties. She has a curvy figure, and she looks slim when she's dressed. When she takes off her clothes, her body is soft and plump. The temperament is gentle, cold, and pure. As for the appearance, that goes without saying. The entertainment industry has always been a place where handsome men and beautiful women gather. Chu Chu can always take the top spot among the most beautiful faces. Its strength is already visible. Chu Chu is simple and can understand what happened to his ex-girlfriend. Men? Everyone has a past that cannot be told. Chu Chu's attention was drawn to other things. Li Bai is such an interesting name. Xin Lang smiled. He is a more interesting person. When I have time, I will take you to meet my brothers and my parents. Meet the parents? Did the relationship between two people develop so quickly? Chu Chu was thinking too much and her head was a little fuzzy. She was overwhelmed by happiness. Life nowadays is so comfortable. Stay by the side of the 4 babies. Moreover, the child's father is handsome, humorous, and sincere. The most important thing is to be especially good to yourself. If 2 people can finally become a legitimate couple. Chu Chu was also willing. Xin Lang tapped Chu Chu's soft forehead. What are you thinking about? You haven't told me why you went to Sanya yet? Choo sighed and smiled bitterly. It's still Zhou Yan. Why is it related to her again? What a coincidence. Zhou Yan is Choo's biggest rival in her life. But Choo didn't take her seriously. Zhou Yan felt so unbalanced. Jumping up and down. Today we are not here to discredit Choo on the internet. It was obvious that he wanted to make harsh remarks in the industry and embarrass Choo. But the eyes of the masses are sharp. Choo has a good reputation. As her name suggests, Zhou Yan became famous through unconventional means. The vast majority of viewers and netizens prefer Choo. When Zhou Yan's first plan failed, she came up with a second one. It ruined an important film and television resource in Choo's hands. Choo was just a rookie at that time. The position is not yet stable. Good film and television resources are hard to come by. It happened that Choo was having a conflict with her family. Family and career are not going well. Choo went to Sanya for a trip. Success is due to Zhou Yan, and failure is also due to Zhou Yan. Xin Lang instantly became interested. When I have time, I must meet this Zhou Yan. He dared to put such a big obstacle on my wife. I will make him pay for it. Wife? Who is your wife? Choo smiled sweetly. The entire furry head was covered under the quilt. His big round eyes rolled around and his face was covered with red spots. It turns out that I was shy. Xin Lang suddenly took off the quilt and smiled evilly. Choo, now we are both sleeping in the same bed, and we have 4 children now. Just obey me, and you will be my wife. You're annoying, but I'm not yet. Choo was a top female star. How could he be caught so easily? Although she also has deep love for Xin Lang. But. Snort! It was Xin Lang who made her suffer so much when she was pregnant. Although she didn't blame Xin Lang for her grievances. Is it not okay to have a little temper? I must whet Xin Lang's appetite. Xin Lang is a veteran in the love field. See thousands of ships. Sister Xin Lang saw through Choo's little trick at a glance. But it was not punctured. Xin Lang saw Choo's face was as red as an apple, so he stopped talking immediately. Afraid of overdoing it. Okay. Let's go to bed then. The two people fell asleep in each other's arms. Xin Lang was really itching to do it. A big top quality BBW is placed in front of you making seductive moves. Her voice is sweet and tingling. But her face is as pure as boiled water. That feeling. You can look at such a beautiful woman but you can't touch her. It's really frustrating. Chapter 23 Progress is fast and Choo is shy. Chapter 23 Progress is fast and Choo is shy. It's so nice not to have to go to work. With my beautiful bride in my arms, I sleep until I wake up naturally in the morning. 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun was about to shine on Xin Lang's but when he slowly opened his eyes, I immediately saw an extremely beautiful face. Choo was wearing a halter dress with a blue coat on the outside. Her long curly hair falls over her shoulders. Like ebony in the sea. Nice and shiny. The little face is so delicate and her smile is so charming. You're awake. I've prepared breakfast. Come and eat it. Xin Lang stretched lazily, it was too warm inside the bed. The wife in front of me is so beautiful. He didn't even want to remember. Suddenly, Xin Lang turned over and pressed Choo under him. The two people were so close to each other that they could smell each other's breathing. Choo clasped her fingers together, and the little deer jumped around and blinked its big eyes. You, what are you doing? What do you think I do? Xin Lang smiled wickedly. Choo quickly covered her mouth. Just when everyone thought Xin Lang was going to attack, his lips changed direction. He placed a kiss on Choo's soft forehead. Xin Lang jumped up immediately. Kiss my wife secretly and feel refreshed. Okay, wife, get up quickly. Xin Lang felt happy and left a handsome back. Choo was lying on the bed, feeling very confused. What? We just kissed? It's so embarrassing, but the kiss is so sweet. Choo's heart was in turmoil all morning. When I went downstairs, I saw 4 babies lying in bassinets in the yard. The 4 babies are noisy, but most of the time they sleep more and wake up less. Today, all 4 babies finally woke up. He was humming something in his mouth, I don't know what he was saying. Yu Miao is fanning the 4 babies. although the jaundice in the baby has subsided a lot. But there is still some yellowness on the white little face. In order to completely eliminate it, you still need to get more sun exposure. The sun in June is always scorching. Yu Miao was afraid that the sun was too strong and would burn the baby's skin. And fanning himself beside, Chuchu walked over and held Debeo in her arms. Debeo blinked his big eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Then the smile shrank again and he lay on Chuchu's soft shoulders. Yu Miao said, "Ma'am, Debeo's jaundice has subsided a lot. I took them out to bask in the sun for a whole morning and they are basically cured." Yu Miao now regards Chuchu as the real mistress of this family. So the name naturally needs to be changed. Chuchu hadn't noticed the change in address yet and just nodded faintly. Okay. Xin Lang fried 2 more soft fried eggs in the kitchen and shouted, "My wife, come over for dinner." Xin Lang had already teased Chuchu this morning. Chuchu could accept the title of wife. Put down Debeo. Chuchu trotted to the kitchen, panting. However, Yu Miao, who was in the garden, was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. "Wife? It seems that Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin are making rapid progress. Because of the state banquet master skill. Even a simple poached egg. The fried taste is also unique. The egg yolk is runny and sweet in every bite. The egg whites are crispy and one bite is simply satisfying." Xin Lang just took a sip of coffee. Li Bai called, "Hey! What is Lao Qin doing at home? Come out and play." Li Bai is a glorious social animal. The only time to relax is on weekends. Today happens to be Saturday, and I was thinking of asking Xin Lang out for a get-together. Xin Lang looked up at Chuchu, who was eating fried eggs in small bites in front of him, and smiled. "Sure, but I need to bring someone with me." "Who are you going to take with you?" "My girlfriend is also your future sister-in-law, and the mother of 4 children." Li Bai didn't say anything for 3 seconds, and then burst into a tsunami-like roar. "What? Lao Qin, you're dating a girlfriend behind my back. Who is your girlfriend? Is she pretty? Is she in good shape?" "Sure, Lao Qin. You have already taken a big step towards your life. However, Lao Qin, with your qualifications alone, there are many girls chasing after you. You should not only consider the appearance but also the character." Li Bai was talking incessantly over there. I wish I could flood the phone. Xin Lang stopped talking immediately. Come on, I won't waste my time talking to you anymore. Where are we going to have fun today? Give me an address. A new escape room opened recently, and I asked a little girl to come out and have fun with me. Although Li Bai is not as handsome as Xin Lang, he is good at talking. They can all make the dead appear alive. The girls laughed out loud. Therefore, Li Bai is particularly popular with women. But this guy has an unstable temperament. I'm with Sister Wang today. I'll be with Sister Lu tomorrow. There are so many good sisters. But I haven't seen anyone really settle down with them. It's fate. It's coming as it should be. If it doesn't come, there's no point in worrying. Xin Lang finally understood this sentence after he met Chuchu. So I am not worried about Li Bai's lifelong affairs. Hang up the phone. Xin Lang poured Chuchu a cup of coffee. My good brother Li Bai asked us to go out. Do you want to join me? Li Bai? Chuchu's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. Is that Li Bai, the man you always mentioned to me? From what you said, he is a very interesting person. It just so happens that I want to meet him, too. Okay then. Let's go together as a class. Chuchu doesn't need to dress up, she is already naturally beautiful. Without makeup, she is like a lotus blooming in a pond. That pure and gentle. Go back to high school and you will be the school belle in minutes. But when she dresses up, she has both temperament and beauty. Although he is meeting Xin Lang's good brother. But this was also the first time Chuchu met someone related to Xin Lang. Of course I will. Chuchu wore a black suspender top, a black pleated skirt, and a pair of long boots, revealing crystal clear skin and long legs. The curves of the body can be seen from a distance. It can only be understood, not expressed in words. She put on the most popular peach blossom makeup. The little face is as beautiful as a peach blossom. Chuchu put on lipstick and came out of the fitting room. Do I look good to you? Xin Lang is feeding his 4 babies. When he turned around and saw Choo Choo's outfit, he immediately gave her a thumbs up and all his eyes were on Choo Choo. Wife, I'm lucky I've seen you in person. If I hadn't seen you in person, I would have been fascinated by you too. You have so many fans, it's not for nothing. The praise hit the nail on the head. Choo Choo said that this young man really knows what he is doing. Since we are going to play an escape room game, this kind of activity is not suitable for 4 babies. In addition, the 4 babies need more sun exposure so that the jaundice in their bodies can heal faster. Yu Miao takes care of 4 babies at home. Xin Lang and Choo Choo got in a Ferrari to escape the secret room. Chapter 24 Shock. Li Bai and Lao Wang's disbelief. Chapter 24 Shock. Li Bai and Lao Wang are in disbelief. The Horror Cruise Room Escape Shop is a newly opened escape room shop in Yangchang. Known for its high-end, horror, all-around experience. The price is also quite high. The normal escape room game costs between 100 and 200 yuan per person. But the Horror Cruise Ship Escape Room is as high as 19.99 per person. Good price, good service, and good experience. It's also a good place to pick up girls. There were 2 men and 1 woman sitting in the store. The men are naturally Li Bai and Lao Wang. Lao Wang is a good brother of Li Bai and Xin Lang. Compared to the childhood relationship between Li Bai and Xin Lang, Lao Wang met them in college. Although we were not in the same dormitory, we became familiar with each other because we had similar interests. After graduation, we both work in Yangchang. We'll keep in touch if you have anything to do. Li Yi, who was sitting in front of Li Bai, was much more charming. Li Yi wore a tube top, short shorts, and a pair of high-heeled sandals. Everything that can be revealed on the body is exposed. To be honest, Li Yi also has a good figure. She has a seductive and charming appearance. A pair of big red lips is extremely attractive. Li Yi crossed her arms and looked at the passers-by in front of her from time to time. There is always an arrogant look on his face. Li Yi has been a school beauty since she was a child, and has many admirers. Li Bai met Li Yi while working. Anyway, the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, so both of them are single. Just play. Li Bai asked Li Yi out, wondering if they could take advantage of the secret room to create some new sparks. Li Yi frowned and looked at her watch. What's going on, Li Bai? Why haven't the 2 friends you invited arrived yet? They won't stand us up, will they? Li Yi's words were full of disgust. Nonsense. From childhood to adulthood, others have always been waiting for her. How could she wait for others? Li Bai handed the Bainghong juice to Li Yi. Calm down, it should be here soon. Arrive. The Ferrari slowly stopped at the door. Li Yi's eyes lit up. I wish I could throw myself on the Ferrari. Is this your friend's car? You didn't tell me your friend drives a Ferrari either. You didn't ask me why I should tell you. If Ferrari was to shock Li Yi, then the person who got out of the Ferrari directly stunned Li Yi. Xin Lang was wearing a black t-shirt and gray overalls. Wearing a pair of sneakers. A sunny and boyish outfit. But that face is extraordinarily handsome. I don't know how many peach blossoms a smile can attract. Li Yi had to admit it. She cares about money and looks. Ferrari plus handsome guy. She did fall. But at first glance, the woman standing next to Xin Lang. Li Yi was furious for a moment and even wanted to take out her foundation to touch up her makeup. Although Choo Choo's outfit is cool, it is not sexy. With the most appropriate smile on his face. The most important thing is her face. Pretty and beautiful. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? Li Yi stepped forward and suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does this woman seem so familiar to her? I seem to have seen. She looks especially like the top star Choo Choo. Li Bai was also stunned, and hurriedly walked forward and walked around Xin Lang and Choo Choo. Sure, Lao Qin, you only told me that you found a girlfriend, but you didn't say that your girlfriend is so pretty. You didn't even tell me when you talked about it. Li Bai doesn't pay attention to entertainment gossip. The first time I saw Choo Choo, I felt that she looked very familiar. It seems like I've seen it before. But I can't confirm it. In comparison, Lao Wang is much more observant. Lao Wang is a true otaku. What about island country anime and domestic female celebrities? He knows them all. As a longtime otaku, Lao Wang recognized Choo Choo at first sight. Lao Wang stood where he was. Smash your eyes to make sure you are seeing things. Another slap hit his face. Oh my god, it hurts so much. He was indeed not mistaken. Isn't this Chu Chu, the top female star in China? Lao Wang stepped forward, swallowed his saliva, and spoke in a low voice. Lao Qin, isn't this Chu Chu? You? Could it be that your girlfriend is Chu Chu? Lao Wang intentionally lowered his voice, but he didn't expect that his words were heard by Li Bai. Li Bai jumped up with such surprise. Lao Qin, please don't scare me. Is this Chu Chu? This is the top female star Chu Chu. He doesn't want to believe it. Li Bai took out his cell phone and found Chu Chu's photo. And compare it with Chu Chu in front of him. Exactly the same. This is Chu Chu, the country's top female star. Lao Wang and Li Bai looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Li Bai swallowed his saliva. Lao Qin, don't tell me that you two hooked up the last time we met Chu Chu. The last time I saw Wang Cheng. Li Bai was there too. Naturally, the two of them met Chu Chu together. But Li Bai was a noble man with a forgetful nature, and he had long forgotten about this matter. I didn't expect there would be a sequel. Lao Wang and Li Bai stood on the left and right, welcoming Chu Chu into the store as if they were taking care of the emperor. He slammed his eyes in disbelief. Chu Chu was surprised by Li Bai and Lao Wang's performance and smiled slightly. You don't have to treat me specially. We will be friends from now on. Xiaobai Yinghan, Zaya Tanjuan, Xiaobuting and Xianumi, all thanks to the care of you two. Li Bai's brain was quick and he reacted immediately. He stutters when he speaks. You mean that Lao Qin's 4 children are also yours? Chu Chu lowered her head and nodded slightly with a shy smile on her face. Xin Lang hurried over to smooth things over. All right, you two don't seem to have much experience. I officially declare that Chu Chu is my girlfriend and will be my wife in the future. Don't bully her, you two. Li Bai and Lao Wang waved their hands quickly. No. We are lucky enough to meet a top female star. How could you possibly bully her? Xin Lang and Li Bai Lao Wang are truly bad friends. Talk and laugh. In addition, Chu Chu has a very easygoing personality, even a little naive, so she quickly blended in with them. There is no star airs at all. This left Li Yi aside. Li Yi's pale face turned ashen in an instant. He clenched his hands in reluctance. Li Yi has always been more beautiful than others since she was a child. How could she be outshined by others? But since Chu Chu appeared, all the limelight was stolen from her. Even passers-by A, B, and C didn't even look at him. Li Yi had never suffered such humiliation before. Although Chu Chu is a big star. But Li Yi is a small internet celebrity with more than 2 million fans on TikTok. Li Yi has probably been praised too much by people on the internet. She is really confident that she is more beautiful than Chu Chu. The most important thing is him. Her target is Xin Lang, who is beside Chu Chu. Xin Lang has good looks and temperament. He is definitely tall, rich, and handsome. Li Yi must get it. Chapter 25, Green Tea Assists. The two have their first kiss. Chapter 25, Green Tea Assists. The two have their first kiss. Li Bai and Lao Wang were a little surprised that Xin Lang got the big star Chu Chu as his wife. But it wasn't a huge shock. After all, my buddy's conditions are there. The two of them look perfectly matched when standing together. There is no one who is superior to anyone else. Li Yi sat down. She crossed her legs and sucked the white and red juice slowly. She thought she was very beautiful and flirted with Xin Lang. Handsome guy, what's your name? Can you introduce yourself? Xin Lang smiled slightly, politely but distantly. My name is Xin Lang, you can just call me Lao Qin. Xin Lang has had more women than Li Bai has eaten salt. He knew very well what Li Yi was thinking. I just don't bother to explain it clearly. Chu Chu's eyes moved back and forth between Xin Lang and Li Yi, and finally she burst out laughing. He leaned over to Xin Lang's ear and lowered his voice. This girl seems to be interested in you. Xin Lang smiled. There are so many women who are interested in me. Honey, are you jealous? Chu Chu choked. You are so narcissistic. How could I be jealous? If a girl likes you, it proves that you might be pretty good. My vision is still worthy of praise. Oh, wife. Does that mean you agree to be with me? Xin Lang is so smart. Choo Choo was simply no match for him and was led astray by him in just a few words. Choo Choo simply remained silent. Li Yi tried every possible way to get some connections from Qin Lang. But apart from the necessary greetings, Qin Lang didn't take Li Yi seriously at all. This really put Li Yi in a difficult position. Li Yi was feeling extremely anxious and was about to test the waters further when the boss came over. The boss greeted Li Bai when he saw him. The boss's surname is Su. Boss Su and Li Bai are good brothers. Because the horror cruise ship escape room shop provides private high-end customization. When Boss Su saw Choo Choo, he was just slightly stunned, but did not say anything. This is called professionalism. The theme of the horror escape room played by 3 men and 2 women is called Horror School. The boss first introduced the background legend of the horror school. In classroom 414, the girl in red committed suicide. Since then, girls' cries have been heard frequently throughout the school, and girls in red clothes have been seen wandering around the school. As NPCs, several players need to find all the clues and escape. Qin Lang flexed his wrists. Such a game is nothing but drizzle for him. Qin Lang turned around and saw Choo Choo's expression, feeling a little surprised. Choo Choo held her chin with both hands. Watching the plot introduction, his eyes opened wide and he looked furry like a well-behaved Qin Lang rabbit. "Honey, are you scared?" Choo Choo said softly. "I'm not afraid." "Not afraid? How is that possible?" Choo Choo watched horror movies and didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone at night. She would go wherever Qin Lang went. Choo Choo must have been scared to death after playing the horror room game. But Choo Choo still has the awareness of being a female star. How can you show your timidity in public? Choo Choo coughed and spoke slowly. "I'm not afraid. Come on." Everyone put on blindfolds and slowly walked into the secret room under the guidance of the host. Li Bai and Lao Wang led the way. Qin Lang stood behind. Just when Choo Choo was about to stand behind Qin Lang, Li Yi lifted her high heels and stood in front of Choo Choo. "Excuse me, I want to stand here." It was originally an escape room. Choo Choo didn't mind either. Just about to retreat to the end. Who knows? Qin Lang took off the blindfold and turned to look at Li Yi. "Do you like this position?" Li Yi nodded and flirted with Qin Lang crazily. She worked so hard for so long and finally got the result. Could it be that the tall, rich and handsome guy is going to fall in love with her? Who knew that Qin Lang took a step back, leaving the seat in front vacant. "Since you like this position, then you can stand here." Qin Lang then stood in front of Choo Choo. "Look. This is what a good man is." Li Yi was so angry that her teeth were itching. But she couldn't say it, so she had to wait and see. Choo Choo smiled and stood behind, holding Qin Lang's collar. Everyone walked in slowly following the sound of terrifying music. Qin Lang is brave. Both Li Bai and Lao Wang are horror fans. Knowing that these were all staff members in disguise, I naturally didn't take it to heart. Then there were only 2 girls who were scared. The 2 girls' fears are also different. Choo Choo was really scared. I didn't dare to move forward. Li Yi's fear was just pretend. Escape room is the best place to seduce men. Of course Li Yi would not miss the opportunity to pretend to be weak. As soon as I entered the venue, as the terrifying music sounded, Li Yi covered her mouth and screamed softly. "Ah! I'm so scared." "Say it." No one answered him. It's embarrassing or really embarrassing. Li Yi screamed twice again without giving up. Old Li Bai, who had finally asked her out, couldn't stand it anymore. "No, we are playing an escape room game. Why are you screaming like we are killing a chicken?" Li Yi rolled her eyes to the sky, but stopped shouting. Just entered the secret room. They have to know the basic clues. The girl who committed suicide in classroom 414 of Jinshin High School was named Xiaomei. The day Xiaomei died was April 14th. The first round requires 2 people to go to a secret room together to look for clues. Li Bai crossed his arms and waved. "Ouch, the clues for this round must be easy. As the great devil of the secret room, I must stay until the end to get the most terrifying clue." Lao Wang also quickly waved his hand and turned to look at Qin Lang. "Old Qin, why don't you go with the big star? Just go, what are you afraid of?" Qin Lang held Choo Choo's hand and walked slowly forward. Qin Lang walked with big strides, while Choo Choo took small steps. Everyone asked if there would be any danger ahead. I closed my eyes and dared not open them. If there is any danger, you can call me at any time. Xin Lang turned his head and looked. Under the dim light, Chu Chu indeed closed her eyes. Long eyelashes are like a small brush. Oops. I was actually a little moved. Xin Lang's mind moved, and he walked into the secret room. The clue cards are placed on the table. Xin Lang took the clue card in his hand and was about to take Chu Chu out. Chu Chu spoke again. Why do I feel like there's someone around? Ouch, is it an NPC? What should I do? I'm so scared. Xin Lang turned his head and looked. Where are the NPCs coming? It was obvious that Chu Chu was too scared. However, the opportunity to play a trick on a famous star's wife is right in front of him. How could Xin Lang let it go? Xin Lang pulled Chu Chu to the edge of the wall and said immediately, Wife, an NPC is coming, hurry up and get against the wall. Chu Chu immediately raised her hands in front of her chest and leaned against the wall, not daring to move. Xin Lang took the opportunity to lie on top of her and spoke slowly. Honey, you can open your eyes now. Because of inertia, when Chu Chu opened her eyes, she suddenly leaned forward. The two people's mouths met. Chapter 27. Chu Chu called her husband for the first time, it was so sweet. Chapter 26. Chu Chu calls her husband her first time, it's so sweet. The first sweet kiss between two people. And so it was born. Chu Chu reacted, touched her lips, and even her pink earlobes turned red. Said in a soft voice. You are a hooligan. Xin Lang chuckled and touched his mouth. I'm not being a hooligan, I'm kissing my own wife, I'm being aboveboard. The two people stayed in the room for too long. Li Bai was howling at the top of his lungs outside. Lao Qin, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you come back yet after taking the big star to get the clues? The cock is crowing, you're not going to get scared and bring it back, are you? Lao Wang echoed. Yes, Lao Qin, aren't you the bravest? What's going on? Xin Lang wanted to be affectionate for a while longer, but he couldn't handle the worrying brothers. Xin Lang held Chu Chu's hand and walked out slowly. Put the clues in the hands of Li Bai and Lao Wang. The two people quickly took over the clues and pretended to piece together the story. Xin Lang doesn't care that much. Play escape room. What matters most is being happy no matter what. At least she was happy so far. Successfully obtained the clue and went to the second level. This level is a collective action. In the previous level, they had already found out the reason why Xiaomei committed suicide. Xiaomei's suicide was related to a male classmate in the same class. They have to find clues about the male classmates. Li Bai and Lao Wang walked in the front, taking the lead in a serious manner. Xin Lang said this while holding Chu Chu's hand with his left hand and putting his right hand in his trouser pocket. Li Yi was unwilling and could only follow Li Bai. But she doesn't want to. How she wanted to be by Xin Lang's side. Everyone worked together and resolutely got the clues despite the intimidation from the staff. All that's left is the last level. The last level requires one person to move forward to get the clues. And the person who goes to the last level must be exactly the same as the person who goes to the first level. That is to say, either Xin Lang or Chu Chu will go to the last level. The degree of terror increases with each stage. The last level is undoubtedly the scariest part. Xin Lang was reluctant to let his wife, a famous star, suffer any injustice. Just when I was about to go out. The host will choose it at random. The person who goes to get the clues in this level is Chu Chu. Chu Chu stood there in a daze. An expression of panic immediately appeared on her fair face. Ha? Why me? She was scared, but there was someone by her side at the first two levels, which helped her to calm down. But the most difficult part was that he had to go forward alone. She felt that even the wind was terrifying. Finally, she looked at Xin Lang with her big, eager eyes. Can you help me? In fact, it's not impossible for Xin Lang to help Chu Chu. It's just conditional. Xin Lang chuckled, with a hint of wickedness on his handsome face, and whispered in Chu Chu's ear. Wife, if you want me to go, just call me husband and I will be willing to help you. You. Chu Chu's face was puffy with anger. But there was a hint of sweetness in the anger. The host kept urging. If you pass the level, you can get the clue. If the time is up and you don't get the clue, then you can get the clue. Dear players, there will be even more horrible punishments. Xin Lang crossed his arms across his chest, looking like he was enjoying a good show. how about it? Do you want to call me husband? I'll help you. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. But horror games are really hard to play. Choo-Choo shouted out two soft words. Husband. Xin Lang was being naughty and pretended not to hear. The sound was so quiet that I didn't hear it at all. There was charm and pleading in Choo-Choo's crystal clear eyes. Husband. The word husband sounded crisp and soft. It sounds so beautiful. Xin Lang felt so sweet in his heart. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. The beautiful wife came back in this way. Choo-Choo lowered her head. I've already called you husband, so go quickly. Xin Lang was happy and nodded quickly. Okay, wife. As you command. It was a terrifying scene for Choo-Choo. For Xin Lang, it was just like a daily routine. Enter the third level. Xin Lang quickly took the clue. Finally, a few people pieced together the clues of the whole horror. Xiaomei is excluded in her class. In a fit of rage, he jumped off a building and committed suicide. Xiaomei's sister pretended to be a ghost in order to help Xiaomei find out the truth. Even though it's a horror chamber. But everyone knows that we can't do that after the founding of the country. As soon as everyone escaped from the secret room, Li Bai and Lao Wan leaned against the wall and gasped loudly. You know what? I didn't find it scary when I was playing it, but when I came out, I found it a little scary. Xin Lang didn't have time to deal with them. Xin Lang gently held Choo-Choo in his arms. Is my wife afraid? Choo-Choo was of course scared, but she was more happy in her heart. He had a good impression of Xin Lang before. Xin Lang's every move seemed to be able to easily touch her heartstrings. The seeds of love have quietly sprouted. It's just that she is thin-skinned and a big star. I just didn't say it first. Play the horror room today. Xin Lang did something naughty and made Choo-Choo call out husband. Then the relationship between the two of them is officially established. Xin Lang and Choo-Choo confirmed their relationship with pink bubbles. Li Yi was carrying a fake donkey brand bag, feeling resentful. She really couldn't accept it. Li Bai suggested. Lao Qin, the three of us haven't gotten together for a long time, and it just so happens that Lao Wang is here today. Let's go have a barbecue. Okay, honey, can you eat barbecue? Now that I have a wife. Of course, my wife's feelings are the most important in everything. Choo-Choo nodded. I can eat it. I don't have any dietary restrictions. Barbecue. The most exciting thing is to sit at a food stall and drink cold beer. But Choo-Choo's appearance was so eye-catching. If you sit by the main road. It actually turned into a fan meeting. Lao Wang and Li Bai were also considerate enough. We booked a private room in the barbecue restaurant. I can also eat happily. A small skewer on top and a small beer at the end. Ouch. That feeling came up. Xin Lang first picked up a piece of pork ribs for Choo-Choo. Wife, this is the Sichuan cuisine you like, hurry up and try it. Choo-Choo took a bite of the ribs and found them tender and juicy. Although not as delicious as Xin Lang's, it tastes very authentic. Choo-Choo nodded silently. Hubby, you eat too. Choo-Choo picked up a piece of lamb skewer and put it into Xin Lang's mouth. Xin Lang took a light bite and the mutton came off. The two people's eyes can be drawn. Lao Wang and Li Bai couldn't sit still. I say, Lao Qin, you are spreading dog food too often. As a brother, I just can't stand it. Yes, Li Bai and I have both become lapdogs. Xin Lang hugged Choo-Choo and smiled sweetly. Then you guys just continue to eat our dog food. In an instant, there was a burst of laughter, which filled the whole house. The one who was out of tune with the laughter was Li Yi. Chapter 27, Husband and Wife Mixed Doubles, Green Tea Face is Twisted with Anger. Chapter 27, Couples Mixed Doubles, Green Tea's Face is Twisted with Anger. Li Yi was so jealous that her lips turned purple. But there is no way to say it. Choo-Choo is indeed better than her in every way. Looks prettier than her. Better figure than her. Even the way he speaks is more likable than hers. Li Bai and Lao Wang are not people without manners. At first I thought about the benefits of a girl. Take care of her everywhere. Unexpectedly, Li Yi looked down on others and ignored them. Picking up girls is picking up girls. But Li Bai and Lao Wang are definitely not bootlickers. Li Yi brought this situation upon herself. But others ignored Li Yi, but Li Yi was tenacious enough to find an opportunity to take the initiative. She just smiled on her charming face and said to Chu Chu, "Sister Chu Chu, you are so beautiful. I really liked watching your movies before. All women. Who doesn't know what's on someone else's mind?" Chu Chu also knew what Li Yi was thinking. But she was used to the big hits in the entertainment industry, and she knew Qin Lang's character, so she had never paid any attention to Li Yi. Now Li Yi has taken the initiative to talk to me. Chu Chu smiled sweetly. "Thank you for your likes," Li Yi said again. "Sister Chu Chu, my favorite movie is My Little Pony, Old Beijing. That movie is really good." "Oh, yeah, did you ever have a romantic relationship with the male lead in the movie, Good Look?" "Good job. This Li Yi is a white lotus in her prime." My memories of Old Beijing is Chu Chu's early film. Chu Chu was a newcomer at that time. A person of low status has little influence. Photographing nudity. But it is only limited to the shoulder chair. In today's terms, it's like driving a baby carriage. Gu Dil did pursue Chu Chu. But Chu Chu rejected it. The unscrupulous media reported this gossip. The couple's relationship was once very popular. Li Yi said this in front of Qin Lang. "Isn't it just to sow discord between him and Qin Lang?" The smile on Chu Chu's face never disappeared. There was even a hotter light in his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, Qin Lang held Chu Chu's hand. "Yeah, my wife was great in that movie. My wife also won a Best Actress award for this movie. But I'm afraid that my wife's acting skills are so good in the play, but her acting skills outside the play are not good. Unlike some people." "Good job." This was Qin Lang's clear sarcasm. It's clearly a mockery of Li Yi's golden age of White Lotus. Li Yi's lips turned blue with anger, but she still persisted in winking at Qin Lang. By playing escape room, she became more convinced of one truth. Good men are hard to come by. Qin Lang is handsome and drives a Ferrari, so his family must be very rich. And looking at how passionate he is with Chu Chu, he is definitely a great man. Li Yi must not be let go. Li Yi was not angry even though she was ridiculed by Qin Lang. Just when I was about to continue asking Chu Chu, Chu Chu pulled her hand away from Qin Lang's hand. Chu Chu smiled slightly, with determination in her eyes. Chu Chu's voice was slow and especially gentle. "Yeah, it was a very cold winter when I was shooting that movie. There is a second female lead in our crew who really likes our male lead, but the male lead doesn't pay any attention to the second female lead. Think about it, love is something that cannot be decided by others, it can only be determined by one's feelings. Since the male lead doesn't like the female lead, why do you think the female lead is so shameless to stick to him?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Li Bai and Lao Wang were stunned. If what Qin Lang just said had a lethality of 3 stars, the lethality of what Chu Chu said now is definitely 5 stars. The words were gentle and tender. But every word is a murderous knife. They are saying openly and secretly that Li Yi is shameless. Li Yi was completely defeated in the first game. No matter how white the foundation is, it can't cover up her livid face. Don't be fooled by Chu Chu's soft personality, she is cute and innocent like a little kid. But Chu Chu's personality is that if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. If you provoke me, I will definitely fight back. There is a hint of heroism in the cuteness. Qin Lang silently gave Chu Chu a thumbs up in his heart. Li Yi was taken turns by Qin Lang and Chu Chu. Show affection and spread dog food. Li Yi's words were like a punch hitting cotton. She was so angry that her face turned blue. But Chu Chu still goes her own way. Qin Lang and Li Bai had just met a few days ago, but he and Lao Wang hadn't met for a long time. The 3 brothers drank bottle after bottle of Big Green Stick. The show didn't end until 10 o'clock in the evening. Chu Chu had just been drinking a beverage, so she didn't drink water. "Let Chu Chu drive," Li Bai asked in a gentlemanly manner. How are you leaving?" Li Yi looked at the Ferrari. She really wants to sit. But when I thought about the fact that Chu Chu was driving, no matter how good a Ferrari is, it doesn't belong to you, Li Yi said with great courage. "I won't take it. My friend will come to pick me up in a Maserati later." "Oh. Then what?" Li Yi wanted to wait for everyone's surprised reaction. But no one took him seriously at all. Everyone returned to the car and drove away in the Ferrari. Li Yi was left alone with a sad figure. Li Yi's teeth were itching with hatred. Choo choo, you made me lose face today, I will never let you go. Qin Lang, just wait, you will be mine sooner or later. Qin Lang never even looked at her. But Li Yi threw herself into the flame. I thought I was so beautiful. In the Ferrari. Choo choo held the steering wheel with one hand and Qin Lang's hand with the other. The two people were very affectionate and their eyes were full of love. Li Bai and Lao Wang had already eaten a lot of dog food while eating. Still eating in the car. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Bai stopped talking immediately. Alright, Lao Qin, I know you and Choo Choo are in love, but you don't have to show off your love all the time. Qin Lang chuckled. I have a wife. If you have the ability, go find one too. And she's a beautiful celebrity wife. This. Li Bai really couldn't be found. Li Bai sighed and opened the car window feeling a little guilty. I'm sorry, Lao Qin. I was thinking that we could just hang out together, but I didn't expect Li Yi to react like this. No one is stupid. Everyone knows what Li Yi is thinking today. It's just that it wasn't pointed out. Li Yi was brought here by Li Bai. Li Bai felt a little embarrassed and at the same time felt sorry for his brother. Qin Lang waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. It's okay. She's quite interesting. Besides, my wife isn't angry, so why should I be angry? Choo Choo smiled gently. Yes, Li Bai, you don't have to take it to heart. I'm not angry at all. Wow. This big star has such a good temper. Chapter 28, The fat meat in your mouth cannot be eaten, Qin Lang is so anxious. Chapter 28, The fat meat is right in front of your mouth but you can't eat it, Qin Lang is so anxious. Today is a special day for Qin Lang. Although the fun of playing the escape room was ruined by the green tea girl Li Yi. But Qin Lang and Choo Choo have completely confirmed their relationship. Send Lao Wang and Li Bai back home. Qin Lang and Choo Choo also returned to the villa. Choo Choo looked at the luxurious scenery of Shoshan Villa and her heart moved. Hubby, I actually have a question I've always wanted to ask you. This husband's call is quite natural. Qin Lang quickly agreed. Ask me whatever you ask, and I'll tell you. Choo Choo smiled quickly. It's not that serious. What do you do, husband? How come you are so rich? The price of Shoshan Villa is extremely high. Choo Choo just debuted and became famous and made some money. I once thought about buying a house in Shoshan Villa. But the house prices are horribly high. Choo Choo had no choice but to give up. Qin Lang's villa is at least 500 or 600 square meters. It won't come down without at least 1 billion. But during this period of time, she had been in contact with Qin Lang. I found that Qin Lang's daily life is quite leisurely. Get up in the morning, check on the baby, water the flowers, and play with your phone. Can you make a lot of money this way? She was a little confused. Qin Lang frowned and was about to explain to the system the source of the money. Choo Choo immediately misunderstood that Qin Lang was angry and quickly waved her hands. It's okay, honey. I'm not trying to check your financial situation. I'm just asking out of curiosity. It's okay if you don't feel comfortable talking about it. The car stopped right in front of the villa. Qin Lang stepped on the brakes and closed the car windows tightly. He held Choo Choo in his arms. Little silly cat, how could I hide something from you? Well, this matter. Qin Lang thought about it and immediately came up with a reason. I made a small fortune from starting a business while I was in college, and then used that money to start another business. The interest compounded, and the money grew. Then I invested in some stocks and financial products. Even if I don't have much property, I can still make money every day. That's a good idea. Choo Choo seemed to be thinking about something, and finally nodded heavily. My husband is so amazing. He will definitely make a lot of money. This big star's wife is quite easy to please. I always think about my 4 treasures. Honey, open the car door. I want to go see my 4 babies. Qin Lang looked towards the villa. The lights on the second floor were turned off. There was only one light on in the living room on the first floor, probably left by Yu Miao for them. Follow the schedule. The 4 babies should have fallen asleep. Qin Lang opened the convertible roof and adjusted the seat to a comfortable position. 2 people were half lying down. Qin Lang spoke. Wife, don't worry, these 4 babies are very well behaved. According to this time, he should have gone to bed, but the two of us. How about the two of us? Today is the day we confirm our relationship, but we can't give you a surprise because the time is too short. Don't worry, honey. I will definitely make up for this surprise for you. Chu felt sweet in her heart. Although he didn't say anything, he already recognized Qin Lang in his heart. The two of them just sat quietly in the car. Look up at the bright night sky. Until the second half of the night. The two of them reluctantly returned to the villa. The first day of confirming love. Of course, there needs to be some in-depth interaction. Qin Lang couldn't wait to hold Chu in his arms. Just as they were about to take the next step, Chu suddenly stretched out her hand to block the two people. Hubby, no, even though we are in a relationship. But the last step. Okay. Give a candy a slap. Romantic relationship can be confirmed. You can kiss and hug. But the last step cannot be completed. Qin Lang was powerless to ask the heavens. I have so much energy in my body but nowhere to put it. Forget it. It's all yours anyway. Let us take care of it first. Qin Lang and Chu have a sweet relationship. They are in love with each other every day, making others envious. But the two of them had troubles. That means the 4 babies will be registered. To register your household registration, you must have the household registration booklet of both the man and the woman. Qin Lang's household registration book is easy to deal with, the most important thing is Chu's household registration book. Chu's household registration book has always been in Chu Tiangui's hands. Now Chu and Chu Tiangui have completely broken up. Not even a message was sent. Chu never wanted to see her ruthless relatives again. However, it is urgent to register the 4 babies. Qin Lang saw Chu was worried and hurried to comfort her. Wife, don't worry. At worst, I can go back with you to get the household registration book. Chu smiled bitterly. You don't know if you haven't seen them. Once you meet them, you will know what kind of people they are. But we can't delay the registration of our 4 babies. As long as the 4 babies are not registered, they will be illegal residents. Chu was also anxious. Finally, Chu made up her mind and nodded vigorously. You're right. I can't be so selfish. I can't let my 4 babies fail to get their hookah because of my escape. How about this, we go home this afternoon to get our household registration books. You're not scared anymore? Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Chu hugged Qin Lang's arm and said coquettishly. Of course I'm not afraid as long as my husband is around. Hey! This was a nice thing to say and Qin Lang liked it very much. The better thing to do is to do it sooner rather than later. Now that they have already discussed it, the two of them will not delay any longer. Go to Chu's house to get the household registration book. The two people did not bring 4 babies with them. According to Chu, neither her parents nor her brother and sister-in-law are people who are easy to mess with. Bring 4 treasures with you to prevent any accidents. It just so happens that Yu Miao can take her 4 babies home to bask in the sun more. Now the jaundice in the 4 babies has been eliminated. However, to avoid recurrence, it is always beneficial to get more sun exposure and take more vitamin C supplements. Qin Lang and Chu held hands and drove the Ferrari to Chu's home. Chu used to live in the Green Tree community. Green Tree community is also considered a high-end community in Yangcheng. But it is still a long way behind Akiyama Villa. Chu can afford such a house at her age. It's already very good. Ever since Chu had a falling out with her family, Chu Tianguo and his whole family occupied Chu's single apartment. Chu hasn't been back for a long time. The two walked to the door hand in hand, and just as they were about to knock, the door suddenly opened. Li Suifan was holding a bag of garbage and cursing something. When I looked up, I saw Qin Lang and Chu. The garbage in Li Suifan's box immediately fell to the ground. She blinked her eyes and thought she had seen it wrong. The next second, he picked up the feather duster next to him and was about to hit Chu. You unfilial daughter. You still have the nerve to come back. I'm going to beat you to death. Qin Lang was quick-witted and immediately snatched the feather duster away. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Don't hit people. Chapter 29 Qin Lang's outsmarting the extreme father-in-law. Chapter 29 Qin Lang's outsmarting the extreme father-in-law. Li Suifan thought she was dazzled. Did you rub your eyes to make sure you weren't seeing things? My daughter Chu Chu is very beautiful. Li Tsuefang knew it. Plus Qin Lang's affectionate love. Chu Chu is under Qin Lang's care. The complexion of the whole person has improved visibly. The water is fresh and radiates light. But Li Tsuefang didn't expect it. But not shocked either. What shocked her the most was Qin Lang standing in front of her. Qin Lang was wearing a green sweatshirt and black trousers. Looks sunny and youthful. The most important thing is the face, the eyebrows, and the nose. This is so cool. He was even more handsome than the male models she had seen in magazines. The key point is that this temperament is definitely that of a rich person. Li Tsuefang is not stupid either. I knew Chu Chu must have something going on when she came back today. He shouted inside in a bad tone. Old man, look who's back. Your unfilial daughter is back. Chu Tianhua, wearing slippers and holding a newspaper in his hand, hurriedly ran out of the living room. Seeing Chu Chu also snorted, he spoke in a bad tone. Isn't this the great celebrity Chu? Why did you think of your father and mother who have no one to take care of them? Look. What are you talking about? Is this what a father or a mother should say? Chu Tianhua had a slightly bald head and wore a white sweatshirt. His bulging belly looked like he was pregnant. At first glance, he is a middle-aged man who shows no restraint. Chu Chu lowered her eyes and spoke in a low voice. I came back today for something. What's the matter? Li Tsuefang sneered and sat on the sofa, leaving Chu Chu with her back. It was clearly Chu Tianhua and Li Tsuefang who did something wrong. Now I feel that Chu Chu is the one at fault. Chu Chu's bachelor apartment is not small. It is more than 200 square meters. It is more than enough for a large family to live in. A well-kept home can be a warm and cozy one. But Li Tsuefang is lazy. I just think about playing mahjong every day. I don't have time to clean up the house. It's so messy and looks like a pigsty. Chu Chu mustered up the courage to speak. Mom and Dad, whether you agree or not, whether you believe it or not, I am going to get married. And I have found the 4 babies. I am going to register them now. Give me your household registration book. What? Chu Tianhua smashed the cup directly to the ground and jumped up and down like thunder. You unfilial daughter. Who asked you to find these 4 children? You're just going to piss me off to death. And who are you marrying? The person next to you? Don't even think about marrying my daughter without 1 million. A sentence. Qin Lang laughed. Let alone 1 million. Qin Lang could even come up with 10 million. But it depends on whether he is willing to take it. He and Chu Chu have a good relationship. If Chu Chu's parents had behaved themselves and not done anything naughty. When 2 people get married, the bride price is definitely more than 1 million. But now that these words have been spoken, Qin Lang feels that this family is insatiable. Chu Chu felt even more heartbroken. Not expected. My parents are still so short-sighted. She is a popular female star. It is more than enough to earn 1 million a year. But her parents never treated her as an equal. His heart was completely devoted to his brother Chu Long. Before, Chu Chu was always thinking about the kindness of mother and daughter in raising her. They can do whatever they want. But now Chu Chu has found her child and also has Qin Lang. Chu Chu felt more confident. Chu Chu's eyes were firm. Mom and Dad, why should I give you money? Haven't you sucked enough blood from me over the years? Besides, it is imperative to register your child after marriage, so you should quickly take out the household registration booklet. Chu Tianhua stood up and pointed at Chu Chu's nose and started scolding her. Good on you. How dare you talk back to me now? Chu Tianhua didn't understand. Is this still her daughter who was easy to blackmail? In the past, Chu Chu was always obedient in front of him and always responded to his requests. Why are you talking back now? And there's a strange man standing next to him? Is this the husband she is going to marry? She looks pretty good. I just don't know if I have the money. If you don't have money, don't even think about marrying your daughter. Chu Tianhua acted like an elder. You unfilial daughter. You left your parents here and gave birth to a bastard. Aunt. Qin Lang, who had been silent, interrupted Li Tsuefang. Let me remind you that these 4 children are my treasures, not bastards. Qin Lang didn't say anything just now. Watching this farce as a spectator. But when Li Tsuefang said that the 4 children were bastards, he couldn't help it. They are Chu Chu's elders, and Qin Lang should respect them. But such a person is not worthy of Qin Lang's respect. Qin Lang didn't want to say too much and just spoke directly. Uncle and aunt, please take out your household registration books now, and we will write off everything that happened before. But if you don't take it out, no one can tell what will happen. Chu Tianguo had never seen a person like Qin Lang. Chu Tianguo was originally a low-level gangster. By chance, he made a fortune. I was paralyzed at home for a long time. And feel good about myself. But the decadent ideas are still deeply rooted in their minds. The happiest thing in my life is raising a daughter like Chu Chu. In Chu Tianguo's heart. As long as it is tyrannical, it is the law. Chu Tianguo crossed his arms across his chest, like a rooster ready to fight. Who are you? Do you think you can scare me? I wasn't brought up to be scared. Qin Lang chuckled. Uncle, I really didn't scare you. You were the one who ordered the nanny to abandon the 4 children at the east gate of Yangcheng First Hospital, right? We are all under surveillance, and this child is mine and Chu Chu's. If we report the surveillance video to the police, how many years do you think you will be sentenced to? 10 years or 8 years, it's hard to say. Human trafficking is a serious crime. Chu Tianguo can't read a single word. A person whose only thought is money, money, money. Qin Lang's few words instantly destroyed the momentum of Chu Tianguo and Li Tsuefang. Li Tsuefang pouted her lips and wanted to say something like a shrew. But I finally held my breath. Li Tsuefang said in a low voice. Old man, I think the son-in-law Chu Chu found doesn't look like an ordinary person. Looking at his demeanor, he must be a wealthy man. We don't want to offend him, or else let's take out the household registration book first. Li Tsuefang was greedy, but she still had some sense. I know that Qin Lang is worth a lot of money. Chu Tianguo didn't want to agree, but there was nothing he could do. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Besides, he was really afraid of going there to drink tea at his old age. In the end, I had to take out my household registration booklet reluctantly. Let the word go. Chu Chu, I raised you, and you will be my daughter forever. Don't think you can sit back and relax after getting married. Chapter 30, The Beautiful Wife's Thoughts Before Getting the Certificate. Chapter 30, The Beautiful Wife's Thoughts Before Getting the Marriage Certificate. Chu Chu looked at the red household registration booklet. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Qin Lang is on the move and is worth 2 men at once. Less than an hour. The two of them successfully obtained their household registration books and drove away in the Ferrari. Chu Tianguo was holding a newspaper in his hand, looking resentful. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I feel. Chu Chu is his cash cow. What if Chu Chu really gets married and no longer supports him? He, Li Tsuefang, his son Chu Lon, and his daughter-in-law. How is this big family supposed to live? The more Chu Tianguo thought about it, the angrier he became. But he didn't dare to get angry in front of Qin Lang. When I was feeling resentful in my heart, Li Tsuefang was watering the flowers on the balcony and watched Qin Lang and Chu Chu sit in the Ferrari. See this scene. Li Tsuefang's heart moved. Li Tsuefang is vain. If you ask her to recite 2 poems and write 2 words, she may not be able to do it. But you want him to recognize some famous brand bags and cars. They are all known to me. Isn't this a Ferrari? High-end car. Li Tsuefang saw it on the road, but she didn't even dare to touch it. Although my daughter Chu Chu is rich, she doesn't have enough money to buy a Ferrari. So this Ferrari belongs to the son-in-law Qin Lang who suddenly appeared? Li Tsuefang's face turned from gloomy to bright, and she felt rich instantly. He quickly ran to the living room and shouted. Old man! Guess what I just saw? Chu Tianguo was still angry and grunted. What did you see? I saw Chu Chu and his new son-in-law get into a Ferrari. That's a Ferrari. A luxury car costs millions. Old man, do you think our Chu Chu has found a rich second-generation man? Chu Tengguo's eyes rolled around with a malicious smile on his face. Yes, we are Chu Chu's parents after all. Chu Chu is married well, and has a good life. Why would she abandon us? No, we want to enjoy happiness too. Chu Tianguo and Li Tsuefang are really good at pulling butts with a knife, and they have opened their eyes. Both of them are trash. Tian lies on Chu Chu's body and sucks her blood. Seeing that Chu Chu found a rich husband, she actually wanted to take advantage of him. Xin Lang and Chu Chu had no time to deal with them. After getting the household registration book, the next step is to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. The Ferrari slowly stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xin Lang was just about to get off the car. Chu Chu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stopped Xin Lang in a timid voice. "Are we really going to get married?" Xin Lang was stunned, blinking quickly, and felt a little anxious. "Wife, don't you want to marry me?" Chu Chu quickly shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to marry you, I just feel that the two of us are moving too fast, aren't we?" Chu Chu counted on her fingers. "We've only known each other for less than a week, and now we're getting the marriage certificate?" Xin Lang smiled and touched his forehead. He had forgotten about this matter. Xin Lang was determined not to let his 4 babies become illegal residents. In order to register 4 babies, 2 people need to get married. But the most important issue has been overlooked. Chu Chu is a woman. And she is not an ordinary woman, she is a big star. Chu Chu lives in an era of information chaos. It is very likely that the gossip media will be able to get Chu Chu's information within a second after the marriage certificate is obtained. There will definitely be another wave of explosive news by then. The most important thing is, the time they had known each other was too short. Although Qin Kong already regarded Chu Chu as his wife in his heart. But he didn't know what Chu Chu was thinking. Xin Lang restarted the Ferrari and said gently, "Wife, I didn't think this through. Since you haven't made up your mind yet, there is no need to rush to get a marriage certificate later. Anyway, the household registration book is waiting for you. Let's get the marriage certificate when you've made up your mind." Xin Lang fully considered Chu Chu's thoughts. Not forced either. But a blush appeared on Chu Chu's pretty face. "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean?" Her beautiful eyes were watery and delicate. "Oh, I don't mean anything. I can't explain it to you clearly, let's go get the certificate together." Xin Lang smiled. Sometimes it's really hard to figure out what this beautiful wife is thinking. In fact, Chu Chu's heart is very pure. The reason why she hesitated just now. "I just felt that everything that just happened was too unreal, like a dream." Think back to a month ago. She was also heartbroken over the loss of her 4 babies. Chu Tianhua pressed forward step by step. Just 1 month later. Now she has a handsome and rich husband. We also found 4 cute babies. This is simply a stroke of luck. Anyone would be confused for a while. The reason why she hesitated just now. But even if I hesitate, she won't regret it either. She had already made up her mind. It has to be Qin Lang. Chu Chu reacted and nodded heavily, indicating that she had made up her mind. "Hubby, I'm willing to go with you to get the certificate." Qin Lang's eyes sparkled. I don't know why Chu Chu suddenly became so determined. Chu Chu changed from passive to active and held Qin Lang's hand. "Hubby, this is considered a flash marriage, but within these few days I have made clear my feelings for you. Whether it's for the 4 babies or not, I'm willing to marry you." When a beautiful woman speaks sweet words, they are simply the ultimate killing weapon. Qin Lang felt so sweet in his heart. "What are you waiting for? My beautiful wife said so." The 2 men quickly got out of the Ferrari and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was afternoon. So there aren't that many people in the Civil Affairs Bureau. 2 people lined up at the marriage window to get a number. Sit on the chair and wait. Qin Lang was dressed very casually today. He wore a big pair of sunglasses on his handsome face. Even so, it is eye-catching enough. Plus Chu Chu, who was beside him. Because of her professional habits, Chu Chu always wears a mask and sunglasses when she goes out, covering most of the face. Even if you don't look at their faces and only look at their figures, you can tell that these 2 are definitely a combination of handsome man and beautiful woman. "It's my number." 2 people sat at the wedding window. "Marry." Both of them were the first girls to enter a bridal sedan. It was their first time. I can't help feeling a little nervous. The staff member was already familiar with the process and skillfully held up the household registration booklet to connect the information. "Miss, please take off your mask." Chu Chu took off her mask slowly without any hesitation. The staff looked up. Seeing Chu Chu's face, he blinked and looked again. I rubbed my eyes again, thinking I had seen it wrong. Isn't this the big star Choo Choo? Chapter 31 Qin Lang's wedding night was like this. Chapter 31 Qin Lang's wedding night was like this. Choo Choo's popularity is absolutely amazing. From the elderly in their 60s to children in their 60s. Even if you haven't seen Choo Choo Yan's movies or TV series. But I also know that there is such a person. The staff member is a middle-aged woman in her 30s. With fashionable ramen curls. Her work at the Civil Affairs Bureau is leisurely, and her greatest pleasure is watching TV. Watch TV series starring Choo Choo one after another. It was just a joy to watch. Before, it could only be seen on the screen. Now I suddenly see the real person. The staff still couldn't believe it. The most important thing is, where is this? This is the Civil Affairs Bureau. Of course Choo Choo came here to get married. Choo Choo has not had any scandals in her 3 years since her debut. If they got married out of the blue, it would be explosive news if the media knew about it. But the husband next to her looked so handsome. The staff had good professional qualities, but still couldn't help asking. Excuse me, are you Choo Choo? Choo Choo smiled coquettishly and nodded. Yes, I am. The staff was so excited that their hands were shaking. Choo Choo, is it really you? I really like the TV series you starred in. Can you give me an autograph later? Choo Choo made full use of her advantages as a female star, shaking her hair and showing her charm. Of course, but can you keep this a secret for me? The staff nodded rapidly. Of course. Even if you don't tell us, we will keep it confidential. This is our professional content and will not be leaked. Choo Choo took a piece of paper, wrote down her name, and wrote a blessing. The staff member took the signature and put it carefully in his pocket. That's called precious. Because of the aura of a big star. The staff was competent. After comparing the information in the household registration book, the two people need to take a photo of their ID card and stick it on the wedding photo. Talk seriously. This was the first time for the two of them to take a photo in such a formal way. Although Choo Choo only put on light makeup, she was still very beautiful on camera. Snap a picture. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is really pleasing to the eyes. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. Filled with happiness. The staff couldn't help but sigh when they saw the photos. Oh, you two are so lucky. Choo Choo, I used to be your fan. Now that I see your husband is so handsome and treats you so well, we fans feel relieved. Choo Choo was amused by the staff, but quickly thanked them. Thank you for your support. I will work hard in the future. 2 copies of the marriage certificate were distributed to both people. Less than half an hour. The two of them got the certificate. Coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, both of them were walking with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Some of them can't believe it. Sitting in the Ferrari, the two did not go directly back to the villa but drove to a small park. Qin Lang looked down at the marriage certificate, somewhat unbelieving. Wife, are we getting married like this? Choo Choo nodded. Yes, we got married like this. Do you regret it? Qin Lang smiled. How is that possible? I'm so happy. How could I possibly regret it? Choo Choo is actually a very conservative girl. Although he is in the entertainment industry, he has always kept himself clean. There hasn't been a single scandal in 3 years since his debut. Qin Lang is even his first love. But now that I'm married, Choo Choo will definitely live a good life with Qin Lang. She could even give up her career and stay at home to take care of her husband and children. Choo Choo's beautiful eyes closed and she turned to look at Qin Lang. When Qin Lang wasn't paying attention, she gave him a deep kiss on the cheek. Qin Lang was stunned and quickly covered his cheek. Hateful. My wife actually kissed me secretly. No. Then I must kiss her back secretly. Suddenly, Qin Lang pecked Choo Choo's cheeks twice. The two people lay on the Ferrari, looking up at the starry sky and chatting. Qin Lang suddenly thought of a question. Wife, now that we have obtained the marriage certificate, should we make our relationship public? Choo Choo is not an ordinary person. She is a big star. The internet is well developed now. Entertainment gossip spreads quickly. Whether Choo Choo is willing to make it public is also a question. Choo Choo shook her head and expressed her thoughts. Let's not make it public. On the one hand, I have enough fans, and on the other hand, it would disturb your life if I made it public. I don't want to affect you and the 4 babies because of me. Qin Lang respected Chu Chu's decision. In fact, this decision is indeed the best choice. Chu Chu's identity is here. If they were to make it public, it wouldn't necessarily cause much of a stir. It's best to let things take their natural course. If one day fans find out about their relationship, the best protection for them is to neither announce nor deny. There is a saying that goes, "Every knight is the bridegroom." Just relying on his delicate looks and figure, Qin Lang can easily achieve this goal. 2 people sat in the Ferrari and talked. So I returned to Akiyama Villa. The 4 little babies had already fallen asleep under Yu Miao's care. The 2 returned to the bedroom. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Since the 2 of them had not confirmed their relationship before, everything was fine. Now that they have obtained the household registration book and the marriage certificate, they are a real couple. Chu Chu is a traditional woman. At this time, I can't help feeling a little shy. But Qin Lang has a lot of experience and is very adept at dealing with such situations. Qin Lang poured a cup of hot water and placed it in front of Chu Chu. Wife, drinking a glass of hot milk before bed can help maintain your skin. Chu Chu felt sweet in her heart. Hubby, it turns out you know so much. Qin Lang smiled. Of course, I'll make you a bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup later. Chu Chu stretched lazily, her face looking very tired, and she leaned against the head of the bed and spoke lazily. Then I'll wait for you. Today Chu Chu is working very hard both mentally and physically. Fatigue is also inevitable. Qin Lang was thinking about giving Chu Chu some nutrition. Go into the kitchen. First soak the white fungus and put it in warm water. Slice the red dates, add rock sugar and add water. Put the soaked white fungus and red dates in the pot and cook them. After the gelatin is cooked out, add a full cup of fresh milk. The milk, tremella, and red date soup is ready. This is a great tonic for women. It can maintain the skin and soothe the mood. Qin Lang served a bowl of milk, white fungus, and red date soup and went into the bedroom. Wife, look at what a good thing this is. The words fell. Qin Lang laughed when he saw the scene inside the house. The Chu Chu chair was leaning against the head of the bed, and its furry head looked like a little lamb. Exhale evenly. It turned out that he had fallen asleep a long time ago because he was too tired. Qin Lang smiled helplessly, looked at the milk, white fungus, and red date soup in his hand and had to put it aside. Chapter 32, The marriage news came out so quickly? Chapter 32, Did you know about the marriage so quickly? Although Qin Lang and Chu Chu have already confirmed their relationship. But don't rush the last step. Although such a big and beautiful beauty can be looked at but not eaten, it really makes people itchy. But Qin Lang has enough patience. Ding dong. When Yu Miao opened the door, she saw Sister Hua wearing a suspender skirt, shorts, and a pair of high heels. With her hair permed into fashionable curls and nutritional supplements in her hands, she stood at the door happily. Sister Hua saw Yu Miao's smiling face and handed one of the sets of cosmetics to Yu Miao. Xiao Miao Miao, this is a gift for you. Yu Miao was flattered. This cosmetic is of the highest quality. Even though her current salary is not low, she still can't afford it. Sister Hua, your gift is really too precious. Sister Hua was smiling. Don't talk about whether it's expensive or not. You've worked hard taking care of Xiaoqin and Chu Chu. You deserve it. As a senior agent, I have managed countless celebrities. Celebrities can make money, so Sister Hua is naturally not short of money. Plus, Sister Hua is very capable. Being in the entertainment industry is like being a shrewd person. Bribe Yu Miao with a piece of high-end cosmetics. Let Yu Miao serve Qin Lang, Chu Chu, and the 4 babies wholeheartedly. This deal is such a good deal no matter how you look at it. Yu Miao accepted the cosmetics with great joy, her heart filled with emotion. She doesn't feel tired working for the Qin family. I feel relieved. As soon as Chu Chu came downstairs, she threw herself into Sister Hua's arms. Sister Hua, why did you come just now? I missed you so much. Sister Hua frowned and pretended to be angry. You are so good, Chu Chu. Now you have become more capable and can get a marriage certificate on your own initiative. You didn't even tell me before getting the marriage certificate. Chu Chu lowered her head feeling embarrassed. Didn't I tell you right away? Sister Hua and Chu Chu are as close as sisters. In addition, Chu Chu's relationship with her family has completely fallen out. The closest relative to her is Sister Hua. So after she and Qin Lang got their marriage certificate, the first person Chu Chu told was Sister Hua. Sister Hua couldn't sit still any longer after hearing the news. They came to Akiyama Villa to congratulate with bags of gifts. Qin Lang was stewing chicken soup in the kitchen. When she heard Sister Hua's voice, she quickly took off her apron and walked out. Sister Hua, you're here? Why did you bring so many gifts? Sister Hua was very excited. This isn't for you. This is for Chu Chu from our family. Xiaoqin, your boyfriend is now with Chu Chu. The marriage certificate should be treated even better by our Chu Chu. Qin Lang saluted quickly. Don't worry, Sister Hua, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Sister Hua talked to Chu Chu for a few words and then went to see the 4 babies. 4 babies were lying in the bassinets, already asleep. Sister Hua didn't have the heart to wake up the 4 babies. I took another look and was filled with joy. Chu Chu, I think these 4 babies are growing faster than other children. Chu Chu calculated the days. That's right. Think about it, in 10 days, these 4 babies will be 1 month old. Qin Lang was stirring the wok in the kitchen. When he heard what Chu Chu said, he quickly stuck his head out. By the way, honey, I haven't had time to ask you yet. When were these 4 babies born? As a father, I don't even know their specific birthdays. It's no wonder Qin Lang is careless. These 4 treasures were originally picked up at the hospital entrance. Just judging from her appearance and height, I estimate she is about 1 month old. But Qin Lang didn't know exactly how old he was. Later, by chance, he met Chu Chu. There were so many things for the 2 of them to do that they didn't have time to ask. Qin Lang just remembered it when Chu Chu mentioned it today. Chu Chu pinched her fingers, took out her cell phone and looked at the calendar. What a coincidence! These 4 children were born on Children's Day. Today is June 20th, exactly 20 days. There are only 10 days left until the full moon. Qin Lang and Chu Chu are now a legal couple with a certificate. The registration of the 4 children can be put on hold for a while. But the full moon gift must not lack etiquette. The chicken soup was stewing in the pot and the pig's trotters were gurgling in the pot. Qin Lang got some free time and ran over. Wife, how are you going to celebrate the full moon ceremony for these 4 babies? Chu Chu spoke. I don't know either. I listened to my husband in everything. Qin Lang changed his mind. Hey! Honey, we got the marriage certificate, but I haven't brought you to meet my family yet. It's a good opportunity for us to go back to our hometown to celebrate the new year when our 4 babies are 1 month old. Qin Lang's hometown is in Lincheng. It is only more than 2 hours' drive from Yangcheng. Chu Chu naturally had no objection. Since I'm married to Qin Lang, I can't miss the relatives and relationships that I should go through. In addition, Chu Chu was also impatient to meet Qin Lang's family. The 2 of them discussed and decided. Sister Hua clapped her hands quickly. Oh Chu Chu, it seems like you and Xiaoqin have such a good relationship. As an old mother, I feel relieved. Chu Chu rolled her eyes. Sister Hua, you are at best my sister. When did you become my old mother? Sister Hua hissed. You don't understand this, I think you are my daughter from the bottom of my heart. This generation is really natural. This left Chu Chu speechless again. Smiling. The doorbell rang again. Xiao Huang went to open the door. Li Bai and Lao Wang were also weighing gifts in their hands, and both of them stood crookedly. As soon as the door opened, he rushed into the villa like a mad dog seeing food. Without even saying hello, he went straight to the 4 babies. Are you awake, darlings? Godfather is here to see you. Li Bai and Lao Wang have automatically assumed the role of godfather. I saw the 4 babies were still sleeping soundly. Li Bai and Lao Wang's loud voices were also rarely suppressed. I turned around and saw Sister Hua. Li Bai's eyes lit up. Lao Qin, who is this? Why don't you introduce him to me? This is Chu Chu. Is this Chu Chu's best friend? She's pretty cool looking, too. Li Bai speaks very sweetly. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Sister Hua is over 30 years old. Li Bai said this on purpose to make Sister Hua laugh so hard. You are such a chatterbox. I am Chu Chu's manager and also her sister. Li Bai and Lao Wang greeted them quickly. Hello, Sister Hua, you look so young and beautiful. Li Bai and Lao Wang are here. It won't be boring at all. Anyway, the food is still stewing in the pot. Xiao Huang went upstairs to clean the room. A large group of people sat in the living room eating fruit and chatting. Xin Lang was puzzled. Li Bai, old Wang, what are you two doing here at my house? Look at what you said. Can't I come to your house if I have nothing to do? I came to congratulate you. Li Bai put the top platform on the table. I have kept this for a long time. I came here to congratulate you when I found out you were getting married. Chapter 33 The dog skin plaster is applied again. Chapter 33 The dog skin plaster is applied again. Li Bai and Lao Wang got the news faster than anyone else. After Qin Lang and Chu Chu got their marriage certificate last night, Qin Lang considered the reason for Chu Chu's identity. So I posted a message on WeChat Moments in a very obscure way. I'm lucky to have you in my life. We can officially form a family. Although it is not stated explicitly. But Li Bai and Lao Wang were so smart that they immediately understood what it meant. This morning, he rushed over without stopping. Just happened to get together with Sister Hua. Qin Lang truly treats these two buddies as brothers. So there's no need to be polite. Li Bai sat down and ate by Inghong with a frown on his face. Lao Qin, we met a few people when we came to Choshan Villa. Those few people said they were coming to look for you. I don't know if it's true or not. Who is it? Qin Lang frowned, puzzled. Moving to Choshan Villa, this matter involved not only Li Bai, Lao Wang, but also Director Li from the hospital. Basically, no one knows. I didn't even notify my parents, so who would come to Akiyama Villa to find me? Li Bai also frowned and suddenly slapped his thigh, not knowing what he was thinking of. There are 2 men and 2 women. One of the men seems to be called Chu something. Anyway, the way he talks and speaks is quite uncultured. Chu Chu was shocked. Is it called Chu Tianhua? Li Bai and Lao Wan looked at each other and shook their heads. I didn't hear it clearly, but the woman's name seemed to be Li Cuifang. Chu Chu stood up and immediately panicked. Could it be that my parents came looking for me? Sister Hua was also anxious and spoke quickly. That's impossible. Do they know that you moved to Choshan Villa? Chu Chu shook her head and smiled bitterly. They don't know, but they still want to make some money from me. They will definitely not let me, a big fat piece of meat, go. And yesterday when I took Qin Lang home to get the household registration book, I had an argument with them. The more Chu Chu thought about it, the more anxious she became, and she almost cried. Qin Lang hurried to comfort Chu Chu. Don't worry about it yet. Let's go to Choshan Villa and take a look at the door and we'll know if your parents are coming. Lao Wang also stood up and threw the melon rind into the trash can. Yes, sister-in-law, don't worry, Li Bai and I are here. You won't be wronged. Li Bai immediately showed off his muscles and snorted. If anyone dares to bully you, I will make him come in vertically and leave horizontally. The 2 brothers Li Bai and Lao Wang can get along well. They are really good at something. Chu Chu couldn't stay any longer. Qin Lang made a prompt decision. I took a large group of people to the entrance of Choshan Villa to find out what was going on. Choshan Villa is one of the richest areas in Yangchang. Not only does it have a beautiful environment, but it also has excellent security. All guests who check in have their family information, personal license plate numbers, and phone numbers entered into the security system from the moment they purchase the property. If they are not from the community, they will not be allowed in even if they make a big fuss. A large group of people arrived at the door of Choshan Villa in a grand manner. Take a look. It really is a big family of Chutian Kingdom. Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifang put their hands on their hips and cursed at the security guard. My daughter lives in there, why don't you let us in? Behind them stood a middle-aged man. It's Chu Chu's brother Chu Long. Standing next to Chu Long was a woman who was in her 30s but was dressed extremely seductively and looked rustic. That was Chu Long's daughter-in-law and Chu Chu's sister-in-law, Shinman. Yesterday Qin Lang only met Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifang. This left a deep impression on Qin Lang. I met their whole family today. Qin Lang even began to doubt how such a large family could raise a girl with such a beautiful appearance and excellent temperament. Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifang are completely lower-class people. No vision, speaks without thinking. The security guard was scolded severely. Chu Long made a sound like a piece of stupid meat. It's obvious that his dress is inappropriate. The spit can spray 2 meters away. More than 10 security guards gathered together to form a human wall. No matter what they said, they were not allowed to enter. In the end, Chu Tianhua failed to be tough and started pretending to be sick. He was kneeling beside the road, cursing. "Hey, what kind of security guards are you? My daughter lives in this neighborhood. If you don't let us in, you're going to kill me." No, I'm having a heart attack. Even the security guards in Qiushan Villa have a bachelor's degree or above. Highly educated and highly skilled in military skills. The security guards had seen ruthless ones, but they had never seen one as shameless as this. The security captain held a baton in his hand, and it was not right to hit him, nor was it right not to hit him. The security captain stamped his feet in anxiety. "Old man, it's not that I don't let you in, but you are not a resident of our community, so you are not qualified to enter. My daughter is a resident of this community, and so is my son-in-law. Why can't I go in?" Yo ho! Yesterday he kept saying that he didn't recognize Qin Lang as his son-in-law. Why did you change your mind so quickly today? Qin Lang sneered and stepped forward quickly. "Oh my, who was it? It turns out to be you." A sentence. The security guard immediately made way. The security captain said apologetically, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to bother you. This family is really a scoundrel. We will definitely try our best to solve it." The security captain knew from Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifeng's words that they were looking for Qin Lang and Chu Chu. But without Qin Lang's permission, let alone his mother-in-law and father-in-law coming. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't let it in. This is the professional quality of being a security guard. Qin Lang waved his hand and signaled them to step back. When Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifeng saw Chu Chu, their waist pain and leg soreness were gone. They ran faster than rabbits and surrounded Chu Chu. Li Cuifeng even pretended to squeeze out 2 tears. "Chu Chu, we worked so hard to make you this big. Your father has had a heart attack because of taking care of you going to school. Now that you're married, rich, and a big star, you can't abandon us." Seeing this, Chu Long put his hands on his hips, his face flushed, and he started cursing. "Mom, why are you saying so many nice things to her? She is your daughter and my sister. It is only natural for her to raise us. Chu Chu, let me put this here. Where do you live? Take us there quickly. Send someone to move all our things over there. We want to live in a luxurious villa, too. This family has already made up their mind, they are extremely shameless." Sister Hua had a lot of contact with this family and was just about to go forward. Li Bai and Lao Wang couldn't bear to listen any longer. Lao Wang pointed at Chu Tianhua's nose and started scolding him. "Who are you? You keep asking to live in my brother's house, but don't you even consider whether you are dressed up enough?" Chapter 34 Don't Reach a New Level. Chapter 34 Don't Reach a New Level. People need face and trees need bark. A shameless person is invincible. After Qin Lang and Chu Chu left last night, the Chu family gathered together and chatted. In the end, it was decided that Chu Chu was a big piece of fat meat, and that Chu Chu must be rich since she married Qin Lang. The whole family absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. At least hundreds of thousands will be squeezed out of them. Chu Long was really capable. He found out from somewhere that Qin Lang lived in Qiushan Villa. This news made the Chu family excited again. Although they are from the lower class, they have no knowledge. But I have also heard of the fame of Qiushan Villa. This is not a place that ordinary people can stay in. Qin Lang must be a top wealthy man since he lives here. The Chu family was even more determined to make a fortune from it. So today the whole family came in a hurry and made a scene at the security booth. Just want to see Qin Lang and Chu Chu. First, they also want to move to Qingshan Villa and enjoy the treatment of rich people. The second is to let Chu Chu raise them. I give her just over 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Their wishful thinking is really great. But one problem was overlooked. That was Chu Chu's idea. Before, they were able to suck blood from Chu Chu so easily. That's because Chu Chu is alone and helpless. There is nothing but obedience. But it's different now. A mother is strong. I have 4 babies and a handsome and responsible husband, Qin Lang. Chu Chu has enough escape routes. Naturally, I want to get away from such a native family. Besides, Qin Lang is not someone who is easy to bully. If Chu Tianhua and Li Cuifeng were in harmony and didn't cause trouble, Qin Lang could give them some money depending on his mood. But today they were throwing tantrums and resorting to shameless tactics. Don't blame Qin Lang for being unjust. Shen Man snorted with her hands on her hips. Sister, I'm your sister-in-law, I have the final say. You have lived and ate in our house for more than 20 years, and now you are married and have 4 children. You have to respect your parents, me and your brother. Chu Chu smiled. Sister-in-law, putting aside the fact that I have no obligation to take care of my parents, why should I take care of you and my brother? My brother has always bullied me since I was a child, and he has also been teasing me since you married into our family. How dare you say that? Shen Man's face twisted with anger. How dare you talk to me like that? Qin Lang immediately stood in front of Chu Chu. She's my wife, why wouldn't she dare talk to you like that? If you guys know what's best for you, leave now, or I'll have the security kick you out. Chu Tianhua and Li Tsuefang looked at each other. I don't think Chu Chu is that cruel. In addition, they rely on the fact that they are Chu Chu's biological parents. So they do evil things. Chu Tianhua just squatted on the ground, ready to throw anything away. I won't leave. I'm having a heart attack again. It's all because of you. You two have to take care of our family, or we will sue you. Okay, then go ahead and sue me. My home is right here. Don't let the court fill in the wrong address. Qin Lang was calm and composed with his hands behind his back, even watching the video with interest. There is no need to pay any attention to such scoundrels. Chu Tianhua didn't expect Qin Lang to be such a tough nut to crack. The attack on Qin Lang failed. He set his sights on Chu Chu again. Chu Chu is their biological daughter. They know Chu Chu's temper best. She is weak in character and will definitely not have the heart to do it. Li Tsuefang started playing the family card again. Daughter, you know I'm not in good health and your father also has a heart disease. Your father's heart disease was caused by earning money to pay for your tuition when he was a child. And your brother and sister-in-law have also been worrying about your affairs. Are you so cruel that you want to abandon our whole family? It's okay to say this before. It's no use telling Chu Chu now. Chu Chu stood directly behind Qin Lang. I have to correct you. I have earned my own living expenses since high school. And my dad's heart disease wasn't caused by me at all. It was because my brother was naughty and disobedient when he was a child that my dad had a heart attack. Besides, I'm married now, and my husband makes the decisions about my family affairs. Do you want me to take you to Qiushang Villa? Do you want me to give you money? Do you want me to support you? I listen to my husband in everything. Qin Lang held Chu Chu's hand tightly. He was not very friendly towards the Chu family. I don't know you. Security chased them away. The security captain heard it. There was still room for being polite to this family just now, but now there is no room for being polite anymore. Holding the baton is like chasing a mad dog. Hurry up and leave. Mr. Qin has already said he doesn't know you. If you do this again, we will call the police. Chu Tianhua pounced directly on Chu Chu. My daughter. Are you really going to abandon us? This is an emotional card. Chu Tianhua was crying on the surface, but people inside were laughing at him secretly. I thought that this time he must have pinched Chu Chu. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu acted contrary to her usual behavior and glanced at him coldly. Dad, the reason I'm still willing to call you Dad is because of the kindness you've shown me. From now on, I will only give you 3,000 yuan a month. This is my filial piety as a daughter. I won't give you anything else, and I won't go to your house anymore. Please don't disturb my life anymore. Chu Tianhua and Li Tsuefang were stunned and subconsciously disagreed. How can 3,000 yuan satisfy their appetite? The whole family stayed at home and didn't go out to work. These 3,000 yuan will starve them to death. Shu Long was unwilling and wanted to say something. At this time, Chu Chu was very firm in every word she spoke. Brother, you know my personality. I mean what I say. If you guys still don't want to quit, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Chu Chu has done her utmost to be kind and righteous. After all, they have lived together for more than 20 years. It's unrealistic to ask her to cruelly abandon her parents. But she had seen through the temper of this family. Pushing further. I gave 1 point, but I still want 2 points. So I only pay 3,000 yuan a month. Only by setting a clear amount and making up your mind can the problem be solved completely. Sister Hua, who had been silent all this time, snorted coldly and watched with cold eyes. Uncle and aunt, you should know that I am Chu Chu's agent. You guys should leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you will be the ones who will be embarrassed if this matter gets out of hand. Let me see who is embarrassed. Chu Tianguo's heart no longer hurt at this time. He is a typical second-rate person. Chu is a female star, but I am not. At worst, I can report this to the media. Let me see who is embarrassed. Lao Wang moves his wrist. If you don't accept my toast, I'll have to drink the wine for punishment, right? Believe it or not, we brothers will beat you to a pulp. Lao Wang and Li Bai couldn't stand it anymore. It seems like the intention is to use force. Chapter 35 Completely Severing Ties, Feeling Great. Chapter 35 Completely Severing Ties, So Cool. The reason why the Chu family changed their minds and made trouble today. It's nothing more than recognizing 2 points. First, they thought Chu was filial and couldn't bear to abandon them. The second point grasps Chu's identity as a female star. In order to threaten. I didn't expect that Chu would change her usual weak character today. Become very strong. It's one thing to say, there's absolutely no room for negotiation. Lao Wan Li Bai is here now. Even if they were to fight, they wouldn't gain anything. Chu Tianguo and Chu Long still want to cause trouble. Li Cuifang saw that something was wrong and hurriedly stopped them. Old man, I think we should go. The son-in-law Chu found is rich and seems to be quite powerful. We can discuss this matter later. And Chu has already said that she will give us 3,000 yuan a month. If we continue to make trouble, we might lose all the 3,000 yuan. At the critical moment, Li Cuifang still thought clearly. Knowing that today's situation is very unfavorable to them. If you continue to be so shameless, you will probably end up with nothing good. Although Chu Long is a big guy. But he is a coward. Looking at the large group of people in front of him, he felt a little discouraged and hurriedly tried to persuade them. Dad, why don't we go first? Okay. Chu Tianguo made some harsh remarks while walking. Chu, you are our daughter, don't think about going to enjoy yourself and leaving us behind. I am your father, so pay me 3,000 yuan on time that month. The Chu family did not achieve their goal. The whole family squeezed into a small taxi. Chu Long spoke after the fact and was extremely cowardly in front of Qin Lang. But there is one thing behind the other. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and he felt he could do it again. His voice is higher than anyone else's. Dad, what should we do? Look at what villa Chu lives in now, it's Qiushan Villa. Even though Chu was a female star, she couldn't afford such a nice house before. Her new husband must be very rich. Are we just going to give up like this? Chu is the money printing machine for their whole family. No one wants to give up easily. Don't think that Shin Man didn't say anything just now. But the heart is also cruel. Chu has grown up and found a husband who is not easy to mess with. Let's not rush it. Let's find a time to talk to Chu alone. I just don't believe she is really that cruel. This time, the Chu family's calculations were wrong. The previous Chu might have been hesitant. But now Chu has made up her mind. Qin Lang and his group returned to the villa. Chu just sat on the sofa. Just change your previous strong attitude. I felt wronged, shy and sad. She looked at Qin Lang with tears in her eyes. Honey, I'm sorry. It's all because of my family affairs that I've troubled you. Qin Lang quickly waved his hands and hugged Chu in his arms. What are you talking about, honey? We are already married in one family, and now we are integrated into one. Don't worry, if they come looking for you again, just tell me directly. I won't let you be bullied. Chu nodded, feeling warm in her heart. Sister Hua next to me often sighs. Alas, in fact, Chu's parents have been doing evil for a long time. If Chu hadn't worked hard to get into college, and if she hadn't been beautiful, had a good figure, and had the ability to get along, she wouldn't have been able to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. I guess Chu Tianguo and Li Cuifang have been planning to sell Chu for a long time. Sister Hua was so angry. It is said that parents do things for the good of their children. But what Chu Tianguo and Li Cuifang did, it refreshed Sister Hua's views time and time again. Sister Hua is completely convinced by this bitch. There is no sympathy at all. I just feel so pitiful. Chu clenched her pink fists and made up her mind secretly. Don't worry, husband. I've never been married and I don't have any children. Everything is fine. But now I am married and have 4 cute and lovely babies. I will definitely be ruthless. Chu Chu has come to terms with it. It's better not to have such parents in such families. The most important thing is that she and Xin Lang live a happy and fulfilling life. Since Chu Chu could think this way, Xin Lang felt relieved. Although Xin Lang is Chu Chu's husband. But this is Chu Chu's family affair after all. He is a husband, and if he says something too harsh, it will inevitably make Chu Chu unhappy. But Chu Chu is a sensible girl. Be clear. Know how to deal with this kind of thing. Li Bai and Lao Wan were both lively people. Seeing that the atmosphere was so heavy, they hurried to liven it up. Li Bai took a sip of tea and waved his hand. I told you that you don't have to worry about the big star Chu. Oh, it smells so good. Lao Qin, what are you stewing in the kitchen? Xin Lang stood up and slapped his thigh. Broken. There is meat stewing in the pot. Xin Lang hurried into the kitchen. Xiao Huang was smiling. Mr. Qin, I've turned off the fire. Do you want to eat now? Xin Lang opened the pot. The pig's trotters and chicken soup in the pot were not mushy. Xin Lang waved his hand. Come and eat. Since Chu Chu has made up her mind, let the past be the past. After all, cherishing your present life is the most important thing. Braised pork trotters, chicken soup, chopped pepper fish head, twice cooked pork, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, and fried pea tips. Plate after plate of food was brought to the table. The whole villa was filled with the aroma of food. Sister Hua was on a diet to lose weight, but she couldn't help herself when she smelled the delicious food. He quickly sat down at the dining table. Without thinking twice, he picked up a piece of pig's trotter and put it in his mouth. One bite and it's full of collagen. Spicy and lingering fragrance. Sister Hua ate with a frown on her face, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Xiao Qin, did you cook this? Isn't this meal delicious? Oh, I also asked you to follow me to the entertainment industry to be a star. You might as well change your career and become a chef. Opening a 5-star hotel will definitely bring booming business. This was the first time Sister Hua had eaten a meal cooked by Xin Lang. That's called it incense. Chu Chu had eaten Xin Lang's cooking before, but she was always amazed every time she ate it. Chu Chu raised her chin, looking proud. Look! This is my husband. Sister Hua took a big bite of the pig's trotter and nodded quickly. Oh, Chu Chu, I was worried that you would suffer if you married Xiao Qin. Now it seems like you've made a killing. Sister Hua looks at it from the perspective of Chu Chu's family. I am very satisfied with Xin Lang. Xin Lang accepted the compliment calmly. Sister Hua, if you like to eat, please come to my house often in the future. I often cook for you. Xin Lang is handsome, so it's fine. The food is delicious and the mouth is sweet. He deserves to be rich. He deserves to marry a famous celebrity. Sister Hua was amused and stuffed mouthful of rice into her mouth. Chapter 36, Food Temptation, No One Can Resist. Chapter 36, The Temptation of Delicious Food, No One Can Resist It. Who can resist the temptation of delicious food? A large group of people sat at the table, talking and eating delicious food. Because Chu Chu likes Sichuan cuisine, the dishes Xin Lang cooks are all spicy. Everyone was laughing, but they didn't want to stop. Xin Lang considerately picked out the fish bones and placed them in Chu Chu's bowl. Honey, this is chopped pepper fish head. Do you want to try it? Is it delicious? Chu Chu put the fish into her mouth. The fish is tender, spicy, and fragrant. Chu Chu's eyes are filled with love. Honey, the food you cook is so delicious. Xin Lang was very happy and wanted to accept his wife's praise. With a loud crash, the sound of a baby crying came from the second floor. It seems that the baby has woken up. Xiao Huang quickly put down his chopsticks and was about to take care of the baby. Xin Lang spoke. Meow meow, don't be busy. Eat first. I'm going to take care of 4 babies. This. Xiao Huang felt embarrassed. She is a nanny after all. Xin Lang is the master. How can it be reasonable for the owner to take care of the child after the child wakes up and the nanny eats? Just when Xiao Huang was about to refuse, Chu Chu's face was full of smiles. Meow meow, don't worry about it, just let him go. Since both the husband and wife said so, Xiao Huang was no longer polite and nodded sweetly. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Lang ran to the baby room on the second floor. It was just as expected. It was the most noisy Sanbao who woke up. The stroller is positioned near the window. In order to allow ventilation in the baby room, the window was not closed. I didn't expect the sun to be so strong at noon. Sanbao's face was sunburned red. Sanbao was awakened by the heat. Qin Lang hurriedly hugged Sanbao. He quickly wiped the sweat off Sanbao's face. Don't cry, Sanbao. Sanbao is the best. It would be nice if Sanbao could listen to adults like this. Unfortunately, I can't understand it at all now. He cries when he is hot and he cries when he is hungry. It is not good for your baby to use air conditioning for a long time. Qin Lang did not immediately carry them into the air-conditioned room. Instead, he fanned himself manually with a fan. After he cooled down a bit, Sanbao stopped crying. Qin Lang quickly scalded 20 milliliters of milk powder and put it next to Sanbao's mouth. Sanbao held the bottle and started drinking. Dabao, Erbao and Sibao also woke up one after another. A baby wakes up and Qin Lang can take care of it. When these 4 babies woke up at the same time, Qin Lang was a little flustered. Fortunately, Chuchu also finished her meal. Hurry upstairs to help Qin Lang. Chuchu held Dabao in her left hand and Erbao in her right hand. Chuchu has been exercising all year round, so there is no problem at all for her to hold 2 babies. When Dabao and Erbao saw Chuchu, they blinked their eyes first. Suddenly smiled. Xiao Huang prepared the milk powder and put it in the hands of the 3 babies. Now that he's awake, he won't be kept in the baby room. It just so happened that Sister Hua, Li Bai, and Lao Wan were all there. Qin Lang is holding Sanbao and Sibao. Chuchu is holding Dabao and Erbao. This family of 6 appeared together. Sister Hua was filled with joy, her mouth opened wide and her eyes were shining. Oh my god! Chuchu, you don't even know that when you and Xiaoqin came down the stairs with 4 babies in your arms. That appearance is really eye-catching. What a pity, Xiaoqin, are you really not going to follow me into the entertainment industry? Sister Hua still hasn't given up. With Qin Lang's looks, it would be a shame if he didn't go into the entertainment industry. In addition to his loving relationship with Chuchu, they have 4 beautiful and lovely babies. This is definitely a unique way to become famous in the entertainment industry. With Hua Jia's management, Qin Lang's emotional intelligence and appearance, it is not a problem at all to become famous all over the country in 15 days. Being famous means money. Won't the money come pouring in by then? Qin Lang put Sanbao and Sibao on the sofa and smiled bitterly. Sister Hua, I do plan to enter the entertainment industry, but I really don't plan to be an actor. Sister Hua was puzzled. Then why don't you enter the entertainment industry and become an actor? Li Bai knew the inside story and raised his eyebrows. Sister Hua, you may not know this, but our Lao Qin has great ambitions. We met a big boss together 2 days ago, his name is Wang Chang. The royal city? Sister Hua frowned and immediately jumped up from the sofa. What did you say? You said you saw Wang Chang? Is that true or false? Qin Lang nodded, looking confused. Really? Why would I lie to you about this? Sister Hua's eyes opened wider. She really couldn't believe it. Who is Wang Chang? He is the top boss in the entertainment industry. Sister Hua is also a senior agent. I have been in the entertainment industry for nearly 10 years and have gained some status. Everyone who meets him has to give him some face. But her little bit of favor is not worth mentioning in front of the top boss Wang Chang. The last time Qin Lang and Wang Chang met, Chuchu was also there. But the nature is completely different. Wang Chang is a top boss in the entertainment industry. He is a person who is so awesome that he can't be more awesome. Sister Hua finally used her connections to bring Chuchu under Wang Chang's wing. In this way, the royal city has the support of huge capital. The road to the entertainment industry will be much easier. The day we met, Sister Hua also saw Qin Lang and Wang Chang meeting. I originally thought that they were also going to sign artists under Wang Chang. I didn't expect Qin Lang to be able to do business with Wang Chang. Sister Hua said that her 3 views were impacted. How capable is this young man in front of me? Xiaoqin, is this true or false? What business are you discussing with Wang Chang? Qin Lang is modest. Don't listen to Li Bai's nonsense. I just met with Wang Chang once, just to discuss cooperation in company matters, but nothing has been done yet. Sister Hua praised repeatedly. You don't know that Wang Chang has very high standards. I wanted to bring Chu Chu to sign with him a few days ago, but I don't know if he is willing. But the fact that you were able to get in touch with him, Xiaoqin, proves that this is a good thing. This matter is not urgent. Xin Lang nodded. Just as I was about to speak, the cell phone rang. What a coincidence. Speak of the devil, he will appear. It turned out that the call came from Wang Chang. Xin Lang connects to culture. There was laughter on the other side of the royal city. Treat them as if they were your juniors. Xiaoqin, are you free tonight? I just opened a bathing company, so I'll come over to play for a while tonight. We can also chat and play chess. Chapter 37, The Boss's Personal Invitation. Chapter 37, The Boss's Personal Invitation. Wang Chang speaks very kindly. Not arrogant. You can hear it from his words. Tonight is a casual bureau, not a business bureau at all. Don't be so formal. Xin Lang was not polite either. Okay, Mr. Wang. I can take my wife and children with me. Wang Chang was a little surprised. He was slightly stunned and then smiled. I saw that you were so handsome, and it turns out that you got married at a young age. That's great. Bring your wife and children over. I'll give them a big red envelope. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. Hang up the phone. Sister Hua immediately came forward and asked curiously. What did he say to you? Did he make a deal with you? Xin Lang shook his head and peeled an orange for Chu Chu. No, he said he would like me to meet him at his newly opened Bath City tonight. Bath City? Is it Sun City, Bath City? Xin Lang thought about it. Yes, it seems to be here. Sister Hua jumped out at once. Walked around the sofa. Happy and anxious. Li Bai and Lao Wan looked at each other, completely confused. In the end, Lao Wan was confused and stopped Sister Hua. Stop beating around the bush and sit down. What the hell is going on? Li Bai and Lao Wan didn't care at first. After hearing what Sister Hua said, my curiosity was aroused. The two of them and Xin Lang are not just drinking buddies. But they are real brothers. Xin Lang is living a good life now, and they, as brothers, are also happy. Xin Lang wants to build a career, so they will help him in any way they can. But due to problems with ability and interpersonal relationships, not much help. Perhaps because they heard Sister Hua's surprise, the two of them also became curious. Sister Hua sat down and quickly drank a glass of water, saying excitedly, The Sun City opened in Wangcheng is a VIP system. Although it is a bathing center, it is actually a network of relationships. And as far as I know, big shots like Wang Chang rarely invite people to the VIP bath center. Xiaoqin, the cooperation you discussed with Wang Chang is really possible. Xin Lang has a peaceful state of mind. Anyway, he has money now. It would be even better if we could reach a cooperation with Wang Chang. But if the deal fails, Xin Lang has other plans. Xin Lang was very indifferent to this matter. Sister Hua is indeed a smart person. That's a pretty good guess. Number 888, Purple Mountain Villa. Zijinshan Villa and Xiushan Villa are known as the two top villas in Yangcheng. And Wang Chang lives in the Purple Mountain Villa. Wang Chang hung up the phone. Looking at the chess and cards in front of him, he swung his legs leisurely. Don't mention how happy his face was. Wang Chang's wife Bai Yinghong saw Wang Chang's look, smiled, handed him the fruit plate and asked, Old man, I haven't seen you so happy in a long time. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? Wang Chang placed the black chess piece on the go board. I was so happy in my heart. Wife, I may have found a treasure. Bai Yinghong was stunned and a little curious. Whose? The top boss in Wang Chang's entertainment circle. The businesses he owns are spread all over Yangcheng. Bai Yinghong and Wang Chang have been living together for more than 30 years. Bai Yinghong knows Wang Chang's personality best. Although he appears to be very friendly on the surface, he is actually very cunning behind the scenes. And he is aloof and arrogant. For so many years, there are no more than 3 people who can make him look at them differently. Who was Wang Chang talking to on the phone just now? It actually made him so happy? Wang Chang smiled. I made an appointment with that young man to come to the bath center tonight, and it just so happens that he brought his wife with him. You can come with me, too. Bai Inghong had an idea in her mind. Have you been planning to start a film and television company recently? Do you want to cooperate with him? Wang Chang showed an expression that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Of course, honey, I'm not kidding. His abilities in the future will definitely far exceed mine. Bai Inghong took a deep breath and started to feel puzzled. She also wanted to see who the young talent was who could impress the royal city. By about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did Sister Hua, Li Bai, and Lao Wang leave. When they left, all three of them were reluctant to leave. But thinking that Qin Lang and Chu Chu had an appointment this afternoon, he didn't disturb them. After all, the 4 babies are less than 1 month old now. So the sleeping time is very long. There is little time for wakefulness. He woke up, drank the milk powder, made a few noises, and then fell asleep again. Coincidentally, Chu Chu also went to take a nap. Have plenty of energy for appointments in the evening. Qin Lang wandered around the garden for a while. The garden is very beautiful under the care of professional gardeners. Various flowers are blooming one after another. Qin Lang's mood also became very good. Take a cup of iced coffee, sit on the swing, rocking back and forth, and open the system page at the same time. Qin Lang hasn't opened the system for several days. As soon as it is opened, a series of messages popped up. Ding dong. The host changes clothes for the baby, gets 72 points of perfect value. Ding dong. The host bought snacks for the baby, obtained a perfect value of 98 points. Ding dong. The host brushes the baby's bottle, get a perfect score of 123 points. Ding dong. The host sings nursery rhymes for the baby, get 981 points of perfect score. Qin Lang automatically ignored these messages. Just check your perfect value balance. Because Qin Lang had used some of it before, and the price had increased significantly in the past few days. The perfect value directly reached 50,000 points. Qin Lang was very excited and started with a 5 draw streak. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 3 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Financial Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Go Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Brewing Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring assets, 95% of the shares of Ziahaha Beverage Company. Qin Lang was stunned. He didn't expect the system to be so valuable. The 3 million in cash was deposited directly into the bank. The skills of a financial guru are particularly practical. As the system's gold content increases, Qin Lang's perfection value will increase. Both cash and assets will increase. The skills of a financial guru can help Qin Lang plan well. And Go masters have a hobby. Qin Lang is not a professional Go player. But integrating skills is better than nothing. Maybe you can meet an expert and have a discussion with him. The winemaking master is quite useful to Qin Lang. As long as he has this skill, Qin Lang can build a company based on this skill. Turn skills into cash. But what Qin Lang was most looking forward to was the 95% shares of Ziahaha Beverage Company. In other words, Qin Lang got a company for no reason. Although Qin Lang had never heard of the name of this company. The system immediately popped up a message with the basic information of Ziahaha Beverage Company. Qin Lang read it from beginning to end. It was too early to find myself happy. Compared to the previous skills, the Laughing Beverage Company seems to be in a state of disarray. This company was registered as a foreign invested enterprise 3 years ago. Originally, I wanted to enter the domestic beverage market. But unfortunately, the company's planning was insufficient. Half a year later, the entire company went bankrupt and was completely ruined. Chapter 38, A Personal Invitation from the King's City. Chapter 38, A Personal Invitation from the King's City. Bath Center. The BMW slowly stopped. The Qin family of 6 immediately attracted attention as soon as they appeared. Wow, look, these 4 babies are so beautiful. It's so cute. Don't you see how good looking and handsome his parents are? This guy can definitely become a star. Although the woman was wearing a mask and a hat, her figure was definitely that of a stunning beauty. Chu Chu is a popular female star. Both the traffic and the strength are perfect. I am no longer surprised by these compliments. Although Qin Lang was also a school idol before, he charmed thousands of female fans with his handsome face. But because I don't have much money, I'm not so straight when I accept praise. It turns out that money is a man's courage. With money, everything can be upgraded to a higher level. The 4 babies were not asleep in the bassinets. He was very well behaved and didn't make any noise. It is called a bathing center, but in fact it is a place for business gatherings. The first floor is the lobby. The second floor is for men's and women's bathing rooms, and the fourth floor is the VIP reception room. All venues are open to VIP guests only. The fifth floor is for high-end meetings and is the exclusive space of the royal city. Wang Chang is already over 50 years old. The gift fields involved include entertainment, real estate, construction, food. This bathing center is where he entertains guests. But Wang Chang is a big businessman, and he personally invites very few guests. Qin Lang is the first in recent years. The waiter at the door had already received the order. Seeing the family, although he felt a little envious, he ran up to them quickly and spoke in a humble tone. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin?" Qin Lang nodded. "Right. Mr. Wang is already waiting for you on the 5th floor, just follow me in." The 5th floor might be Wang Chang's exclusive meeting room. Ordinary guests are not allowed to enter. Faced with the envy of others, Qin Lang didn't think it was a big deal. The purpose of its meeting with Wang Chang was to discuss business. If the business deal is successful, 2 people will cooperate. If the negotiation fails, just consider it as making friends. Inside the huge and high-end reception room, Wang Chang and Bai Yinghong are playing chess. Bai Yinghong's chess skills were not as good as Wang Chang's, and he was defeated after playing a few games. In the end, he just cheated and threw the chess piece away. "I don't want to play anymore. I can never beat you." If it were someone else, Wang Chang would definitely be angry on the spot. But this is my wife. What can I do? I can only pamper her. Okay, that's not fun anymore. Bai Yinghong looked at her watch. "According to the time, your good friend should be here too." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Qin Lang and Chu Chu stood there holding 4 cute kids. This family of 6 is so luxurious. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women simply dazzled everyone's eyes. Qin Lang has black hair, black clothes, and black eyes, and he looks like an oriental handsome man. This appearance. This body. You can definitely enter the entertainment industry and become a star. Because it is a private club, Chu Chu doesn't need to wear a mask or sunglasses. A goddess face that is both pure and charming is revealed. Chu Chu was wearing a black suspender top, a black hip skirt, and a pair of Martin shoes. It highlights the perfect figure without looking gaudy. This beauty and proportion. She is worthy of being ranked number 1 in beauty every year in the entertainment industry, which is full of beautiful women. Not to mention the 4 cute kids next to them. Although they are not very old, they all look soft and cute. Just like chubby little candies. Wang Chang was also surprised. He looked at Qin Lang and then at Chu Chu. Wang Chang was a big shot after all, and his emotions did not show on his face. He immediately restrained his expression and coughed. "Xiao Qin, this is your wife?" Qin Lang put the gift box on the table. "Yes, Mr. Wang, I forgot to introduce you before. This is Chu Chu, my wife. You should know him." Wang Chang slapped his thigh. "Of course I know you. Chu Chu was here too when I met you last time. It seemed like you 2 weren't together at that time. How come it happened so quickly? And they all have 4 babies." Qin Lang waved his hand slightly. "Boss Wang, this is a long story." Qin Lang simply said something. When Wang Chang heard this, he burst into laughter. "You are handsome. Although Chu Chu is in the entertainment industry, she has a good temper and is beautiful. The 2 of you standing together are simply a perfect match made in heaven." Bai Yinghong, who had been silent, also spoke. "Yes, you 2 are a match made in heaven." Although Bai Yinghong is a housewife, her husband is very capable. "This is the ceiling for your lady." A pair of eyes can see through people's hearts. At first glance, the first impression of Qin Lang Chu Chu was particularly good. She likes it very much. No wonder Wang Chang praised Qin Lang so much. Bai Yinghong looked at the 4 adorable babies in the cradle and couldn't help but hold the second baby in her arms, rocking him slowly. "Oh, these 2 little darlings are so adorable." Xin Lang introduced it immediately. These are the 4 children in our family. Quadruplets, right? Oh my! How lucky they are to have quadruplets, and they are twins, a boy and a girl, and they are also very good looking. They are really blessed. The royal city has never been angry, but it is only towards outsiders. After the last conversation with Xin Lang, Wang Chang wanted to promote Xin Lang when he saw these 4 cute babies. Even if there is a piece of ice in my heart, it has melted now. Wang Chang was so happy. Holding the dabao in the left hand and the sanbao in the right hand, Wang Chang and Bai Hong's attention was completely shifted to these 4 cute babies. Old Wang, look at these 4 babies. They are so cute. Why don't we have another one? This. Wang Chang was sweating profusely. I felt the pain in my waist instantly. Not good. Feeling a hint of danger, Wang Chang coughed dryly. Let's talk about this when we get home. Let's talk about it when we get home. But we are both over 50, so it would be difficult to have children. Bai Yinghong smiled and patted Wang Chang's shoulder. You look scared, I was just joking. Wang Chang immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, it was a joke. If it comes for real, he won't be able to bear it. The 4 babies don't make any noise. It was said that this was the first time that the baby met Wang Chang and Bai Yinghong. Put it on other children. In mild cases, they will ignore it. In serious cases, they will cry and make a fuss. Children are always shy about strangers. There is nothing wrong with this. But these 4 treasures are truly magical. Dabao was held in Wang Chang's arms. Dabao was more stable, and since he was a boy, he didn't react at all. It's the 3 treasures. Sanbao is a girl, and the most noisy one. She actually stretched out her chubby little hand and touched Wang Chang's chin. Chapter 39 Xin Lang kills everyone, the royal city is convinced. Chapter 39 Xin Lang kills everyone, the royal city is convinced. Wang Chang has only one daughter. I went to the United States to study a few years ago, and then worked and settled there. I haven't been back for a long time. And because of Wang Chang's status as a king, the last time he held a baby was decades ago. Sanbao's chubby little hand slowly touched Wang Chang's chin. Wang Chang stood there, not daring to move, his eyes slowly following Sanbao's fat hand. That expression was so funny. Sanbao touched Wang Chang's beard and pulled it suddenly. Ouch! Wang Chang had a beard pulled out. It hurts, but it's also fun. Chu Chu hurried to hug him. Sanbao, these are your uncle and aunt, you can't joke around. Sanbao looked at Chu Chu with his big round eyes, not knowing whether she understood or not. Sanbao finally gave up, stretched out his thin little arms and lay on Chu Chu's body. The energy of the 4 babies is limited. After making a fuss for a while, he fell asleep in the cradle. Professional service staff immediately put the 4 babies into the baby room. The temperature in the baby room is kept at 27 degrees. There are toys and aromatherapy to help you sleep. Xin Lang didn't need to worry about Chu Chu and could talk to Wang Chang by Yinghong with peace of mind. Xin Lang and Wang Chang had only met once before. Although it is about business. However, people's hearts are hidden, and the 2 people can only be considered as acquaintances now, but it cannot be said that they have a deep friendship. In addition, this time it was Wang Chang who took the initiative to invite us. Xin Lang and Chu Chu just need to behave like good guests. Wang Chang looked at the chessboard in front of him and wanted to test Xin Lang. Xiao Qin, can you play Go? Xin Lang smiled slightly and nodded immediately. Of course. Oh. Bai Yinghong was peeling fruit and shaking her head, trying to give a reminder. Xiao Qin, you don't know, he is a chess fanatic, he likes playing chess and likes to compete with others. If you don't know how to do it, don't be perfunctory with him. Bai Yinghong had her own ideas when she said this. Wang Chang is in a high position of power, and he had previously released news that he was looking for someone to partner with him to start a film and television company. Countless people threw olive branches to me. Since you are asking for something, you must put on a smiling face. So everyone comes to the royal city to do business. Whether you can play chess or not, everyone says they can play chess. When playing chess with Wang Chang, he deliberately lost to him. Wang Chang is not stupid, and he was annoyed by these people after a while. The reason why Wang Chang took the initiative to propose playing chess with Xin Lang was to test Wang Chang's character. During the last drinking party, Xin Lang's long speech really opened Wang Chang's eyes. Wang Chang has a good impression of Xin Lang. But partners. Regardless of how much money you make, the most important thing is your character. Qin Lang said no more. The two began to play chess. More than half a quarter of an hour later, Wang Cheng frowned in thought and touched his chin. Ah, I actually lost. What? Bai Inghong clapped her hands. Old Wang, you are right. You really lost. This little brother is really good at chess. Wang Cheng loves chess as if it were his life and has become a chess fanatic. In the Go competition held in Yancheng before, he earned a good reputation. I didn't expect Qin Lang's chess skills to be so good. Wang Cheng was still not giving up. He held the black piece in his hand and was about to place it on the Go board, but then he withdrew his hand and shook his head. Never mind, I lost. Qin Lang decided to stop while he was ahead and immediately handed Wang Cheng a cup of tea. Boss Wang, you are deliberately letting me go today. If you don't let me, I can't beat you. Look. What a nice thing to say. Wang Cheng's mind is not that narrow, he smiles. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Xiao Qin, I have a new respect for you today. I didn't expect you to be so good at chess. Who did you learn from? I slowly pondered and learned when I was bored. Qin Lang is also blessed with a systematic Go genius. Ha, he is self-taught. It's not just that he is handsome, but I didn't expect he is also so smart. When Qin Lang and Wang Cheng were playing chess, Bai Inghong and Chu Chu have already changed into clothes for the hot spring bath. Bai Inghong wore a black and white one-piece swimsuit, which was conservative but very dignified. Although Bai Inghong is over 50 years old, she is well maintained. The skin is delicate and firm, and the facial features are bright and attractive. When standing next to Chu Chu, I can't tell much difference between them. Chu Chu was wearing a pink and blue bikini. The bikini outlines the perfect figure, with long legs and a curvy figure. He is indeed a big star. Bai Inghong glanced at him and said impatiently. Okay, Xiao Qin came here to soak in the hot springs, why are you asking him to play chess with you? Hurry up and change your clothes and go to the hot spring. There is a private hot spring bath on the 6th floor. It is also an excellent place to discuss business. The two men didn't waste any time and went into the fitting room to change their clothes. Because they were taking a hot spring bath, both of them wore swimming trunks. But when you stand out and compare them, these swimming trunks are very different. Wang Cheng is like most middle-aged men. He has gained weight and has a beer belly. The flesh on his face was loose and sagging. But Qin Lang next to him was muscular, with 8 abdominal muscles attached to his abdomen, and his biceps and hard back muscles were like solid rocks. Which woman wouldn't drool upon seeing this? 4 people slowly entered the 6th floor. The hot spring water is of suitable temperature, and there are drinks and fruits around. Attractive waitresses are always waiting outside. Especially comfortable. Wang Cheng rolled up the walnuts, took a sip of pineapple juice, and spoke slowly. Xiao Qin, last time you told me about the development of a film and television company, I was very interested. But you have to know that doing things is not just about talking, but about putting things into practice. Do you have any specific and feasible methods? Since Wang Cheng spoke first, it means that this matter is feasible. Qin Lang's words were still unhurried. Traffic is king nowadays. If we want to make a breakthrough in the entertainment industry, we must rely on quality first. The first thing to ensure is the allocation of funds. Nowadays, whether it is an idol who sings and dances or an internet celebrity who takes beautiful photos and shakes his buttocks, they all like to get a piece of the entertainment industry. And many big capitals also tend to invite large traffic. Although the high traffic can only cut out the picture and stare, the popularity of fans is also high. This creates a problem. That is incomplete allocation of funds. The shooting of a TV series or a movie is an extremely complicated process, from the early preparation to the shooting in the middle to the editing in the later stage. But the funds for a play are limited. If a large amount of funds are allocated to the actor's pay, other aspects will be greatly compressed. Chapter 40, Langcheng culture is established, Qin Lang is amazing again. Chapter 40, Langcheng culture is established, Qin Lang is amazing again. It would be fine if the actors invited here had good acting skills. But nowadays, big-name stars often stare with their eyes cut out. It is harder to make them cry than to laugh, and the acting is simply a top-notch car accident scene. Apart from the fans, the audience will not buy it at all. Over time, this has led to a large number of bad films being made. However, the financial investment in a TV series is increasing, but it is still difficult to produce a good TV series. Qin Lang's thoughts were completely different. A large amount of funds flow into screenwriting, directing, post-production editing and filming. The actors don't need to be famous, but they must have good acting skills and be less troublesome. After Qin Lang finished speaking, Wang Chang stopped eating the walnuts and even stopped drinking the pineapple juice in his hand. He smacked his eyes, doubting whether he had heard it wrongly. How could this young man in front of me have such thoughts? And it coincides perfectly with my idea. This is truly a bosom friend. Wang Chang almost slapped his thighs until they turned red. Xiao Qin, do you really think so? Qin Lang took a sip of tea. That's what I really think. That's exactly what I was thinking. If Wang Chang wasn't taking a hot spring bath, he would have been so happy that he would have danced. Bai Inghong next to her was also shocked. The old man in my family is very powerful and has long been accustomed to not showing his emotions. When have you ever been so happy? Bai Inghong was also very perceptive and immediately brought them together. Old man, I haven't seen you chatting so well with others in a long time. I think this little brother is young and promising, and I can get along well with Miss Chu Chu. Aren't you looking for a partner? Otherwise, just look for Qin Lang. This was originally a joke about a toy, but it also has some sincerity. Wang Chang pondered for a moment. He had a hunch. Cooperating with Qin Lang is definitely a business that is sure to make money. Xiao Qin, what do you think? Chu Chu beside her opened her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. Who is Wang Chang? He is a big shot in the entertainment industry. Even Sister Hua, who has been immersed in the entertainment industry for decades, is just a nobody in front of Wang Chang. Now the top boss Wang Chang actually took the initiative to extend an olive branch to her husband? If this happened to someone else, they would be extremely happy. But Qin Lang appeared calm on the surface, with only a faint smile in his eyes. I didn't see how happy he was, but I didn't see any sign of rejection either. This is the person who does great things. Steady. It is my honor to work with Mr. Wang. Wang Chan waved his hand casually. What's Mr. Wang or not? Xiao Qin, you and I get along really well. From now on, just call me Uncle Wang. Qin Lang called out very obediently. Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Chang really admires Qin Lang. I wish I could treat him as my own son. He tells you everything he knows, from the origins of the entertainment industry to the interesting stories of the popular stars in the industry. Wang Chang talked incessantly for more than 2 hours. In the end, I was so thirsty that I stopped talking only after Apple reminded me. Okay, you keep talking and you don't even give Xiao Qin a chance to react. Aren't we here to discuss business? Why are you saying these useless things? Wang Chang finally reacted, put the pineapple juice bottle aside, and chuckled. Sorry, I just said a little too much. Chu Chu and Qin Lang couldn't help laughing beside them. Who says that Wang Chang, the top boss in the entertainment industry, is a cold-faced devil? Isn't this cute once you get familiar with it? The man was talking about business just now and Chu Chu didn't say anything. Uncle Wang, now that you and Qin Lang have decided to open a film and television company, what name would be better? The name is the first impression of a company. It has to be loud. Wang Chang is the elder, so Qin Lang naturally gives way to him. Uncle Wang, what do you think? Wang Chang lit a cigar, smoked it slowly, and finally patted the back of his head. Got it. How about calling it Langcheng culture? Langcheng culture is the combination of Qin Lang and Wang Cheng's names. It has good intentions and sounds loud. Good. The name Langcheng culture is indeed good. Chu Chu and Bai Inghong both applauded. Yes, this name is loud and catchy. As he was talking, he had already come up with the name of the film and television company. Next, we will focus on discussing the company's development direction. Wang Chang and Qin Lang agree on this point. Make sure to take good photos. It can't be a bunch of popular movies that are sold everywhere. Wang Chang nodded lightly, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Xiao Qin, you have never been in the entertainment industry before, so you don't know the current situation in this industry. Many times it's not that we don't want to make good TV series, but that there are simply no good screenwriters or good scripts. One consequence of a large amount of capital flowing into high-profile actors with no acting skills. It constantly squeezes the living space of screenwriters. In foreign countries, screenwriters have a very high voice and status. However, screenwriters have very little say in status in the domestic film and television circles. It's casual, the male and female protagonists can add or change the scenes casually. That's why the plot was changed so badly. It can be said that many scripts are simply hard to come by. Chu Chu, who is also a practitioner in the entertainment industry, nodded deeply. Hubby, Uncle Wang is right. I am now quite famous and popular, but I have very few good scripts. It is even more rare to find a script with a solid plot, theme, and characters. Chu Chu has been in the entertainment industry for 5 or 6 years. High traffic, great reputation, and good strength. He has his own professional bottom line and doesn't like to shoot kissing and intimate scenes. In the 5 years since his debut, only 4 or 5 works have been released. The last work I filmed was when I was pregnant with 4 babies. I never came across a good script after that, so I didn't shoot the film. Chu Chu also has professional ethics. Chu Chu and Wang Chang both frowned, both feeling troubled by this matter. Qin Lang entered the system inadvertently. Qin Lang had already activated the library function last time. The so-called library function is to collect excellent literary works from various parallel time and space. Qin Lang directly clicked on the movie page. One of the most popular films is called War Tiger. War Tiger is a patriotic film. In another parallel universe, a famous martial arts star starred in the film, which raked in over 6 billion yuan at the box office. Whether in terms of concept, plot, or action, it is 1 in a million. Qin Lang downloaded the script directly and started talking. Uncle Wang, I have a few scripts here. I wonder if you would like to read them. Wang Chang was shocked. I didn't expect that you can actually write a script. Chapter 41 Cooperation is concluded, Pooh was overjoyed. Chapter 41 Cooperation is concluded, Pooh was overjoyed. Qin Lang, how many surprises do you have that Uncle Wang doesn't know about? Wang Chang couldn't believe it. Qin Lang looks handsome, and from the conversation just now we can tell that he is well-spoken and a rare talent. I never thought I would write a script. Qin Lang really wanted to say that these scripts were not written by him because he did not have that much talent. But if we tell them about the library system, they will be scared to death. So Qin Lang reluctantly took the credit for himself. I wrote this when I was bored in college. If you want to read it, I'll send it to you tonight. Wang Chang nodded quickly. Okay, send me the script tonight. Chu Chu next to him had a look of admiration on her face, her eyes were full of love and her forehead was flushed. Hubby, you can also write scripts. My big star wife, what's with that expression on your face? You look like a crazy fan. Chu Chu shook her head, smiled sweetly, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Thinking that there was another outsider, she leaned over to Qin Lang's ear and spoke slowly. I'm also curious about what you wrote. Can you let me take a look at the script first? Of course, whatever my wife says is what I will do. It's a pleasure to talk business with cheerful people. Qin Lang and Wang Chang have many similar ideas. Although there is a big age gap between them, it doesn't prevent them from chatting with each other. This time the conversation was so enjoyable that Wang Chang even regarded Qin Lang as a close friend. Chu Chu and Bai Yinghong also had a lot to talk about. Although Chu Chu is a female star. But because of family education since childhood. So I didn't develop a superior and pampered personality. She was able to get to where she is today. I have worked hard step by step with my own hands. Chu Chu is pretty and gentle. It's very kind of Bai Yinghong. Bai Yinghong's family conditions were not very good in her early years. It's too high to reach the royal city. When I first got married, Wang Cheng's mother has not died yet. Bai Yinghong suffered a lot from her mother-in-law. Only after Wang Cheng's mother passed away did Bai Yinghong enjoy a few days of happiness. Bai Yinghong's parents are also well off. She and Wang Cheng support each other. We have walked hand in hand for more than 30 years. Seeing Qin Lang and Chu Chu being so inseparable, it was as if I was seeing myself at that time. Wang Cheng and Qin Lang chatted incessantly. If it's not in the bathing center. Wang Cheng couldn't wait to have a few drinks with Qin Lang. In the end, it was Bai Yinghong who reminded him. Old Wan, don't just chat with Xiao Qin. They both haven't eaten and must be hungry. The 4 babies should be awake by now. Let's go to the restaurant on the 7th floor for dinner. Wang Cheng remembered and stood up quickly. Yes. Xiao Qin, I was so excited chatting with you just now that I forgot about it. You must be hungry, let's go to the 7th floor to eat. We have Western and French food, it depends on what you want to eat. High-end places are convenient. The service is good, but the most important thing is what you can't imagine. There is no way they can't do it. Just a restaurant. There are all kinds of dishes, all delicious and tasty. Xin Lang still felt a little hungry. Even Choo Choo's stomach growled. Several people put on large bathrobes. Let us go eat. The 4 babies have fallen asleep after drinking milk powder under the care of the staff. After all, the baby is less than a month old. Sleep more. Xin Lang was afraid that they would catch a cold if he moved them around, so he kept them on the 6th floor. It's just right for 4 adults to chat and drink tea. Xin Lang considerately cut the black pepper steak and placed it on Choo Choo's plate. Honey, the red wine hasn't finished yet. I'll pour you a glass when it's done. You can eat your steak first. Choo Choo smiled gently, picked up a piece of black pepper steak and put it into her mouth. A happy smile was on his face. Thank you, husband. It's really delicious. Please eat it too. Choo Choo picked up a piece of steak and put it into Xin Lang's mouth. Ever since Xin Lang and Choo Choo got together, it's like a dog slaughtering scene every minute. Every minute of communication is so sweet. The most important thing is, Choo Choo is a super female star in her own right. Xin Lang is handsome. A handsome man and a beautiful woman stand together. It doesn't feel greasy at all, it's more like watching an idol drama. Bai Yinghong on the opposite side could no longer control her emotions and held her chin with both hands. He blinked his eyes and finally turned to look at Wang Chung, who was eating hard. Moment. From fantasy to reality. Old Wang, you can't learn from Xiaoqin. Look how much Xiaoqin loves his wife. We've been married for so many years, and you've never helped me cut a steak. Wang Chang was stunned. Is there such a high-end operation? The royal city followed suit. Put the half-eaten black pepper steak into Bai Yinghong's mouth. Eat quickly. Bai Yinghong showed a look of disdain. Come on, who wants to eat it if you've already eaten it? I won't eat it. Look. It's not that I don't help you cut it, but you don't want to eat it. I have to say. Wang Chang is a very traditional person. In his early years, he followed in his father's footsteps and developed from an industrial entrepreneur to the internet and entertainment circles. Although he is already a well-known business tycoon, everyone who sees him has to respectfully address him as Mr. Wang. But Wang Chang himself is very traditional. There is a saying that goes, men become bad when they have money. A top boss like Wang Chang. I have never had a mistress during my more than 30 years of marriage. Apart from Bai Yinghong, he had no excessive physical contact with other opposite sexes. It's very rare. Besides, he also likes eating Chinese food, drinking tea, and playing Go. In short, the more classical and traditional the culture, the more I like it. I don't like trendy videos like TikTok and Weibo. Wang Chang believes that people nowadays are too impetuous, especially the young people, who all have high aspirations. There is not a single bit of real knowledge in his head. Wang Chang was looking for a partner, and he had met at least 80 business talents. In addition to the top bosses in the industry, I met all the up-and-coming talents, but none of them satisfied me. Only Xin Lang. Wang Chang had a hunch in his mind. Xin Lang's future achievements are likely to surpass his. Wang Chang also values and loves talents, and he and Xin Lang get along so well. He had already regarded Xin Lang as his own junior. Wang Chang had nothing to worry about in front of Xin Lang. Wang Chang put down his knife and fork and picked up a pair of chopsticks. I just don't like to learn from foreigners or use foreign culture. You have to use chopsticks to eat. Bai Yinghong couldn't help but roll her eyes to the sky. You're just an old country bumpkin. Xin Lang and Choo Choo laughed out loud. Choo Choo finished eating, stood up and said politely, I'm going to the bathroom first. As the saying goes, excessive joy leads to sorrow. The people are really happy today. I didn't expect to meet an uninvited guest in the bathroom. It was her old enemy. Zhou Yan. Chapter 42, Female stars tear each other apart. Chapter 42, Female stars tear each other apart. Zhou Yan wore an oversized bikini and oversized sunglasses, and even from a distance she looked like a star. But when standing next to Choo Choo, there is a big difference. The two people met each other inadvertently and were both stunned. Choo Choo was not the kind of person who would cause trouble, so she made way for him and was about to leave. There were mocking words coming from behind. Oh my! Who was that? It turns out to be our big star Choo Choo. I heard that our big star hasn't filmed for a long time. I don't know what he has been doing at home recently. Zhou Yan looked up at the sky, exhaled air from her nostrils, and hummed through her mouth. They were mocking Choo Choo in both open and covert ways for not having any roles to play. It's out of date. Choo Choo didn't want to argue with her. But Zhou Yan became more and more demanding. Seeing that Choo Choo remained silent, she thought that Choo Choo really had no resources. The verbal attacks then intensified. Sister Choo Choo, you are my senior after all. If you really retire and have no more movies to shoot, you can beg me then. Maybe I can make you my supporting character. Zhou Yan really spoke arrogantly. Not to mention that Choo Choo is now a first-line female star. Whether in terms of strength or traffic, she is far better than Zhou Yan. With Zhou Yan's acting skills, she still wants to be the heroine? It's just a daydream. Choo Choo has a good temper, but that doesn't mean she is easy to bully. Choo Choo's beautiful eyes scanned Zhou Yan's body up and down. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Zhou Yan. I haven't seen you for a few months. You've gained so much weight that I can't recognize you. Isn't this just mocking Zhou Yan for being fat? A good figure and a pretty face are the lifeblood of a female star. If you gain a pound or two, you will be criticized by the media. Zhou Yan hooked up with a rich second-generation guy some time ago, and she is living a very comfortable life. Eat, drink, and lie at home motionless every day. You will gain weight naturally. I didn't expect Choo Choo's eyes to be so sharp that she could see it at a glance. Zhou Yan mocked Choo Choo for being frivolous, but Choo Choo didn't take it to heart at all. But as soon as Choo Choo opened her mouth, it was a critical blow to Zhou Yan. This is still a public place. Zhou Yan was a public figure, so she couldn't just yell like a shrew. She could only swallow the loss and bear the broken teeth. Zhou Yan failed to mock, so she turned and looked at her assistant Lily. Lily, Director Wang wants me to shoot a big production recently. I heard that the investment is over 100 million. I don't know if Choo Choo has received such resources. Lily is Zhou Yan's assistant. Two people are naturally like snakes and rats. Lily raised her chest. Yes, Director Wang said that you are his first choice. He also said that you are the one he admires most in the entertainment industry. The director Wang mentioned by Zhou Yan and Lily is a well-known director in the entertainment industry. He has some fame and ability, but he likes to shoot works that attract traffic. There is only traffic but no reputation. A few days ago, Director Wang specially approached Choo Choo to ask for cooperation. For the sake of their own reputation, Sister Hua and Choo Choo refused. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan picked up the thing that Choo Choo didn't want and treated it as a treasure. As the saying goes, I would rather argue with a smart person than say a word to a stupid person. Choo Choo smiled sweetly and nodded slightly. As long as you like it. Like? Just like it? That's good? Look at Choo Choo's calm movements. Look at this beautiful face. The calmer Choo Choo was, the more angry Zhou Yan became. Ever since Zhou Yan entered the entertainment industry, she has regarded Choo Choo as a scourge. He regarded her as his number one enemy. Zhou Yan was angry. But how could I let go of this opportunity? Zhou Yan sneered. You think you can't compare to me, so you surrender automatically, right? He is really climbing up the pole and getting ahead of others. Choo Choo is not easy to mess with either. Choo Choo sneered and was just about to speak. Suddenly, a clear male voice came from a distance. What a joke! This is the first time I've heard such a joke. Why don't you look in the mirror? How can you compare to my wife from head to toe? Qin Lang stood at the door, holding Dabao in his left hand and Sibao in his right hand. He is handsome, elegant, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. That's so handsome. He is definitely a male god. The young assistant Lily couldn't help but become infatuated and covered her mouth with her hands, full of surprise. Wow, who is this? He's so handsome. It's like he came out of a comic book. Although Zhou Yan is developing in the entertainment industry, she only works with male stars. But this was the first time she had seen a man as handsome as Qin Lang. The corner of Zhou Yan's mouth twitched and saliva was about to flow out. The next second, sparks flashed through her head and she began to stutter. What did you say? You said Chu Chu is your wife? Nonsense. Chu Chu is a popular female star. Suddenly got a husband? Definitely, it's explosive news. But now Zhou Yan's focus is. Such a handsome man turned out to be Chu Chu's husband? Chu Chu is so lucky. Just based on Qin Lang's figure and face, he would definitely be a high-traffic male star in the entertainment industry. And he is far better than Koen Koen, who sings, dances and plays basketball. Qin Lang stepped forward. Chu Chu held Debao in her arms, and Qin Lang used one hand to hug Chu Chu. The four of them stood together. The picture is so pleasing to the eyes. I'm fine, but who is the one who keeps causing trouble for my wife? So it's you are Zhou Yan? Zhou Yan immediately took off her sunglasses, crossed her arms across her chest, and looked domineering. I am. Are you also my fan? Qin Lang chuckled. I've seen narcissistic people, but I've never seen anyone as narcissistic as you. I advise you, if you cause trouble to my wife again, I will make you pay for it. What did you say? Zhou Yan was extremely angry. Lily was quite perceptive and immediately grabbed Zhou Yan. Sister, please don't be angry, I think Chu Chu's husband is not ordinary. With this temperament and this outfit, she is definitely a rich person. Do you think Chu Chu is hooked up with some super rich second-generation guy again, so he is indifferent to us? If you are really angry with him, we will be the ones who suffer. A sentence. Zhou Yan's flames were extinguished instantly. Although Zhou Yan couldn't stand Chu Chu. But she loves money more. I'm afraid that I'll lose some resources because of my bad mouth. When the time comes, she will just hug the wall and cry. Zhou Yan looked at Qin Lang and Chu Chu hatefully, with a sneer on her face. Chu Chu, if I remember correctly, your fans all call you the goddess of pure lust. I don't know if your fans know that you actually have a husband. Chu Chu is generous and open. Yes, not only am I married, but I also have 4 beautiful and lovely babies. A bolt from the blue. Zhou Yan was also shocked. Chapter 43 Zhou Yan's shock, Chu Chu is too brave. Chapter 43 Zhou Yan's shock, Chu Chu is too brave. The flowering period of female stars is shorter than you think. When female stars' looks and figures reach their peak, most female stars would choose to develop their careers. Even if they are in love or married, they keep it secret, so as not to affect your own resources. But now Chu Chu admitted it so casually. The most important thing is that Chu Chu's husband is also extremely handsome. Holding those 2 cute babies in my arms. Although it was sleeping, it was fat and snoring, and looked like a little dumpling. Not to mention how cute it is, it's simply adorable. Zhou Yan felt a little jealous. But Chu Chu's frank and open admission left Zhou Yan speechless. Every time Zhou Yan and Chu Chu met, Zhou Yan would make trouble for Chu Chu. She was as elegant and calm as a chrysanthemum, and she could refute something with just a few words. Zhou Yan was so angry, but she was also afraid in her heart. Qin Lang wanted to see his extraordinary bearing. She didn't dare to do anything rash. Lily advised. Sister Yan Yan, we were able to enter the VIP bathing pool thanks to Director Wang. Director Wang urged us to go out, let's go quickly. Today Zhou Yan and Director Wang came over to discuss business. Of course. Whether Zhou Yan can win depends on her chess skills. This is the most luxurious bathing center in Yongchang. It's not possible for someone like Zhou Yan to come in. Zhou Yan went to great lengths to get a time-limited ticket. I heard that the big boss behind this bath center is all-powerful and owns a business empire. Zhou Yan was busy trying to curry favor with him, but she didn't dare to offend him. The provocation failed, so he could only drag Lily away in shame. Qin Lang looked at Zhou Yan's back, frowned, and a look of slight displeasure appeared on his face. So this is Zhou Yan, the one you told me about who repeatedly ruined your plans. I thought he was some big shot, but I didn't expect he was just an ordinary person. Chu Chu chuckled. That's because your standards are too high, husband. Although Zhou Yan is not a first-tier female star, she is also famous for her beauty in the entertainment industry. However, even though she has ruined my plans time and again, I have no ill will towards her. Why? Because he is not worthy of being my opponent. Look at what this says. If Zhou Yan heard this, she would probably vomit blood. Husband, why are you here? Qin Lang scratched his forehead and smiled embarrassedly. As the saying goes, a day without seeing you feels like a long time. Don't underestimate the miraculous encounter between Qin Lang and Chu Chu. After getting along with each other, I found that our personalities were particularly compatible. They are inseparable. Choo Choo went to the bathroom and didn't come out for a long time. Xin Lang was so worried that he quickly carried Debao and Sibao over. I didn't expect to see such a good show. Today's meeting went very smoothly. Xin Lang and Wang Cheng became closer, and they decided to start Langxing culture. Wang Cheng is professional in doing this kind of thing. Xin Lang invested 50 million and Wang Cheng invested 60 million. The two people jointly registered Langcheng culture. Wang Cheng has a high social status and is a big shot in the entertainment industry. Previously, Wang Cheng announced that he was looking for a partner. The news was sensational, and now it has finally been settled. Everyone heard that the person cooperating with Wang Cheng was an outsider. And he is a quiet and unknown person. My curiosity about Xin Lang increased immediately. But Xin Lang didn't have time to pay attention to the gossip outside. He and Choo Choo were enjoying a rare leisure time at home. Xin Lang was a bachelor before. A man who lives in a 50 square meter rental house, works, slacks off, and plays games after get off work. We also order takeout for meals. With Choo Choo, there are 4 babies, plus the nanny Yu Miao. Everything has become very different. Every day the house is filled with the laughter of 4 babies. There was also the sound of Choo Choo and Yu Miao chatting. The hot summer has arrived. The scorching sun outside is about to melt people. The temperature in the whole villa is kept at 20 degrees. Not too cold nor too hot, very comfortable. Xin Lang opened the refrigerator and took out a can of vanilla ice cream. Take a sip of the ice cream, it's sweet, smooth and delicious. 4 babies are basking in the sun outside. Sanba turned around and saw Xin Lang eating ice cream, waving his hands with a smile. Obviously he wants to eat too. The 4 babies will be 1 month old in a few days. As you are young, you need to be very careful about everything. Calcium needs to be supplemented in time, but babies cannot absorb calcium tablets, so they need to stay outside in the sun more. Of course the 4 babies can't eat ice cream. Xin Lang changed his mind and cut and peeled the pumpkin and steamed it in a pot. Cook into a puree, mash and add milk and rice paste. In a short while, a bowl of fragrant pumpkin porridge was cooked. The 4 babies are now all fed by Choo Choo's granary. Fortunately, Choo Choo's skills are very powerful. A pair of D-cups can fully supply the food supply for 4 babies. But sometimes you can change it up a bit. Xin Lang placed the fragrant pumpkin porridge next to the 4 treasures. The 4 babies are not picky about food and smelled the sweet taste. He brought it into his mouth one bite after another. In a short while, my mouth was covered with pumpkin porridge. Looks like a little calico cat. Choo Choo smiled and wiped the mouths of the 4 babies. You shouldn't spoil them too much. The first and 4th treasures are fine, but the 2nd and 3rd treasures are girls. If you spoil them too much and they grow up to be arrogant and willful, you will have no choice. Xin Lang is a complete daughter slave. In his opinion, Debao and Sibao are boys, and they are going to go out and fight to make a name for themselves. Although I have the support of the system and full business skills. Xin Lang believed that in less than 2 years, it would be no problem for him to have assets exceeding 10 billion. At that time, these assets will be inherited by Debao and Sibao. But Xin Lang also didn't want to raise them into uneducated rich 2nd generation. Only when you have ink in your belly can you truly belong to me. Boys can't be so delicate. The requirements for the 2nd and 3rd babies are not that high. Girls are born to live a life of luxury, not do heavy work, learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and be free to be themselves. Although you have to get married sooner or later. Daughters are their father's little lovers in his previous life. Xin Lang is determined to raise Erbao and Sanbao into truly fair, rich and beautiful girls. Xin Lang is the one who truly favors girls over boys. When Choo Choo heard this, a trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she felt very aggrieved. Chapter 44 OMG. The celebrity wife is actually angry. Chapter 44 OMG. The celebrity wife is actually angry. Xin Lang reacted and asked quickly. Honey, did I say something wrong? Choo Choo touched her forehead with her fingers, her tone soft. Hubby, from what you said it seems like you like Erbao and Sanbao more than me. There can only be one little princess in a family. If the 2nd and 3rd treasures are also little princesses, then what am I? Does that mean I am no longer important to you? Choo Choo's train of thought really made Xin Lang laugh. I didn't expect that the wife of a big star would worry about these things. Is this being jealous of your own daughter? Xin Lang used to rely on his handsome face. Walk through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. There are many ways to coax girls. Xin Lang quickly held Chu Chu's soft face and looked at her from left to right. Chu Chu looked puzzled by Xin Lang's look. What are you looking at? Honey, is my face dirty? No, I'm looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. Wife, what did your mother eat when she gave birth to you? How come my wife is so pretty and has such a good figure? Chu Chu burst into laughter, with a shy look on her face and a soft tone. You will have fun. Okay, wife, stop being jealous of my daughter. My daughter may be my little lover, but you will always be my big lover. You will always be my beloved wife. Women all like to hear nice words. Chu Chu was no exception. Chu Chu felt sweet in her heart after hearing this. At the beginning, the 4 babies were able to raise their round little chins. I couldn't last more than half an hour watching my parents flirting with each other. The 4 babies were so sleepy that they were sleeping soundly in the bassinets. Xin Lang was afraid that it was too hot in the garden, so he asked Meow Meow to send the 4 babies to the nursery. The couple lay on the lounge chair in the garden hugging each other, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. Surrounded by clusters of flowers, holding the sweet and soft celebrity wife in his arms. Xin Lang felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Hubby, our 4 babies will be 1 month old in 5 days. When will we go back to our hometown to hold a full month banquet for them and get their household registration books? Broken. Xin Lang really forgot about this matter. These days, Xin Lang and Wang Cheng have been busy with the establishment of Langqing culture. I actually forgot such an important thing. The 1-year-old party is an important ceremony to welcome the 4 babies for the first time when they are born into this world. As a father, Xin Lang must do everything for them in a hurry. Moreover, Xin Lang and Chu Chu have now obtained their marriage certificate. It doesn't matter whether Chu Chu's parents see her or not. The most important thing is to bring Chu Chu and the 4 babies back home so that their parents, relatives, and friends can meet them. Xin Lang acted decisively and made a decision immediately. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Xin Lang's hometown is in Linshur, which is only more than 3 hours' drive away. Chu Chu was so excited. There is an old saying. An ugly wife always has to meet her parents-in-law. Although Chu Chu is not ugly, in a sense, Chu Chu is already the ceiling of the wife world. But Chu Chu was still very nervous. Chu Chu held Xin Lang's hand, her eyes moving around. Husband, do you think your parents will dislike me? What should I do if they don't like me? Xin Lang smiled bitterly. Wife, you really think too much. My parents are very easy to get along with. You will know when you meet them tomorrow. Chu Chu was so nervous. Although Xin Lang said so. But Chu Chu spent the whole night in anticipation and nervousness. Until that evening. As expected, I suffered from insomnia and couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I tossed and turned. Xin Lang is in a particularly good mental state because of the support of the system. You only need 5 or 6 hours of light sleep and you will be full of energy. It's a little after 4 in the morning. Xin Lang saw that Chu Chu still had a pair of long legs exposed, and her fair skin was emitting a slight luster under the moonlight. The most important thing is, Chu Chu lay on the bed in an extremely seductive manner. Chu Chu was lying on the bed with her upper body arched, holding a cell phone in her hand and her long legs shaking. The thin quilt covered her buttocks. Chu Chu was wearing a pajama dress, and now the dress had been pulled up to her thighs. The beauty that appears and disappears. If Xin Lang can't get hard again, he's not a real man. Xin Lang turned over and covered Chu Chu. Chu Chu quickly put down her phone. Hubby, it's already 4 in the morning, why aren't you asleep yet? Xin Lang stretched lazily and turned on the desk lamp. Under the lights. Chu Chu looks even more pure and charming, she is simply a beauty created by God. I had fallen asleep, but you woke me up. Chu Chu immediately lowered her head in self-blame. I'm sorry, honey, I'm just a little nervous. I'm thinking about meeting your parents tomorrow. What kind of gifts should I buy for them? No need to buy gifts, my parents will definitely like everyone they see you. No, you must bring gifts tomorrow. You can't go there empty-handed. Under Chu Chu's repeated insistence, Xin Lang finally compromised. The original plan was to go back home tomorrow morning, but I had to change it to tomorrow afternoon. I accompanied Chu Chu to buy gifts in the morning. Chu Chu was still worried and snuggled in Xin Lang's arms. If it's your parents who don't like me, you must say more good things about me. Ah, mmm. Xin Lang's worries had long since drifted away into the sky. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The fragrant breeze blows, and the beauty is in my arms. Moreover, she is a beautiful lady with a curvy figure. Which man can resist her? Xin Lang felt his throat dry and coughed slightly, sucking on Shuchu's mouth. Shuchu's lips are soft and tender. Xin Lang was not paying attention and the kiss lasted a little too long. Until daybreak. Xin Lang was willing to let go. Shuchu's lips were all peeled from the kisses, and she glanced at Xin Lang with a reproachful look. You are so mean. How can I, as a child, go to see my parents? Xin Lang jumped up from the bed, although he didn't get to eat it in the end. But I got a solid kiss. I feel so happy. It's called compensation. What compensation? If I can't eat you, can't I eat your mouth? Hate. Xin Lang's true colors were revealed, and he became more and more a rogue. But Shuchu just likes this kind of gangster so much. Chapter 45, Too big a granary is a problem. Chapter 45, Too big a granary is a problem. Xin Lang felt so happy when he tasted her fragrance. Xin Lang boiled milk while charging and turning on the system. I haven't been in the system for some days. A series of messages popped up. Ding dong. The host changed the baby's diaper, obtained a perfect score of 87 points. Ding dong. The host makes food for the baby, get a perfect score of 123 points. Ding dong. The host sings nursery rhymes for the baby, get 94 points of perfect points. The amount of perfect value rewarded by the system is not as large as before. But Xin Lang had saved up 50,000 perfect points. Xin Lang rubbed his hands and made a luxurious 5-draw streak. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 10 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Chess Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Dancing Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Matching Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, 5 Blue Sky Apartments. Chess Masters, Dancing Experts, and Matching Masters are all skills that are better than nothing. Not very useful in real life. Xin Lang didn't want to refuse it, so he integrated it into himself directly. Compared to the mess of skills, 10 million in cash and the Blue Sky Apartment are much more straightforward. Xin Lang directly put 10 million in cash into the banking system. Xin Lang has only had the system for less than a month. But the perfection value increases very quickly. Completed the investment in Langcheng culture. Xin Lang still has nearly 20 million in cash. Just lie down completely for your whole life and do nothing. With these 20 million deposited in the bank, it would be enough to live a very comfortable life. But Xin Lang's ambition is not here. After Langcheng culture gets on the right track, he will also develop other industries. Blue Sky Apartment is a very ordinary apartment. But the advantage is quantity. Xin Lang had no intention of moving and also put in his own assets. Xin Lang swiped twice in the system. I found that the function of the entire system was very simple. There's nothing else but a lottery. If the store function is turned on, it will be much more convenient for Xin Lang. If you want something, you don't have to rely on lotteries, you can just buy it. The system understood Xin Lang's thoughts and popped up a message. Ding dong. The host's perfect value has reached 1 million, and new functions can be unlocked. What's new? Xin Lang's eyes lit up again. You're not even to mention. This system is quite complete and professional, and it is full of surprises. Shut down the system. The beef is already cooked. Xin Lang poured 3 cups of hot milk, toasted the bread, and put tomatoes, fried eggs, and luncheon meat on it. A delicious sandwich breakfast is ready. 3 babies can't eat it all. Xin Lang mashed the purple sweet potato into a paste and added milk into it. Made 3 bowls of purple sweet potato milk porridge. The 3 babies woke up early. Yu Miao carried the 3 babies down. When Chuchu got up, her face was still red and there was a small cut on her soft lips. This is Xin Lang's masterpiece. When Yu Miao saw Chuchu's mouth, she understood instantly and lowered her head in a hurry. Oh, this young couple is so loving. Chuchu's face turned red and she opened the granary directly. And fed all 3 babies well. After. Chuchu still felt bloated. Yu Miaoka is a professional nanny, and she immediately understood the situation when she saw it. Mrs. Qin, you have too much. You need to use an aspirator to suck it all out, otherwise it will harm your physical and mental health. Although Chuchu is naturally beautiful, she relies on her looks to make a living after all. Chuchu didn't want to lose her figure, so she hurried to the nursery to get the suction device. After a while, a painful expression appeared on Chuchu's face. Qin Lang watched from the side, feeling anxious but unable to do anything. Honey, does it hurt when you use the suction device like this? Chuchu nodded innocently. Yeah, it hurts so much. I have a way to make you feel less pain. What is it? But it made Chuchu's little dear run around in panic. Chuchu didn't dare to look up until the two people came down from upstairs. Although the big star's wife hasn't really eaten it yet. But Qin Lang has already taken a lot of advantages. After the meal, they left the three babies at home and asked Yu Miao to take care of them. Qin Lang and Chuchu held hands and went shopping. International Shopping Mall. This shopping mall implements a VIP system. Those with assets below 1 million are not eligible to enter. Qin Lang is of course a VIP customer here. As soon as we entered the International Shopping Plaza, we were immediately greeted by professional and gentle waiters. Mr. and Madam, the products in the International Shopping Plaza include daily necessities, electrical appliances, household products, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Excuse me, sir and madam, what would you like to see? We want to buy some gifts. Okay. The waiter led Qin Lang and Chuchu directly to the second floor. Whether it is tea, famous wine, or famous watches. Everything you need. The waiter was not overly intrusive. Qin Lang and Chuchu only came forward to explain when they needed it. Chuchu felt like she had entered heaven, looking around. Hubby, I don't know what your parents like. Qin Lang stroked his chin, thinking. My dad likes tea, and my mom likes jewelry. That's easy. Chuchu took Qin Lang directly to the tea shop. After choosing and picking, I finally picked a box of poor tea worth 150,000 yuan. Good tea is sold by the gram. Like the top quality Mother Tree de Hong Pao. 1 gram equals 1 ounce. Although this kind of poor tea is not the best, it is also considered the ceiling among teas. A small can was sold for 150,000. Since it was bought for his parents, Qin Lang didn't feel bad about spending the money. After buying a gift for my father, it's time to buy one for my mother. Chuchu immediately took a fancy to a gold necklace. The gold necklace has a delicate chain with plum blossoms carved on it. Dignified and generous. Because it is an internationally renowned brand. The whole thing is handmade and is very expensive, costing as much as 100,000 yuan. Qin Lang swiped his card casually. The two of them strolled around the mall and bought a lot of gifts. I didn't get home until noon. After lunch, Yu Miao was given a day off. Qin Lang and Chuchu set off back to their hometown with their 3 babies. Qin Lang went to college in Yangchang, and after graduation, his household registration was moved to Yangchang. I only go home once during the Chinese New Year. Because Qin Lang is an only child. Qin Lang has a very good relationship with his parents. Qin Lang's parents were used to living in their hometown and did not come to Yangchang to develop. Chuchu was considerate and careful. When they were in the car, she asked Qin Lang to tell her about the Qin family's almanac. When she meets her relatives, Chuchu won't make any mistakes. Qin Lang saw that his wife, a famous star, was overly nervous, so he rubbed her hair when she was soft. Don't worry, honey. In fact, the relationship in our family is very simple. Qin Lang's mother, Yu Qingshui, was a high school teacher. The teacher used to be the class teacher at Yangchang No. 1 Middle School. Because he didn't like the climate in Yangchang, he returned to his hometown after retirement and opened a cram school. Dad Qin Hanshin is an ordinary office employee. After retirement, I feed fish and grow flowers at home every day and my life is very comfortable. Chapter 46 Supermarket Shopping. Chapter 46 Supermarket Shopping. All in all. If it wasn't for Qin Lang suddenly obtaining the Skyfall system. Qin Lang's family is an ordinary and happy family. Chuchu touched the soft mouth and nodded. From what you said, we should be able to get along well. Qin Lang smiled bitterly, and after thinking about it, he decided to give Chuchu a shot of prevention in advance. Wife, although my parents are easy to get along with, you should also be prepared to be harassed by weird relatives. Oh? Chuchu's gossipy heart was burning. Husband, are there any other relatives in your family? Have. Not only is there one, but there is more than one. Jin Hanshin is the third child in the family. There is a brother and a sister above. When the eldest brother Qingui was young, he was an uneducated gangster. I didn't get married and have children until I was in my 40s. Now Qin Lang is already a father, and Qinggui's son is only over 10 years old. The Qin state had no technology and its people were lazy and greedy. He indulged in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and had no source of income, so he often borrowed money from Qin Hanshin. Once Qin Hanshin stopped lending money to Qinghua, Qinghua would clamor to go to Yangqing to find Qin Lang. Let his eldest nephew arrange the job for him. Early years. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin, out of consideration for their family ties, would provide aid to the Qin state every year. As Qin Lang grew up slowly. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin are both ordinary employees. It's not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Although I have some spare money, I don't want to throw it to the Qin state. Gradually, aid to Qin was cut off. The Qin state had many complaints about this. Every time Qin Lang went back, Qin state made a fool of itself. The second child is Qin Lanhua. He is a small vendor in the vegetable market, reselling vegetables. Although it is hard work, you can earn a lot. Qin Lanhua has a strong personality and has a good relationship with Qin Hanshin. It's just that my relationship wasn't going well. I met a scumbag when I was young. Lost heart and body. After finally escaping from the clutches of a scumbag, she went on a blind date at home and found a local man. Unexpectedly, the local man got into trouble a few years ago, leaving behind Qin Lanhua and his daughter. The life of an orphan and a widow. Fortunately, Qin Lanhua has a strong enough character and does not complain about anything. Instead, he lived a very busy life. Look at Qin Lanhua taking a girl with her alone. Qinghua often asks Qin Lanhua for money. But Qin Lanhua's personality is not easy to mess with. The Qin state did not gain any advantage from her. Chu Chu giggled when she heard that. Hearing you say that, this uncle's personality is really similar to my parents. Red light. Qin Lang stopped the car. If you think about it carefully, it is really like this. They are all lazy and greedy people who want to take advantage of others. It's a 2 or 3 hour drive, and it's not that fast or slow. Qin Lang and Chu Chu were chatting with each other. After a while, we arrived at Zhaoan community. Yu Qingshui and Qin Han were dressed in new clothes and standing at the entrance of the community. Looking around, anxiously waiting. Although Yu Qingshui is over 50 years old, she dresses fashionably. Her skin is as smooth as a baby's, and her clothes are all carefully matched. From a distance, she looked like a young woman in her 30s. Qin Hanshin next to him seemed a little pedantic. Qin Hanshin was wearing a Zhongshan suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and holding a thermos cup. It looks both old-fashioned and elegant. Old man, Xiao Lang called us last night and said he was going to bring his girlfriend back home and give us a surprise. What kind of surprise do you think it will be? Qin Hanshin pushed his glasses and snorted. Didn't this guy just break up with his ex-girlfriend a few days ago? He's already found a new love so soon. Do you think he broke up with his ex-girlfriend because this guy cheated on her? They are all men. New divergent thinking of Qin and Han dynasty. Ma thought his son was a scumbag. Yu Qingshui pouted and disagreed. Don't talk nonsense, old man. His ex-girlfriend is obviously a loser. It's okay that you don't have much ability, but you spend our son's money every day. I want to buy a bag today and a car tomorrow. Which man can afford it? I don't know what the girlfriend Xiao Lang brought back looks like, and whether she is pretty or not. Don't look at appearance first, the most important thing is character. Good character is enough. A Mercedes worth millions slowly stopped in front of the two of them. Qin Lang used to drive a broken Santana. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin naturally did not associate Mercedes-Benz with their son. Just when I was about to step back and make way for the luxury car, the luxury car slowly stopped. Qin Lang's luxury car slowly stopped. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin were shocked. Yu Qingshui stepped forward with a smile. Son, you are finally back. How did you get this car? Could it be that it was rented? Yu Qingshui thought Qin Lang was working in the hospital. Of course, you can't afford such a luxury car with a monthly salary of 5,000. Naturally, I thought he rented it. Qin Lang crossed his arms across his chest, showing a proud expression. I bought this. This time it was Qin Hanshin who was shocked. Qin Hanshin hurried forward and swallowed his saliva as he looked at the Mercedes-Benz. Son, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? With your monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, can you afford such a Mercedes? It is normal for you Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin to have misunderstandings. With the help of the system, Qin Lang has been living a prosperous life for more than a month. Go out and drive a Mercedes. Entering the VIP mall has become a common thing. But you Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin are ordinary employees after all. It will take some time for them to accept it. Qin Lang was not worried either. Yu Qin Shui was so worried. He was afraid that his handsome son would go down a path of no return for the sake of money. Son, please tell me where you got all this money from. Every time Qin Lang was asked this question, he felt distressed. How to explain this huge amount of money? Just then, the passenger door opened. Chu Chu slowly got down from the passenger seat with a sweet smile on her face. Mom and Dad. To meet my parents-in-law. Chu Chu dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a non-woven floral dress and crystal high heels. Long hair falls on shoulders like a waterfall. Although Chu Chu only wore light makeup, her facial features were still bright and her smile was sweet. Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin both stood there in a daze. Qin Lang took Chu Chu's hand and introduced her. Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend, Chu Chu. I forgot to tell you that Chu Chu and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. If you say. Mercedes-Benz Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin were shocked. Now the two old couple were so frightened that they couldn't say a word. She is so beautiful. She can easily kill 99% of the people when she stands on the street. Every frown and smile is so beautiful that it is hard to take your eyes off. The thing Yu Qin Shui was most proud of before was giving birth to a handsome son like Qin Lang. He believed that no woman was worthy of his son. Take a look today. Yu Qin Shui's vision is too narrow. Qin Lang and Chu Chu are a perfect match. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are definitely a perfect match. Yu Qin Shui wasn't yet done being shocked. The first person to react was Qin Hanshin. Yu Qin Shui doesn't like watching TV or browsing TikTok. My daily hobby is to play mahjong in the chess and card room. But Qin Hanshin is different. Don't be fooled by the fact that Qin Hanshin wears glasses and pretends to be gentle and refined. But the pattern is very big. Drink tea and read newspaper every day. Or I just open a certain audio app on my phone and watch the female anchor calling me Appa. Qin Hanshin squinted his eyes and felt something was wrong. No, old lady, why do I feel that Xiaolong's girlfriend looks so familiar? Yu Qin Shui rolled his eyes. You old pervert, this is our son's girlfriend, how come she looks so familiar to you? Chapter 47 The ugly daughter-in-law also has to meet her parents-in-law. Chapter 47 The ugly daughter-in-law also has to meet her parents-in-law. Qin Hanshin felt the cold knife coming from the side and spoke immediately. You misunderstood. I was talking about how our girlfriend looks so much like the famous star Chu Chu. No, what did our son say her name was? She is also Chu Chu. Qin Hanshin finished speaking. Yu Qin Shui looked at the pretty lady in front of him. It reminded me of my favorite TV series. Isn't this just a coincidence? The daughter-in-law in front of me not only looks exactly like the famous star Chu Chu, but also has the same name. Could it be that these are twin sisters? Yu Qin Shui couldn't speak clearly. He looked Chu Chu up and down, hesitating. Chu Chu, you said your name is also Chu Chu? What is your relationship with him, the celebrity Chu Chu? Chu Chu burst out laughing. Mom, I should be the big star Chu Chu you mentioned. Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin were completely petrified on the spot. I looked around and didn't react for a long time. My own son actually hooked up with a big star. Chu Chu, this cabbage is so good. It's like smoke coming out of your ancestral grave. Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin never expected this. Surprises have been coming one after another. Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin had not yet fully accepted that their daughter-in-law was the superstar Chu Chu. Then a burst of crying came from inside the car. Qin Lang quickly opened the car door. Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you that these 4 babies are our children. 4 grandchildren fell from the sky. Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin expressed their acceptance of their incompetence. This is just like a TV show. This is really a surprise that opens the door to surprise. What a surprise! Yu Qin Shui and Qin Hanshin popped their heads out. The moment he saw the 4 babies in the car, his face suddenly broke into a smile and he climbed up. It's like ice meeting a spring breeze. That's called a warm one. The 4 babies just woke up. He opened his big round eyes half asleep and looked at the outside world curiously. The 4 babies looked at Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin with curious eyes. Not to mention how cute it is. Blood ties are the most wonderful things in this world. Although the 4 treasures have not met Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin yet. But then I saw the old couple suddenly chuckle. Qin Hanshin scratched his forehead, feeling both happy and surprised. Xiao Lang, is this the surprise you mentioned? Are all 4 children yours? Qin Lang nodded. These are Chu Chu and I's children, quadruplets. Ouch, quadruplets, the probability of this is so small. Before Qin Hanshin could react, Yu Qingshui has already embraced him. Yu Qingshui held Debao and Erbo in his arms and immediately bumped into Qin Hanshin's shoulder. 7, what are you still standing there for? I can't hold them all with my 2 hands, so hurry up and hold the other 2 babies. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin held a baby in each hand. Standing at the gate of the community, I could only smile foolishly. Chu Chu laughed secretly and leaned over to Qin Lang's ear. I didn't expect my parents to be so interesting. I was worried that they didn't like me. Wife, you haven't seen anything interesting yet. I just got back to my house and put my stuff down. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin were reluctant to let go of their 4 grandchildren. He asked Qin Lang all kinds of questions. From Qin Lang and Chu Chu's meeting, to the birth of 4 babies, to their married life. Yu Qingshui is very particular about every detail. When Qin Lang answered, Qingshui wanted to listen, but at the same time he couldn't help but look at his 4 treasures. 2 pairs of eyes couldn't take it all. Getting married is a big deal. Because I need to register 4 babies. So Qin Lang and Chu Chu got married without the permission of their parents or the words of a matchmaker. But Qin Lang will not lose any of the sense of ceremony and security that he deserves. Just when Yu Qingshui was about to continue asking, Sanbao cried out "Ula" and burst into tears. Sanbao is the most lively among the 4 babies. Although the crying was loud, no tears came out. It doesn't make people feel annoying. Qin Lang already had experience in taking care of 4 babies and looked at the time. Sanbao is probably hungry. Qin Lang quickly took out the bottle. Put 30 milliliters of warm water in it and put 2 spoons of milk powder. Shake it and pour it into the mouths of the 4 babies. After drinking the milk powder, the 4 babies fell asleep again in the cradle. Even if I fall asleep. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin's eyes could not leave the 4 babies. Qin Hanshin is taciturn and doesn't like to talk. But when I saw this baby, I couldn't stop praising him. Although these 4 babies are less than a month old, they look very healthy and sensible. They will definitely be 4 talented people when they grow up. Look at his appearance. He must have inherited my genes perfectly. That is, I am handsome, and I gave birth to a handsome little Lang. The 4 of them are so beautiful too. Yu Qingshui finally couldn't bear it anymore inside. Just flatter yourself. Xiao Lang is so handsome, isn't it because I am beautiful? Yu Qingshui was also a school beauty when she was young. Although she is not as beautiful as Chu Chu, who is so stunning that it can make the world tremble and the gods weep. I had many suitors when I was young. Although Qin Hanshin doesn't look handsome. But when he was young, he was also gentle and elegant, and looked very handsome. Enough of the 4 babies. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin then turned their attention to Qin Lang and Chu Chu. For the sudden daughter-in-law. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin became more and more delighted the more they watched. Everyone says that big stars like to act like big shots and are difficult to please. But Chu Chu has always had a sweet smile on her face from the time she entered the door until now. His conversation was also very appropriate, which was exactly what Yu Qingshui wanted. Yu Qingshui held Chu Chu's hand and was unwilling to let go. Chu Chu, since you and Xiao Lang are married, we are a family from now on. Because of the 3 babies, you 2 got your marriage certificate in a hurry. I'm thinking of giving you a proper wedding when I have time. You can let us meet your parents then. Qin Lang and Chu Chu are supposed to get married. The parents of both parties need to meet. But when Chu Chu thought of the looks of Chu Tianguo and Li Cuifang, she broke out in a cold sweat. I finally got rid of my weird family of origin. Chu Chu doesn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. But she was a new bride after all, so Chu Chu was too embarrassed to say these words. Qin Lang didn't have any concerns. Mom, you don't know. Chu Chu's family is not very good. Qin Lang told everything Chu Tianhua and Li Tsuefang had done in one breath. After finishing speaking, there was silence in the room for a long time. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin stopped talking. Chu Chu was anxious and shook Qin Lang's arm. Hubby, do my parents think my family background is not good and don't agree? As the saying goes, when getting married, you have to marry someone of equal social status. Qin Lang is young and promising, and Chu Chu is a popular star. The conditions for the two people are just right. But Chu Chu's weird parents really distract from the show. Chu Chu is worried about Yu Qingshui and Qin Han because her parents don't agree. Chu Chu was just about to make a promise. Who knew that Yu Qingshui held Chu Chu's hand tightly and solemnly? Chu Chu, your parents are such bastards. Don't worry, you will be my daughter when you marry into our Qin family. I will never let you suffer any grievances. Chapter 48 Yu Qingshui's show off, so cool. Chapter 48 Yu Qingshui's show off, so cool. Chu Chu was flattered and her eyes rolled in her sockets. Although Chu Chu only met Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin once. But from their conversation, you can tell that Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin are parents who are particularly easy to get along with. Qin Han took a sip of tea. Xiao Lang, you said you would bring your 4 children back to your hometown to hold a full-month banquet. Will your uncle still invite you? Since we have decided to hold the full moon banquet for our 4 babies in our hometown. Of course, relatives and friends from my hometown are indispensable. How to deal with the relationship with my uncle is a difficult problem. Qin Lang thought about it. Send the invitation to my uncle. If he wants to come, he can come. If he doesn't come, I don't mind. Anyway, Qin Lang received his courtesy. As the elder, it is Qin Gui's business how to deal with the situation. Yu Qingshui slapped his thigh and nodded. Good. He turned around and looked at the 4 babies again. The love is beyond words. I just wish I could hold my 4 babies day and night. After he finished speaking, Qin Lang suddenly remembered and quickly took out the gift from the trunk of the heavy truck. Dad, this is the pu'er tea I bought for you. It depends on whether you like it or not. Usually, Qin Lang would bring gifts to Qin Hanxin whenever he came back from Yangcheng. Qin Hanxin thought it was the most ordinary pu'er tea and took it back casually. As soon as it was opened, I smelled a fragrant aroma. Realized something was wrong. This tea fragrance is not an ordinary tea fragrance. The fragrance is pleasant and lingers in the nose. It's not heavy to hold. Although the weight is not much, it is quite hefty. This is the characteristic of good tea. Qin Hanxin also loves drinking tea and knows good things, so he quickly took a look. After confirming that it was top-grade pu'er tea worth 20,000 yuan per gram, he suddenly fell on the sofa in disbelief. Xiao Lang, this is for me. This is too expensive. Dad, this is a gift from Chu Chu and me, just accept it. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin lived a frugal life all their lives. I was a little uncomfortable with receiving such an expensive gift suddenly. Although I couldn't let it go, I still reluctantly put the pu'er tea in the living room. I have been drinking tea all my life. I only drink ordinary tea leaves. Please return this tea immediately. How much will this cost? Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin didn't know that Qin Lang already had tens of millions of assets. Naturally, I don't want to spend my son's money. Qin Hanxin suddenly remembered. Xiao Lang, what's the matter with the Mercedes you drove back today? Well, Qin Lang scratched his head and made up a reason. I invested in stocks when I was in college and made some money. It's not much, just tens of millions. Although I'm not rich, I can still have enough food and clothing. Look at what this says. Aren't tens of millions enough? And this is only the assets Qin Lang obtained in just 1 month after obtaining the short system. In the future, becoming a billionaire will no longer be a dream. This time when Qin Lang came back, his style and temperament were different. Besides, there is no parent in the world who doesn't want their son to live a good life. After Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin repeatedly questioned and confirmed that Qin Lang had not done anything illegal or criminal, they believed and added Qin Lang. No wonder. Got the big star Chu Chu. Is it possible to live without money? Even so, Qin Hanxin still felt distressed. Chu Chu on the side spoke sweetly. Dad, this is a gift from me. If you don't accept it, it means you don't like me. Qin Hanxin didn't dare to do that and quickly took the tea. I like it. I like them all. Qin Hanshin couldn't wait to brew a pot of pour tea. The aroma of tea instantly hit my nose. It was so fragrant. Qin Hanshin pressed the pour tea into his mouth. While still sipping tea, Qin Lang took out the gift for Yu Qingshui. Mom, this is a gift from Chu Chu and I. See if you like it. Yu Qingshui was not as awkward as Qin Hanshin. He accepted it immediately while still talking. I definitely like anything my daughter-in-law and I buy for me. Even though he said so. But when I saw the gift, I was still really shocked. This necklace is so beautiful. The necklace is made of pure gold. Gold is a precious metal, and the necklace made of it will sparkle. Yu Qingshui couldn't wait to put the necklace around her neck. She is very well maintained. Her skin is as white as snow, and she looks like a real lady when paired with a golden necklace. Master Chu Chu was sweet-mouthed and immediately praised. Mom, your good temperament is the best match for this necklace. I definitely can't wear it to show such temperament. Yu Qingshui was so happy that his mouth stretched to his ears and he never stopped laughing. My daughter-in-law is still good at talking. When you and Xiaolang get married, I will definitely invite all the aunts and uncles to come. Let others see that my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Mom, don't worry. Chu Chu and I have agreed that we won't get married in the next 1 or 2 years. Why? Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin looked at Qin Lang in unison. Qin Lang took a sip of pu'er tea and spoke slowly. The reason is actually related to Chu Chu's profession. Chu Chu is a public figure and a big star. Although she has relied on her own ability to get into the entertainment industry, she has attracted a large number of fans because of her outstanding appearance. Qin Lang and Chu Chu adopted the principle of neither disclosure nor denial. Naturally, the wedding will not be held in a grand manner. According to the opinions of 2 people. The wedding was held in a small church. With the blessing of Fr. Just 1 meal for the whole family. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin fully respected their ideas and had no opinions. Yu Qingshui originally liked watching TV series starring Chu Chu. After chatting for a few hours as strangers at the beginning, the 2 people became more and more compatible. Like real mother and daughter. Qin Lang was cooking in the kitchen, and Qin Hanshin was helping him. It only took a moment. A delicious reunion dinner is ready. Fried prawns, fried squid, sweet and sour fish, vermicelli and garlic sauce. The whole family eats it. There are not so many requirements for food. The dishes were served and everyone ate until they were full. Several people did not wash the dishes immediately, but sat down and chatted about family matters. Mom and Dad, how is my grandma's health? It's still the same. Qin Hanshin sighed. Qin Lang's grandfather passed away when he was in his 30s. Leaving Grandma Li Shumi alone. Li Shumi is also a strong woman who raised the 3 siblings Qin, Han and Xian alone. I thought I could enjoy my life when I was old, but I didn't expect that the eldest son I gave birth to would be such a bastard. The Qin state was unable to take care of itself, so naturally it didn't want to support the elderly. Qin Hanshin and Qin Lanhua both live a good life and don't bother with Qingua. Qin Hanshin and Qin Lanhua took turns taking care of Li Shumi. Ordinarily, life is simple and happy. But it was the Qin state that was not doing well. Unable to borrow money from Qin Han's newbies, he turned to Qin Lanhua. Qin Lanhua raised such a girl by herself, so naturally she was unwilling to lend money to Qingua. Qin state set its sights on Li Shumi again. In the past few months, he went to Li Shumi's house again and again, and the first thing he asked for was money. Li Shumi was an employee of a daily newspaper when she was young. I also saved some money, plus I have a good pension every month to live on. 1 person is enough. But they could not withstand the repeated attacks of Qin. Finally, Li Shumi figured it out. Having 2 filial children, Qin Hanshin and Li Lanhua, is enough, and it is as if Qingua, the son, does not exist. But Qin was unwilling to let go. If you don't take the money, Qin will speak ill of you. Within a month, Li Shumi was so angry that she was hospitalized for 3 days. The old woman's health condition also deteriorated sharply, which is really sad. Chapter 49, For Babies Make a Big Move. Chapter 49, For Babies Make a Big Move. Every family has its own problems. Fortunately, Qingshui and Qin Hanshin have also let it go. The full-month banquet for 4 babies is no small event. According to the rules in my hometown, we still have to do the weekly celebration and write blessing envelopes. You decide where to do it. Xin Lang looked at the house. Xin Lang's house is a typical 3-bedroom, 1 living room house. Although it is not an old, dilapidated house, the environment is not top-notch. We would not have enough manpower to hold a birthday party here. It also got dirty and messy. Xin Lang spoke. Let's just go to the hotel and do it. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yu Qingshui had a smile on his face and hurried to clean up the dishes. Watching the 4 babies wake up. Yu Qingshui fed the 4 babies some more milk powder, held Debao and Erbo in his arms, and urged Qin Hanxin. Old man, stop busying yourself. Hurry up and pick up Sanbao and Sibao. Let's go for a walk outside. My hometown is different from Yangcheng. Yangcheng has 4 distinct seasons, with hot summers and cold winters. My hometown is like spring all year round, and it doesn't feel too hot even in summer. The warm wind blowing on your face is an ultimate enjoyment. Shu Chu saw her parents-in-law were about to go out, and she followed them to fulfill her duty as a filial daughter-in-law. Xin Lang pulled her directly. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. Our parents have their own little thoughts. What little thoughts could they have? Shu Chu really couldn't guess these little thoughts. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin have lived in this community for decades. He has a kind personality, is good at speaking, and has a very good relationship with his neighbors. The tea house is the place where Yu Qingshui and her best friends gather. Playing mahjong, drinking tea, and chatting about gossip, life is so pleasant. It has become a community information exchange station. Yu Qingshui got a superstar daughter-in-law and 4 beautiful babies. You have to take it out and show it off. It's not enough for her to show off alone, she has to drag Qin Hanxin along. Xin Lang knows his mother's character best. Wife, don't worry. Our parents are also sensible people. They know what to say and what not to say. Xin Lang was talking about Chu Chu's identity. Although Xin Lang and Chu Chu have already made their relationship public after returning to their hometown. And they also believed that since they met Zhou Yan at the bath center last time. Just because of Zhou Yan's persistent character. In less than half a month, this news will definitely spread. By then, even if they wanted to hide it, they wouldn't be able to. But the speed at which trivial matters such as gossip about other people's families spread is far beyond people's imagination. Xin Lang was afraid of the impact on Chu Chu. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu was the most straightforward. Chu Chu sat directly on the sofa, raised her slender long legs, pinched a grape and threw it into her mouth. I'm not worried. Why? Your husband, do you know what my dream is? What? Find a handsome husband, give birth to some cute babies, and I'll be a full-time housewife at home. The dream of the big star Chu Chu was really fresh and unique. It was a rare chance for Qin Lang and Chu Chu to be alone. 2 people were lying on the sofa, being affectionate with each other. Less than half a quarter of an hour. Chu Chu's neck and face were covered with strawberry marks. Chu Chu's little face turned so red that it looked like water was dripping out of it. These days the tea house is the largest within a 10-mile radius. Retired elderly people and people who have free time after get off work like to come to the tea house to drink a cup of tea, play mahjong or poker. By the way, chat about other people's gossip. As soon as Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin entered the chess and card room, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. And Wan, who was playing mahjong, turned around and saw Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin holding their 4 fat grandchildren. I didn't notice it at first glance and thought I had made a mistake. The cards were won, and the blink of an eye was gone. He discovered that the person he met was none other than his good friend Yu Qingshui. Aunt Wang couldn't sit still any longer and stood up immediately. Oh, old Yu, who is that in your arms? Oh look, this is so cute. I've lived for most of my life, and I've never seen such a cute baby. Aunt Wang has a loud voice. Just one sentence attracted everyone. Moment. Yu Qingshui and Xin Kin Hangsen are like tourist attractions. I don't play chess or mahjong anymore. There were 3 layers of people watching inside and outside. The 4 babies didn't cry or make a fuss. Even elderly people who have experienced this for most of their lives find it strange. Well, these 4 babies look blessed. Old Yu, don't just laugh, tell us where these 4 children came from. Yu Qingshui slapped his thigh and put the eldest and second baby in the bassinet with a smile. Move your arms. Look at what you said, where else could it have come from? Did I steal it? My grandson and granddaughter. That's impossible. Didn't your son just break up with his ex-girlfriend a few days ago? How did he suddenly get these 4 fat grandchildren? You don't have it, but my son can. But this is not important anymore. The most important thing is that these 4 babies are so adorable. His every frown and smile is like that of a lucky treasure, just like the boy sitting under guanine, especially pleasing to the elderly. I touched this and that and couldn't let go of them. These are quadruplets. The chances of having twins, a boy and a girl, are very small. Not to mention quadruplets, a boy and a girl. This is the probability of gold raining from the sky. These 4 babies are so adorable. I'm so envious. My daughter-in-law gave birth to a grandson a few days ago, and I was so happy. Now, compared with your 4 grandchildren, my grandson is like heaven and earth. Look at this. The praise made Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin feel more and more comfortable. The old couple has 4 babies. Accepting everyone's praise. Cool. It's so cool that I'm going to fly. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people in the tea house and the air was bad. Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin wanted to show off until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After the 4 babies fell asleep completely. Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin finally took the babies home. Qin Lang and Chu Chu had already fallen asleep. Yu Qingxue lay on the bed, feeling relaxed all over, scrolling through his phone to look at the album full of beautiful photos of his precious grandson that he had taken today. The more I looked at it, the more I liked it, so I sent it to the family group of my happy family. It's like water dropped into oil and instantly becomes a bomb. Qin Lanhua, sister-in-law, whose baby is this? It's so cute. Why do I think he looks a bit like Xiao Lang in his eyes and eyebrows? Li Shumi, oh, this can't be my great-grandson. When did Xiao Lang get married? Qin Gui, my eldest nephew is married, why didn't you tell me? Messages came one after another in the family group. It instantly became 99 plus. Yu Qingxue took a sip of milk and lightly typed a line of words. Xiao Lang is back. These are Xiao Lang's 4 treasures. We all have to come to our family gathering tomorrow. Okay. Of course, there's no problem with that. Yu Qingxue happily put down his phone. Just wait for the reunion tomorrow. Life in a small city is very leisurely. Go to bed early at night and get up early in the morning. Qin Lang got up at around 6 in the morning. Go and look after the 4 babies first. Dabao and Sanbao woke up twice at night. He drank 20 milliliters of milk powder and fell asleep again. Erbao and Sibao never woke up once. Now the 4 babies are still in sweet dreams. Qin Lang went to the breakfast shop and bought some soy milk, fried dough sticks and buns. As soon as I went upstairs, I saw Chu Chu doing aerobics on the balcony. Chu Chu recovered her figure quickly after giving birth. The figure is even better than before, and it adds a bit of charm. There are no conditions in her hometown, so Chu Chu can only rely on herself to do the most basic fitness exercises. But the simplest exercise can be performed smoothly and beautifully. Chapter 50, Happy to meet relatives, Chu Chu gets a lot of praise. Chapter 50, Happy to meet relatives, Chu Chu gets a lot of praise. Qin Lang didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry before. Believe that actresses in the entertainment industry are just vases. Her greatest strength is shaking her butt and acting cute every day. After contacting Chu Chu, only then did Qin Lang realize that he had a huge misunderstanding of the entertainment industry. Just like Chu Chu, although she has a beautiful face, she is dubbed by fans as a fairy who came to the earth to transcend tribulation. But Chu Chu doesn't have the slightest bit of pamperedness and is also very self-disciplined. Qin Lang looked at Chu Chu's slender waist and his heart moved. He walked forward and held Chu Chu's waist. The 2 people fit together perfectly. Chu Chu was doing high-intensity aerobics when she felt a mountain-like figure approaching from behind. The sense of security suddenly increased. Honey, you can come over for breakfast now. I bought our special oil tea. What is oil tea? Chu Chu has never eaten it before. Is it dessert? No, it's salty. Ah. Oil tea sounds especially like a dessert. I didn't expect it to be salty. This successfully aroused Chu Chu's curiosity. Chu Chu held Qin Lang's hand, and the 2 went to the living room to taste the oil tea. It's salty and fresh and spicy. Take a sip and your whole body will feel warm. The big star Chu Chu drank 2 bowls of oil tea angrily, and finally wiped her mouth with a feeling of being unsatisfied. It's so delicious, I want more. Yu Qingshui was eating fried dough sticks and looking at his daughter-in-law who was eating happily, and he said that his three views were shocked. Isn't it said that female celebrities have small stomachs and eat less than birds? Why is my daughter-in-law different? There is an old saying. Being able to eat is a blessing. Yu Qingshui was delighted to see Chu Chu had such a good appetite, and he quickly pushed the oil tea in front of him over to her. Chu Chu, you eat mine. I haven't eaten yet. Don't be disgusted. Chu Chu tapped her lips embarrassedly. Mom, this isn't a good idea, is it? What's wrong with that? Eat it. Chu Chu chuckled, then I won't be polite. Gurgle gurgle. The third bowl of oil tea was drunk. Chu's stomach was full. The four babies also woke up. The first to make a fuss were Erbao and Sanbao. The two little babies cried at the top of their lungs, as if they hadn't eaten for days and nights. No need to guess, just by hearing the crying you know these two little foodies must be hungry. Xin Lang was just about to heat up the milk powder for them. Yu Qingshui stood up immediately. Xiao Lang, you take a rest first. I'll heat the milk powder for the four babies. Why? Oh, you guys finally came back, let me take care of these four babies. Yu Qingshui really likes the four babies. I hate to let go. Sees every opportunity to get close to the four babies. Chu Chu blinked, her beautiful eyes moving around. Mom, if you really like these four babies, you and Dad should go back with us this time. Our whole family lives in a big villa in Yangchang. Yu Qingshui was putting 2 tablespoons of milk powder into the bottle, but when he heard Chu Chu's words, his attention shifted to other things. Big villa? When did Xiao Lang move to a new house? Xin Lang smiled helplessly. As usual, I glossed over the idea of making money by stock trading. The good thing is that Qin Shui and Qin Hanxin fully trust Xin Lang and don't have any doubts at all. Yes. Our villa is very big, and it is located in the best area in Yangchang. Not to mention you and Dad moving in, even if all of our aunts and uncles move in, it won't be a problem. I also want to be closer to you. Apple put the bottle in the hands of the four babies and sat on the sofa. Chu Chu, I know you are a filial child, but your father and I are not planning to move to Yangchang. What? This story begins many years ago. Actually, it was many years ago. Yu Qingshui also works in Yangchang, and used to be a class teacher. However, Yu Qingshui really didn't like the climate in Yangchang, so he moved back to his hometown with Qin Hanxin. Their hometown has a familiar environment and people. Lived together for decades. Life is also very convenient. The old couple has no plans to move again. Chu Chu smiled. In my heart, I wanted to be closer to Yu Qingshui. You really aren't going to move there? Yu Qingshui waved his hand and winked at Qin Hanxin. Qin Hanxin received the order and immediately put down the teacup. Yes, Chu Chu, we know how filial you are. Your mother and I are used to living here. You don't have to worry about it. If we want both of us, just come back more often to see the crap. These old couple are not people without tact. Although Qin Lang briefly described the process of his meeting with Chu Chu. But Yu Qingshui was so smart that he heard it immediately. Chu Chu and Qin Lang's meeting was purely an accident. Even these four children were an accident. Why wouldn't they, the old couple, move to a villa and live with young people, causing trouble for them and becoming a third wheel? Young people just need space to be alone. Chu Chu didn't understand Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin's painstaking efforts, and she felt uncomfortable. Chu Chu also really likes Yu Qingshui. Chu Chu's family background was not good, and she didn't feel much care from her family since she was a child. Suddenly returned to the Qin family. Oh my goodness, it was like entering heaven. The mother is kind and the father is mature and steady. The family atmosphere is strong. Is this definitely a dream home? However, since this was Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanxin's decision, Chu Chu couldn't force it. As he was speaking, the doorbell rang. Chu Chu opened the door. Qin Lanhua and old lady Li Shumi outside the door were both shocked. Be good. Is this a real person? Isn't this the fairy that came down from the painting? Especially Li Shumi. The internet was not popular in Li Shumi's era. The way to obtain information is still the old-fashioned TV. The movie heroines in old TVs looked pretty like that. Wrong. The girl in front of me is prettier than the heroine in the TV series. A moment. Li Shumi herself has presbyopia and was patting her second daughter next to her. Who is this? Let alone Li Shumi. Even Qin Lanhua was stunned. Qin Lanhua knew that her younger siblings were beautiful, and even her eldest nephew was handsome. But when did a beautiful girl like a fairy come to their family? And this woman seems somewhat familiar. It seems that he looks very similar to a star in a movie. Qin Lang saw the person coming and quickly responded. Hello, Auntie, hello, Grandma. Qin Lanhua didn't take her eyes off Chu Chu and stammered. Who is this? Why does she look so much like a celebrity on TV? This aunt. Hello, Auntie. I'm Chu Chu. Neat. Qin Lanhua frowned. The person in front of me matched the person on TV. Qin Lanhua was so shocked that she almost jumped up from the ground. Chu Chu, isn't this the big star Chu Chu? Why is Chu Chu in our house? Is she here for a fan meeting? Yu Qingshui was so proud that he held his head high. Second sister, this is not a fan meeting, this is my daughter-in-law. She's Xiaolong's wife. Qin Lanhua doesn't believe it. But looking at Qin Lang and Chu Chu holding hands. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. Next second. Qin Lanhua is full of blessings. Although Chu Chu is a female star, Qin Lang is handsome and talented. Yuan Ti finds such a handsome guy within a 10-mile radius. If it weren't for Qin Lang's ambition and willingness to venture into the entertainment industry, he would definitely be a big star. Perfect match. What a perfect match. But Li Shumi next to her had different ideas. Chapter 51 Li Shumi's Little Thoughts. Chapter 51 Li Shumi's Little Thoughts. Qin Lanhua's husband passed away a few years ago, leaving her a lonely girl. But Qin Lan is very cheerful. She is also very fashionable and likes to keep up with the trends. She knows all about the most popular TikTok and Weibo as well as major internet celebrities and can tell you a thing or two about them. Not to mention the stars on TV. Even when she is free from selling vegetables, Qin Lanhua would use her mobile phone to play novels like The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me. She happily accepted the combination of the handsome guy and the female star. Li Shumi represents the thinking of the older generation. She doesn't know what a star is or isn't. I only know that my granddaughter-in-law is so pretty. He held Chu Chu's hand tremblingly, his wrinkled face full of joy. Okay, Chu Chu, you should marry our little boy and live a good life. If my little Lang does anything wrong, tell Grandma and I'll vent your anger on your behalf. Chu Chu smiled gently, feeling sweet in her heart. Pretending to be angry, she put her hands on her hips and looked at Qin Lang. Hubby, did you hear me? If you dare to bully me, I will complain to Grandma. Qin Lang quickly made a gesture of invitation. My dear little ancestor, how dare I bully you? The young couple bickered and showed their affection, instantly making everyone in the room burst into laughter. Everyone sat around on the sofa. Li Shumi and Qin Lanhua's eyes never left Chu Chu. There was no time to say any words of praise. Li Shumi turned her eyes and saw the 4 treasures lying in the bedroom. Li Shumi thought she was presbyopic and rubbed her eyes. He asked after making sure he was not mistaken. Hey, who is this? Qin Hanshin said quickly. Mom, this is your great-great-grandson. Oh my, I have great-great-grandchildren. Li Shumi tiptoed to the bedroom. I saw my 4 precious grandchildren lying on the bed, looking so well-behaved and adorable. In an instant, my love was beyond words. He had a very happy smile on his face. Li Shumi held the eldest child and wanted to hold the second child. Holding my second baby in my arms, I feel that my third and fourth baby are so cute. The 2 hands couldn't hold her anymore in an instant. It was also the first time for Qin Lanhua to see such a cute baby. It's not rare. Xiao Lang is indeed a man who can do great things. He has a treasure without saying anything. Here, this is the red envelope that your aunt gave to you too. Qin Lanhua took out a thick red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Chu Chu. Chu Chu stretched out her hand awkwardly, not knowing whether she should take it or not, and looked at Qin Lang for help. Qin Lang patted Chu Chu's hand. Please accept it, my dear. This is a gift from our aunt to you. This is also the custom in my hometown. When a new daughter-in-law marries, the elders will give her a red envelope. Although Qin Lang and Chu Chu have been married for a month. But the necessary etiquette should not be omitted. This also shows the Qin family's love for Chu Chu. At Qin Lang's suggestion, Chu Chu took it with peace of mind. Without opening it, just by touching it you can tell that the amount of the red envelope is not small. This baby is so white and plump that he looks just like Dun Dun. Li Shumi and Qin Lanhua looked at the 4 babies. He didn't let go until he had watched for more than an hour and all 4 babies fell asleep. That's all. When Qin Lanhua left, she closed the bedroom door reluctantly. Oh, you are so lucky, third brother. This baby is so cute. I think he looks a lot like Xiao Lang. Of course, she also looks like our big star Choo Choo. Choo Choo, can Auntie ask you a favor? Shu nodded quickly. Aunt, just tell me, I will definitely do it for you. I like you very much. Can you please sign an autograph for me later? I will take it to the market to show off. Choo Choo burst out laughing, thinking it was nothing. So that's it. Choo Choo waved her hand generously. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll sign 100 or 80 for you in a moment. That won't do. Xin Lang hurriedly stopped him. Xin Lanhua crossed her arms and hummed. Xiao Lang, you are being petty. Your wife has agreed, so why don't you agree? Xin Lang held Choo Choo's hand and rubbed her delicate wrist slowly. My wife's hands must be so tired. I am so heartbroken. Xin Lang cried twice as he spoke. Look at her like a wronged young wife. It's so humorous. The relationship between Qin Lanhua and Qin Hanxin's families is very good. During festivals, it is necessary to go out. But even so, with Qin Lang, Choo Choo, and the 4 babies, there is never an end to the topics. Most of them revolve around the 4 babies and Choo Choo. Choo Choo was well spoken and never felt annoyed no matter what questions Li Shumi and Qin Lanhua asked. Instead, answer them one by one. In just over an hour, it won high praise from Li Shumi and Qin Lanhua. Li Shumi is already over 70 years old. The hair on his temples has turned white, and his fair skin is already full of traces of time. Coupled with the burden of life for many years, her waist bent early on. From a distance, it looks like a child. Li Shumi is the most typical kind parent. Be kind to younger generations and always consider them. I don't want to trouble the younger generation. Since childhood, Li Shumi has had a preference for Qin Lang. Before, I was so worried when I learned that Qin Lang broke up with his ex-girlfriend that I couldn't eat. Now that she sees Qin Lang marrying such a beautiful and intelligent wife, Li Shumi is so happy. Qin Lanhua will deal with people. Looking at the size of the 4 babies, you can tell that they are about 1 month old. Third brother and sister-in-law, these 4 babies don't look like they are yet to reach their full moon. When are you going to hold the full moon banquet? Counting the time, tomorrow will be the full month of the 4 babies' birthday. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day, so Qin Lang no longer refused. The birthday party was scheduled for tomorrow. Today, Li Shumi and Qin Lanhua came here to talk to you Qin Shui and Qin Hanxin. By the way, I came to greet Qin Lang who just returned. I unexpectedly saw Choo Choo and the 4 babies. Qin Lanhua and Li Shumi stayed until the evening and were reluctant to leave. The most important thing is, Choo Choo's mouth is so sweet and the 4 babies are so adorable. They can't bear to leave. Seeing Li Shumi's reluctant look, Qin Lang spoke immediately. Grandma, don't go back tonight. Stay at my house. Isn't this a bit bad? Li Shumi was afraid of causing trouble to her son and quickly waved her hands. Li Shumi had some savings in her early years, and she moved into a house with 4 bedrooms and a living room. Bought a 1-bedroom apartment. Although it's a bit small, it's quiet enough to live alone. But after all, he is an old man in his 60s or 70s. Safety issues are particularly fraught with risks. Moreover, seeing how reluctant the old man was to part with his 4 treasures today, Qin Lang felt distressed. Just make a suggestion. Qin Hanxin immediately agreed. By the way, Mom, don't you like Choo Choo and the 4 babies? Don't leave tonight. Let me see, you can live in our house from now on. Oh, that won't do. How can I live in your house if I have my own house? I don't need it. It's okay for a short-term stay, but Li Shumi is not afraid of causing trouble for her 3rd son if he lives there for a long time. After all, the eldest son is useless, and it is good enough that he doesn't suck his blood. She needs to know how to share the burden with her son. Chapter 52, The Weird Uncle Appears. Chapter 52, The Weird Uncle Appears. This is the case with most things in the world. As the saying goes, there is no filial son by the bedside of a long-term patient. If you are an elder, you will just keep making trouble. Even the most filial descendants will lose their filial piety because of this. But if the elders keep on being tolerant, Don't cause trouble for your children, either openly or secretly. Your children will feel guilty and will try their best to show their filial piety. Qin Lanhua and Qin Hanxin belonged to the latter. Qin Hanxin and Qin Lang took turns to persuade him. Although Li Shumi was somewhat tempted, she was afraid of causing trouble for her grandson and son. When I was hesitating, Shuchu immediately took out her trump card. She picked up Debeo, who was sucking his fingers, and handed him directly into Li Shumi's arms. Grandma, this is your precious grandson, don't you want to take a closer look? Or you can just live in our house. Li Shumi looked down at Debeo. Debeo suddenly broke into a smile. Dudu is round and plump. Oh my god. It's just so endearing. Li Shumi's heart instantly melted into water, and she no longer had any concerns. A slap on the head. Okay. I'll live in our house and sleep with my 4 babies. Okay. Qin Lanhua was also happy to see this situation. It is natural for the elderly to keep in touch with their sons and grandchildren. Li Shumi and Yuqin Shui hurriedly helped the old lady clean up the room. The old lady held her 4 babies in her arms and was unwilling to let go. In the meantime, I changed diapers for the 4 babies and steamed milk powder for them. Even when sleeping, he has to put the bassinet at the head of the bed and lean on the bed. The next day, when the old lady woke up, the first thing she did was to go see her 4 babies. I couldn't help but praise him when I came out of the bedroom. These 4 babies are so well behaved. If it was before, when I was taking care of you 3, you made a fuss every night and it was hard for me to sleep. But these 4 babies don't cry or make a fuss. They are just like little angels that fell from the sky. Qin Hanxin, who was brushing his teeth, felt a pang in his heart. Have to. It's okay if I can't compare to my own son. And he is not even as good as his own grandson. Hey, didn't Xiaolang say yesterday that he was going to hold a birthday party today? Where is the party going to be held? Mom, you don't have to worry about this. Qin Lang and Xiaolang said they have already booked a hotel. Qin Lang came out of the bedroom while putting on his clothes. Yes, Grandma, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Li Shumi walked tremblingly to Qin Lang, tapping her cane and lowering her voice. Xiaolang, you need to spend money when you go out. Grandma has some private money here. If you don't have enough money, don't forget to tell Grandma and she will give you some. A warm feeling passed through Qin Lang's heart, and he was extremely grateful for Li Shumi's kind look. Replied quickly. Don't worry, Grandma. Your grandson is rich now and doesn't need your help at all. Good. It's good to have money. Li Shumi heard Qin Lang say that he was rich. But I didn't expect he was so rich. The 4 babies' 1-year-old banquet was directly booked at the Yunhao Hotel. Yunhao Hotel is a top-class hotel. The guests coming in and out are either rich or noble, and the VIP system is implemented. You will not be eligible to enter if you do not top up your VIP card with 388,800 first. Ordinary people can only look at the Yunhao Hotel when they pass by it and dare not even think about it. A meal here would cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Instead, Qin Lang directly booked a hall in the Yunhao Hotel and ordered more than 10 tables of food. Every dish on the table is made of the finest and most precious ingredients. Abalone, lobster, shark fin. Just like it's free, one after another. The hotel is expensive. It's not just about the ingredients, but more importantly the service. The whole family entered the Yunhao Hotel. The pretty waitress had a sweet smile on her face and spoke in a soft voice. Dealing with such people is simply a pleasure. Not to mention Li Shumi and Qin Lanhua's family. Even Yuqin Shui and Qin Hanxin were entering such a high-end occasion for the first time. The family was like Granny Lu who mistakenly entered the Grand View Garden. Everything I see seems strange. The good thing is that Qin Shui and Qin Hanxin have strong receptive abilities. Seeing Qin Lang coming back and driving a Mercedes-Benz, I knew that my son must have no shortage of money. Both of them were intellectuals and were curious, and after a while they put on a dignified smile. It's Li Shumi. Li Shumi looked around, looking at the menu prices and the room prices. Weird. Shockingly expensive. The hall package is 588,000 for the whole day. A table of food is 180,000. The full moon banquet cannot be held without 2 million in total. Rich. It's true that he is rich. The whole family sat together, and when relatives and friends saw the delicious food being served, they all became more polite. Eat with relish. Yu Qingshui, Jin Hanshin, Li Shumi, and Lanhua's family sat together. The four babies, the protagonists, have fallen asleep in the cradles. You can wait until after dinner to do the one-year-old ceremony. Li Shumi felt filled with emotion as she watched the happy reunion days. He raised the juice and looked at Qin Lang. Xiao Lang, it is thanks to you that I can enter this 5-star hotel today. I'd like to offer you a drink. Qin Lang quickly picked up the wineglass. Grandma, please don't say that. Your happiness is a blessing for me as your grandson. Happy, happy. How can I not be happy? Li Shumi drank the juice in one gulp, showing quite the heroic spirit of drinking. This old lady is so cool. Li Lanhua was smiling and seemed happy about everything she saw. I think that even a big family like ours cannot enjoy as much happiness as my third brother and his wife. Today, our whole family is gathered together, which is the happiest thing. Second sister, what you said is not right. How come your family started eating when I, the eldest brother, didn't come? An unexpected voice sounded. Everyone looked back and saw Qingui standing at the door. Qingui is already over 40 years old. But he was so sloppy and nonchalant like a bad boy. He has long hair, wears a torn sweatshirt and ripped jeans, a pair of sneakers, and his face is full of wrinkles. It's really puzzling. Qin Lanhua and Qin Hangson look good. But only the Qin state was like a toad. The three siblings standing together don't look like they were born from the same parents. Qin was so angry and hateful at the same time. Qingguo was playing mahjong when he heard from his friends that the entire Qin family had checked into the Tianhao Hotel. Tianhao Hotel, what is that place? The VIP mechanism is implemented, and you dare not look inside unless you have hundreds of thousands of dollars in your pocket. I don't believe it. Qingguo knew that his brothers and sisters were doing well, but not as well as this. On second thought, I knew there was something fishy. He stopped playing mahjong and rushed in. Okay. I didn't expect to be caught red-handed by him. The whole family actually got together without his knowledge. But after changing his mind, Qin became happy again. What is Yunhao Hotel? What does it mean to be able to book a large hall for a banquet? This means that my younger brothers and sisters are not short of money. We are all family. If you are not short of money, why can't you help yourself a little? The more Qin thought about it, the happier he became, and the more it made sense to him. So he rushed in carelessly. Today I must take some blood from my own sister. Chapter 53, Uncle Weird's Weird Request. Chapter 53, Uncle Weird's Weird Request. Qingguo didn't care about anything and sat down next to Li Shumi. Turning around and seeing the four treasures, Qingguo stretched out his claws to hug the eldest treasure. Li Shumi slapped his arm. What are you doing? These four babies are sleeping soundly, don't put your dirty hands over them. Qingguo immediately withdrew his hand, grinning in a disrespectful manner. Mom, look at what you said. Who is this? This baby is so cute. My dad passed away a long time ago. Could it be that you gave birth to a little brother or sister for me? Look what this says. Li Shumi vomited blood on the spot due to lack of energy, which meant her heart was healed. Li Shumi banged her cane and cursed. Look, is this even human language? Your third brother sent you an invitation a few days ago, asking you to come to the full moon banquet. Did you come? It's you who did things without style, and you blame others. After all, he is my own son, so I can say whatever I want to him. Li Shumi still has feelings for the Qin state. As long as Qin doesn't cause trouble. Li Shumi was also willing to forgive him for what he had done before. Unexpectedly, the Qin state became more aggressive and not only refused to apologize, but also kept making excuses and blaming others. Mom, what you said is serious. My second sister and third brother are your children. Am I not your child too? That's a good question. There is an old saying. I raised you when you were young, and you will raise me when I am old. It's about the elders taking great pains to raise the younger generation. Whether from the perspective of morality or filial piety. Younger generations have the obligation to serve their elders. But nothing Qin did in these years was humane. How dare you say this now? Li Shumi glanced at him and snorted. You know whether you are my son or not. If you still recognize me as your mother, today is the full moon banquet for the four babies. You should stop being so careless and eat quickly. Let's go after dinner. Li Shumi is already giving Qin a way out. Sheen was about to pester her, but when he turned around, he saw the delicious food on the table. Be good. This is top-notch delicacies from the mountains and sea. It's a waste if you don't eat it. Shingwa didn't bother to talk and stuffed the abalone and lobster into his mouth. My mouth is full of oil after eating it. After eating, Shingwa crossed his legs, holding a toothpick, looking around. Suddenly his eyes fixed on Choo-Choo's face. Although Shingwa already had a wife, he was lustful. I just like watching female internet celebrities shaking their butts, the more mosaic-like the better. YY is also inevitable for female celebrities. Shingwa felt that Choo-Choo looked more and more familiar, and finally slammed the table. Oh my god, isn't this the famous star Choo-Choo? Hey, Choo-Choo, when did you come? Why didn't I tell us in advance? I'm so sorry for failing to welcome you so well. Shingwa was really outgoing. He hurried forward and wanted to shake hands with Choo-Choo without even wiping the oil off his hands. In fact, the Chin state had no bad intentions. I just felt like I had met a big star, and I couldn't go back and brag to my brothers without shaking hands. Shin Lang held Choo-Choo's hand. Uncle, this is my wife. Your wife? The Chin state was completely confused. Although my eldest nephew is handsome. But when did he hook up with the wife of a big star? But it doesn't matter. It would be great if he had a big star wife, it would be easier for him to borrow money. Xingguo coughed in a pretentious manner. Xiao Lang, I've always felt that you were a promising talent, and it's good that you married such a good man. Should we give Uncle a red envelope to celebrate? See if this is human language. My eldest nephew is getting married. It would be unreasonable not to give a red envelope to my eldest nephew. He even asked his nephew to give him, his uncle, a red envelope. It is simply unacceptable. Xin Lang hasn't spoken yet. Xin Hanshin was cold. Brother, what exactly are you doing here today? If you are here to attend the full moon banquet for the 4 babies, we welcome you. But if you are here to cause trouble, then leave without seeing us off. We don't welcome you at all. Xin sat down and smacked his lips. Third brother, look at what you are saying. What is this place? This is the Yunhao Hotel. Ordinary people can't easily enter. Now my nephew can hold a banquet in a place like this. He can still owe me tens of thousands of dollars. I'm short of money lately, can you lend me some money? To say it is a loan actually means that you will not return it after giving it. Qin Hanshin and Qin Lanhua suffered too much from this. Plus, the 2 siblings have already thought it through. Big brother Qin is a bottomless pit. No amount of money can satisfy his inner desires. The 2 siblings have decided not to lend money to their eldest brother anymore. Qin Hanshin still maintains the character of a scholar and speaks in a relatively polite manner. You are the eldest brother and we are your younger siblings. There are some things you shouldn't let us say, but sometimes you really go too far. It's fine if you don't support our mother, but you even came here when Xiao Lang was holding a full-month banquet for his child. This is really against the rules. What a bullshit rule. The Qin state opened up the country and it is the quintessence of the nation. I'm the eldest brother, and my words are the rules. You guys can eat in this restaurant, so Xiao Lang must have made a lot of money. Is there a salary of 10,000 yuan a month? How about this, Xiao Lang? Give me 1,000 yuan a month and I'll save it for you. When your parents are old, I will help you take care of them. Look at what kind of wishful thinking this is. If 1,000 yuan fell into Qin's pocket, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. There is no return. It's a pity that the Qin state even found a reason to do so. He gave it to Li Shumi for safekeeping? This is simply ridiculous. Who believes it? As soon as this sentence was spoken, there was silence all around, and no one spoke. Seeing that no one spoke, Xingguo started talking again. Why? You think 1,000 is too little. I know you are a filial child. You want to leave more money for your parents' retirement, right? Okay, then give me 1,200 per month from now on. That's enough. Li Shumi couldn't bear to listen any longer. I don't have a son like you, get out of here. How could the Qin state possibly get out? This was his first time stepping into Yunhao Hotel. I also want to take a few more photos so I can brag about them later. The most important thing is, he also wanted to get the money. Li Shumi felt her heart throbbing with pain. She kept covering her heart and couldn't utter a word. Xin Lanhua saw this and quickly surrounded them. Mom, are you okay? Oh, don't worry about our mother, this is an old illness. This is simply unfilial. Mom is not feeling well and you are still making her angry. Xin Lanhua finally couldn't bear it anymore. Brother, every time you come out, our mother gets seriously ill. Can you be more capable? You have hands and feet, why can't you make money yourself? Second sister, I am the eldest brother. Do you have a say here? The Qin state was cold-hearted and ungrateful. There is no longer any heirs of a brother. But he really is the boss. Xin Lanhua and Qingguo, as younger siblings, had nothing but resentment in their hearts. Give a few words of reprimand. There really is no better way. Li Shumi is an old lady. Although I understand the situation and feel angry, I am old after all. I am not as angry as I used to be. Always trying to keep things quiet. Unexpectedly, Qin's appetite gradually grew bigger and bigger. Something unexpected happened at the full moon banquet for 4 babies. But they could bear it. Qin Lang couldn't stand it. Chapter 54 Qin Lang takes action. Chapter 54 Qin Lang takes action. But Qin Lang is still a junior no matter what, and no matter how unreasonable Qingguo is, he is still his elder. If Qin Lang wants to govern the Qin state, he needs to use cleverness. Seeing that everyone was angry but dared not speak out, Qin became even more presumptuous. He put one foot on the stool, holding a big crab leg in his hand, and spitting everywhere. He looked directly at Xiang Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu, you don't have to hide it anymore. I know you are a female star. Female stars make a lot of money. They can earn millions just by acting in TV dramas or singing songs. You may not know this. I'm your uncle. Your father and I have a very good relationship. This is really flattering. Qin Hanxin wished he wasn't as big as himself. The Qin state was the first to take action. Chu-Chu was shy and knew that Qin Lang didn't like him. But you also have to save face and smile. Uncle, you are right. The Qin state was like climbing up a ladder and slapping the table to take a look. It's still my niece-in-law who said that. You know what I said is right. In that case, I won't force you anymore. That's it. If you lend me 100,000 yuan, I will open a small shop. This way, I can have a decent livelihood. I will return the money to you when the time comes. It was obvious that Qin state looked for Chu-Chu because he thought Chu-Chu was easy to talk to and easy to bully. But Chu-Chu was not dumbfounded. She looked at Qin Lang with her beautiful eyes, a smile on her face, and her tone was still gentle. Uncle, I have no say in this. All my income has been handed over to my husband. If you want to borrow money, you should go to my husband. Qin Lang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This wave is well done. Chu-Chu is the new daughter-in-law, so even if she is dissatisfied, she cannot scold her in person. So the spearhead unconsciously turned to Qin Lang. Since his wife has already started this team fight, Qin Lang will definitely not waste his skills. Qin Lang picked up a glass of Mao Tai and handed it to Qingguo. Uncle, don't be anxious. Drink this glass of wine first. Qingguo looked at the top table in the wineglass, and then at his nephew who lowered his head and looked obedient. I was so happy in my heart. You came to the right place today. Whatever you set your mind on can definitely be accomplished. Qingguo waved his hand, looking like everything was negotiable, and drank the top table in one gulp. Qin Lang, do you want to give me this 100,000 yuan in cash or by bank transfer? Have to. This has already started to come to mind. Qin Lang sat down, still smiling. But Yu Qingxue, Qin Hanxin, and Chu-Chu all became anxious. These 100,000 are nothing. Even 1 million. But I just feel aggrieved. Yu Qingxue quickly advised. Son, you must not do anything stupid. You know what kind of person your uncle is. Your 100,000 yuan is just a waste. Qin Hanxin quickly agreed. Yes, Xiao Lang, you must not do anything stupid. When Qingguo heard this, he narrowed his eyes. Third brother and sister-in-law, how is it stupid for you to lend me money? I said I won't pay it back. I will pay it back. Pay it back? It may take until the next life to pay it back. Li Shumi was so angry. He had no appetite for the delicious food in front of him and kept cursing while holding his chest. You unfilial son! Get out of here! It's fine if you bully an old woman like me, but don't even think about bullying my grandson. Get out of here right now. Qinghua quickly grabbed Li Shumi's hand. Mom, don't worry. It was my nephew who lent me the money, not you. Xiao Lang actually said he lent me money, so you should stop interfering in other people's business. Li Shumi was puzzled. Although Qin Lang is rich and prosperous, he doesn't look like a fool. Are we going to lend money to the Qin state in such a confused manner? As the new daughter-in-law of the family, Chuchu shouldn't say such things. But Chuchu felt the same as Ming Jing. Giving money is nothing. But if this precedent is set, there will probably be endless troubles. Chuchu looked at her husband who was about to do something stupid and whispered advice to him. Hubby, why are you doing this? Qin Lang patted Chu Chuyi's hand and smiled heartily. Don't worry, honey. I have a way. Qin Lang coughed, his tone very gentle. Uncle, the old saying is true. If you borrow, you must return. It's not difficult to borrow again. You're right, I will pay you back the 100,000 yuan. After you lend me this 100,000 yuan, lend me tens of thousands more. The Qin state thought it had taken advantage of the situation. That's called a happiness. Qin Lang's tone suddenly changed. Since my uncle wants to borrow money from me, shouldn't he first pay back the money he borrowed from my parents and my aunt? Qin Guo almost couldn't hold the cup in his hand. But he was shameless and swallowed his saliva. What did you say? When did I ever borrow money from your father and your aunt? This is simply nonsense. Anyway, you just said you would lend me 100,000 yuan. Everyone has a pair of ears. Hurry up and take out the money. This is no longer borrowing, this is robbery. Qin Lang coughed. Uncle, as long as you pay back the money you borrowed from my family before, I will lend you another 100,000 yuan. Qin Lang refused to give in either. What a good plan the Qin state had at the beginning. Taking advantage of the four babies' full-month banquet, they came and made a big fuss. He believes that his third brother and his wife are all cultured people who care about face. So nothing will happen to him. Just as Qin Lang ran into the muzzle of his gun, Xingwa thought he could pick up a big piece of fat meat. I didn't expect that I didn't get to eat the fat meat. Spit out everything you ate before. This person is Qin Lang. Very self-contained rules. He usually plays tricks on his wife. But that doesn't mean Qin Lang is a person without bottom line and rules. If Qin Lang becomes evil, not to mention the Qin state, even 10 Qin states would not be his match. Don't you want to borrow money? Then pay back the previous money first, and then talk about borrowing money. Qin Lang had a look on his face, but every word he said touched people's hearts. Uncle, you may forget things easily, but I remember everything. My mother has a good habit, which is that she likes to talk to me about what happened at home. I remember you borrowed a total of 150,800 from our family. Please pay back the 150,800 first. Fart. Xingwa spat on the ground and his face turned blue. When did I ever borrow money from your family? Can you show me the evidence? The Qin state had often sought help from the Qin and Han states. But this is all groundless. No matter how hard Qin Hanshin and this little bastard tried, they couldn't cause any trouble. But he just underestimated Qin Hanshin. Qin Hanshin is also a scholar, and he pays attention to solid evidence when doing things. When the state of Qin came to Qin Hanshin to borrow money, Qin Hanshin was just going through the motions symbolically. He was afraid that the accounts at home would not tally, so he asked Qin Minghua to write an IOU. I thought the IOU had become a piece of waste paper. It is expected that Qin will not return it. I didn't expect it would be of such great use now. Qin Hanshin threw the electronic IOU he was carrying with him onto the table. Brother, take a good look at these. Are they borrowed by you? Each payment is listed directly above. There are also Qin Guoya's photo, handprint, and signature on it. Now the Qin state can no longer deny it. Public opinion also changed in an instant. Oh, no, I only knew Qin Guo was a gangster before, but I didn't expect him to be this bad. I actually borrowed more than 100,000 yuan from my own brother. No one's money comes from the wind. I must pay it back. Chapter 55 Father and son join forces to deal with the uncle. Chapter 55 Father and son join forces to deal with the uncle. What a good plan Qin had. Thinking there are many people today. Qin Hanshin wouldn't do anything to him. Qin Lang took advantage of the fact that there were many people. Isn't it just about money? Then let us see who has the more sophisticated tricks. Obviously. The current Qin state cannot beat Qin Lang, and Qin Lang is far ahead of him. Qin Lang's voice was faint. Oh, uncle, what should I do? All the receipts for your loans to our family are here. Look at these more than 100,000 yuan. When will you return them to us? Qin Guo became completely anxious and pointed at Qin Lang's nose and cursed. You bastard, you are slandering me. Chu Chu couldn't sit still anymore and strongly protected her husband. Uncle, what you said is wrong. My father-in-law and mother-in-law have already produced the evidence. This evidence cannot be forged. If you don't believe it, you can sue us in court. A sentence. The Qin state was speechless and dared not fart again. These vouchers were all written by him at that time. At that time, the Qin state was in urgent need of money and was determined to get it. I never thought about paying it back. So I wrote down the voucher. I didn't expect to hit this stone now. Family affairs, estrangement between brothers, and unfilial behavior towards parents. These things are the most favorite gossips among the common people. Qin Lang was very generous. Those who came to attend the full moon banquet today included relatives, friends, and familiar neighbors. It caused such a big commotion that everyone looked over. No matter who says it, it was Qin that was wrong. Look at this eldest brother, he is really unfilial. If I were Qin Hanshin, I would have taken Qin Guo to court long ago. This is more than 100,000 yuan. Even if I get hurt, I will make Qin pay me back. Pay back the money. Pay back the money now. There is no need for the Qin family at all. Justice is in the hearts of the people, and the masses can no longer stand it. Public opinion reversed in an instant. The Qin state could scold one person, but not hundreds of people. It has a mouth for nothing, but shit is spewing out of it. But I can't say a single fair word. Qin Lang held the electronic voucher and smiled. Uncle, it's not that I don't want to lend you the money, but you have already borrowed too much money from our family before. The Qin state was desperate and decided to just throw away all the resources. I don't have any money. I only have a wife and a daughter left. If you want money, take my wife and daughter away. I won't give you any money. Look, is this even human language? The kind of people who sell their wives to have children are just this kind of people. Excuse me. Qin Lang really had no interest in his cheap wife and poor daughter. Qin Lang spoke. Uncle, you don't have to pay me back, but I have one condition. When Qin Guo heard that he didn't have to pay back the money, he was so happy that his eyes lit up. My eldest nephew is still good to me. Tell me what your conditions are and I will agree to them immediately. From now on, you don't have to worry about our family's affairs, my aunt's affairs, or my grandmother's affairs. Except for festivals, you can come to our 3 homes, but you can't come to our homes at any other time. And you can't withdraw money, and you can't act like a scoundrel in our house anymore. This is not a request at all, it is clearly cutting off the lifeblood of the Qin state. Qin Guo also planned to wait until Qin Lang left. Qin Ming thought Qin Hanshin and Li Shumi were both easy to bully. And I want to make some of their hard-earned money. He didn't expect that Qin Lang's words would directly cut off his thoughts. But what does it mean to be a scoundrel? What does it mean to have a face thicker than a city wall? Qin Guo demonstrated it himself today. The Qin state is not in the right either, if it agrees. He had no place to go for the rest of his life. Qin Guo just sat on the ground, crying, making a fuss, and threatening to commit suicide, and yelled at Qin Lang. Everyone come and have a look, take a look. This is my nephew. How dare he say that, and even to his uncle? He is totally heartless and has lost all conscience. Qin Lang sneered and was about to speak. Who would have thought that Qin Hanshin, who had been sitting on the chair without saying much, suddenly stood up? Qin Hanshin stood in front of Qin Lang, still holding a thermos cup in his hand. Qin Hanshin pushed his glasses and snorted coldly. Brother, you said we have no conscience. Let me ask you, as the eldest son of our Qin family, what have you done? Don't be fooled by Qin, Han and Xayan's usual gentle appearance. My only hobbies are reading newspapers and listening to internet celebrities calling themselves Appa. Looks like a soft persimmon. But since his core interests were touched, Qin Hanshin was very stubborn. The sound is like pine. The voice was not loud, but the words were clear and melodious. Qin was shocked by Qin Han's new momentum and began to speak incoherently. What do you mean? Qin Han spoke anew. You're embarrassed to say it, right? Then I'll help you say it. As the eldest son of the Chin family, it's not enough that you don't support your parents, but you also find ways to take money from your younger brothers and sisters. As a man, you should take on the responsibility of supporting your family after you get married, but look at what you have done. He eats, drinks, whores and gambles. If you have no money, just ask me and my second sister to borrow. Even if my second sister and I are rich and we are your sisters, we have a lot of affection for each other. We really can't stand your torment. It's fine that you've harmed me and my second sister, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel as to ask me to harm our mother. Our mother is already in her 60s or 70s. She was so angry with you that she was hospitalized 3 times in the last month. If you have any conscience and still think you are a human being, then leave through this door today and never trouble us again. Or I'll take you to court myself. Shin Hanshin tapped the electronic voucher and his voice suddenly raised when he said the last sentence. An echo like thunder. Everyone present was shocked. Next second, the whole hall erupted in thunderous applause. That's really well said. Even the onlookers couldn't help but admire him. And then spit on it. What Shin did was really wrong. Yeah, get out of here. If I were you, you wouldn't have the face to come here if you wanted to. Do you look like a man? You are just a coward. You have been lying on your brother, sister, and mother and sucking their blood. You are so conscienceless. Shingwa slapped his thigh, feeling anxious and angry. But he had no choice, he was not in the right. And it was his fault in the first place. Even if the Qin state wants money and wants to act like a rogue, it has to consider the occasion. Xin Lang shouted. Security guard. 5 or 6 strong men in security uniforms left immediately. Mr. Qin, is there anything I can help you with? I don't know this person. This person disturbed my baby's full moon banquet. Please kick them out. The security guard nodded immediately. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Qin. We'll kick this person out immediately. He saw the strong men surrounding him and trying to drive him away. Qin simply stood up and tried to play the emotional card. Xiao Lang, I am your uncle, you can't treat me like this. Xin Lang brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and smiled. It is because you are my uncle that I will use courtesy before force. Uncle, it's time for you to grow up and stop drinking blood from other people. Chapter 56, The Lucky Draw Begins, Sanbao is Too Smart. Chapter 56, The Lucky Draw Begins, Sanbao is Too Smart. What is responsibility? When you are a student you should study hard. When you are a man, you should stand tall and bear the wind and rain. Xin Gui is already over 40 years old, but he is like a baby whose umbilical cord has not been cut yet. Blood needs to be transfused from within the family. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens over and over again, no one can tolerate it. The advantage of high-end hotels is that they put their guests first. The customer is God. Since Qin Lang has spoken, the security guard will not be vague. Qin Lang refused to leave, so Qingwa shifted his target to old lady Li Shumi. Qingwa knelt on the ground, grabbed Li Shumi's arm, and pretended to squeeze out 2 tears. Mom, you are my mom. You can't not help me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted 100,000 yuan. I will definitely change my ways and start a new life before I get the 100,000 yuan. It's okay to say this once or twice. But Qin has said too much. It is just like the story of when the sheep came. No one believed it. Li Shumi turned and looked at Qingwa. Li Shumi is nearly 70 years old and has long passed the age of knowing the destiny. There is not much time left in my life. I just want to spend my old age in peace. For the elderly. The most important thing is that the family is together. It would be best if Qin could reform itself. But looking at Qingwa's appearance, Li Shumi was helpless. Li Shumi placed her trembling hands on Qingwa's face and rubbed it slowly. The expression on his face was still kind and his eyes were bright. But no word was said. Qin thought things had changed and shouted immediately. Mom, you still feel sorry for me, don't you? You must seek justice for me. My second sister, third brother, and I are bullying me. Hurry up and beat them up. Li Shumi didn't speak for a long time. Then, he patted Qingwa's face gently, his tone still as kind as always. Son, Mom can't help you anymore. You don't have to come to see me anymore. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. These light words sentenced Qin to death. Li Shumi wanted to sever the mother-son relationship with Qingguo. Xin couldn't believe it. Just as he was about to start cursing, the security guard pulled him outside. The Qin state knew that it was now like an egg hitting a rock, so it could only give in. Xiao Lang, ask these security guards to let me go. I was just joking with you. We are still relatives. We are all relatives. Relative? Xin Lang has no such relatives. Xin Lang looked at the electronic certificate. Pressed on the Qin state. Uncle, let's be more respectful to each other. As long as you don't cause trouble to our family in the future, I will consider this money a waste. You don't have to pay it back, but if you cause us trouble again, I can take you to court. Anyway, let's just fight it out. Let's see who can outlast the other. Court? Qingguo dropped out of junior high school without graduating. Always hanging around in society. He had only heard of going to court, but had never done it. The Qin state was so hateful and unwilling to accept this. But there's nothing I can do. He is scared. In the end, I had no choice but to leave in disgrace. After Qingguo left, the air in the entire hall became much fresher. The guests also cheered. Delicious dishes were served one after another. In a short while, order was restored to the banquet. It was as if flies like Qin had never come here. But the air pressure on the Qin family's dining table was very low. There is no other reason. Old Lady Li Shumi felt uncomfortable. Although today Old Lady Li Shumi said it lightly and decisively. She seemed determined, but Qingguo was her son after all. It was also a piece of flesh that fell from her body. As long as you are a parent, no one would be willing to let go. Just when Chu Chu was about to persuade her, Li Shumi suddenly smiled and waved her hand. Forget it, this is all my son is. From now on, whether we are rich or poor, we will just let him be. Chu Chu, you must live a good life with Xiao Lang. Chu Chu nodded immediately and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Grandma. I will. Li Shumi wanted to say something when she suddenly felt a gentle force coming from her arm. Soft and gentle. Li Shumi looked back. I saw Sanbao had woken up at some point and was lying in the bassinet, stretching out his chubby little arms to pull Li Shumi's sleeves. A pair of big eyes looked at his great-grandmother. When Li Shumi looked at him, Sanbao suddenly burst out laughing. Her face looked like a blooming sunflower. The haze in Li Shumi's heart disappeared instantly. Think about it carefully. Li Shumi is also very lucky. Even if a son is not ambitious. But my daughter and younger son are doing well. And now I have a great-grandson. What a blessing this is. Don't think about those unlucky things. Being contented is the key to happiness, and being able to think positively is a blessing. Besides, these 4 babies are so adorable. Li Shumi happily hugged Sanbao in her arms immediately. Li Shumi patted Sanbao's little head. Hello, baby. Baby, you must make mom and dad proud in the future. Sanbao is too small now. Stop talking. Can't even stand. Put him in the cradle and he won't turn over. I can't even understand what adults say. But the 3 jewels seem to have spirituality. He nodded his little head. The other 3 babies also woke up one after another. For a moment, the cries of 4 babies filled the hall. It's like a symphony. Chu Chu carries milk powder with her. I took out the bottle, put 20 milliliters of warm water in it, and added 2 spoonfuls of milk powder and placed it near the mouths of the 4 babies. The 4 babies were drinking milk powder, so their crying was not that loud. The 4 babies are not noticeable when they are sleeping in the cradle. As soon as he woke up, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Are these quadruplets? I've never seen quadruplets in my entire life. These 4 babies are so good looking. I like them very much. You can become a little star now. A little star born from a big star, Xiaolang is so lucky. They are so cute. I really want to take them home. As parents, Xin Lang and Chu Chu were of course happy to hear such praise. After the meal, the most important ceremony of the full moon banquet begins. The lucky draw begins. Because my hometown is a southern city, many rules are different from those in northern cities. Just like in the north, the ceremony of Zhuazhou is held when the child is 1 year old, while in my hometown, the ceremony is held when the baby is 1 month old. Friends and relatives write down their blessings and put them in a lucky bag for the 4 babies to grab. The blessings you capture will illuminate your baby's life. Although this practice is extremely superstitious. But they are rules and traditions. That's it. What is superstition or not? This one is still too young for the 4 babies, the main thing is to grab a good omen. Chapter 57, Support Issues, Everyone is Controversial. Chapter 57, Support Issues, Everyone is Controversial. Hand out pens and paper. Everyone wrote down their blessings for the 3 babies on pieces of paper. Then put it in a huge jar. Qin Lang placed the big jar in front of the 4 treasures. The 4 babies were all sleepy, so there was no way of asking them to reach out and grab the paper ball. They are so small now that it is difficult for them to turn over. But the necessary sense of ceremony should still be there. Qin Lang patted the big jar. You 4 lazy bastards, stop sleeping and take a look at what this is. Talking really does work. Qin Lang's words really woke up the 4 babies. The 4 babies opened their big round eyes and looked at Qin Lang. But no one understood what Qin Lang was doing. Qin Lang coughed and acted like a strict father. My dears, we are going to hold a lucky bag grabbing ceremony for you. You must sit still and be quiet. The babies don't understand. But he didn't make any noise while lying in the cradle. Give Qin Lang enough face. Qin Lang didn't ask for too much and just placed the jar in front of the 4 treasures. The method of drawing lots is adopted. Of course, it is in order from small to large. Qin Lang put his hand into the big jar and grabbed the first ball of paper. Qin Lang smiled when he saw the words on it. Isn't this Chuchu's handwriting? Qin Lang said. Wife, this seems to be written by you. Chu quickly leaned over to look. Oh. It seems to be really mine. The babies are safe and healthy. This is Chuchu's wish as a parent for their babies. This is also the lucky bag that Debeo caught. Place the strip of paper inside a clear ornament jar. Tie a red rope on the jar and then tie it around Debeo's neck. You have to wait until early the next morning to take it down. This is also a ritual in my hometown. Qin Lang continued to catch for Erbao. He's pretty and handsome. The second child is a girl. It's okay to be pretty, but it's not necessary to be handsome. But this is also a beautiful blessing. Qin Lang followed suit and hung it around Erbao's neck. The blessings for the 3 treasures are very special. Become the world's little Superman. Although Sanbao is small now, he is the most noisy among the 4 babies. A pair of eyes blinked, as if he was a clever ghost. When he grew up, he became a troublemaker. Maybe I can really become a Superman. The blessing for Sibo is quite conventional. Study hard and grow up. Anyway, these blessings are either simple or sincere. But they all represent the expectations for the 4 babies. After the blessing grabbing ceremony was over, the 4 little ones closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Not everyone can enter Yunhao Hotel. Qin Lang's family was just a middle-class family before. But there is no spare money to stay in top hotels. Even Qin Lang's relatives and friends are ordinary people. Entering Yunhao Hotel is like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. See what's strange. Friends and relatives stayed at the Yunhao Hotel until 5 or 6 in the afternoon and were reluctant to leave. Qin Lang paid with his card and returned to the old house with the Qin family. I lived in the community before and didn't feel that way. When I returned home from Yunhao Hotel, I immediately felt a world of difference. In theory, the environment of the community where they live is pretty good now. Although it is just an ordinary community, it has a good layout and a large space. It is enough for 3 people. But Qin Lang is rich now, and his parents don't live with them anymore. Qin Lang wholeheartedly wants to give you Qin Shui and Qin Hanxin better living conditions. Qin Lanhua didn't leave either. We just dealt with the Qin state today. Qin Lanhua and Qin Hanxin sat together to discuss the issue of supporting the old lady. The old lady was leaning on a cane, waving her hands, looking at her 4 sleeping babies with a big smile on her face. Don't worry about me. I have a house. You 2 are both busy at work, just mind your own business. Which parent doesn't want to be reunited with their children? But old lady Li Shumi said this because she was afraid of causing trouble for her children. Qin Hanxin was the first to disagree. I believed you before, but now we are all retired and have nothing to do at home every day. I was busy with work in my early years, so I didn't honor you properly. I feel bad about it. Now please let me show my filial piety. Qin Lanhua nodded quickly. Yes, Mom. You are over 70 now. To be honest, if you get hurt one day, we won't know in time. We will feel so guilty then. Or you can live with me. Qin Hanshin disagreed. No. Second sister, you are a widow, and you have a girl with you. Although life is not stressful, it's still pitiful to be alone. Why don't we let our mother live with me? Anyway, Xiaolang and Chuchu both live in Yangcheng, and we have plenty of room in this house. As the daughter-in-law, Yu Qingshui of course agreed and quickly took Li Shumi's hand. Mom, please live with us. Li Shumi wanted to refuse, but Qin Lang spoke up. Grandma, don't think too much. My parents are doing this for your own good. I think you should move in with my parents. Anyway, after what happened today, Uncle won't come to cause trouble again, so you don't have to worry about it. Qin Lang hit the nail on the head and directly expressed Li Shumi's concerns. The Qin state was a bastard before. Borrow money from them. Li Lanhua and Qin Hanshin are just brothers and sisters, so they won't lend it if they don't want to. But no matter how scoundrel Qingguo was, Li Shumi was still his old mother, and he couldn't fall out with her. Li Shumi was afraid that after he and Qin Hanshin lived together, Qingguo would come and cause trouble again, which would be troublesome. But after Qin Lang's commotion today, this possibility is now very small. After everyone's persuasion, Li Shumi nodded reluctantly. Okay, I can live with you, but I have to be frank with you. If you have your own work, go and do it, but don't bother me. The house they live in now is in an old neighborhood. Although the infrastructure is complete, it is old after all. Qin Lang had already made up his mind. He wants to buy a new house for his parents. But this idea cannot be spoken out lightly. Yu Qingshui and Qin Hanshin have strong adaptability. I have accepted the fact that Qin Lang has become a rich man. But he was afraid that his grandmother would feel sad. So Qin Lang quietly did something big. Wait until early the next morning. Qin Lang and Chu Chu used the excuse of going out for a walk and went straight to Tianhu Community. Tianhu Villa Community is one of the best villas in Lincheng. The environment is beautiful, the infrastructure is complete, and the security system is safe. Although it is a little worse than the community they live in Yangcheng. But in my hometown, it is already at the ceiling level. Now is the off-season for sales. The sales lady was idly browsing her cell phone. When he raised his eyes, he saw a fairy descending from heaven. Be good. Isn't that the female star Choo Choo? Why did Choo Choo suddenly come to Tianhu Community? Wait a moment. Who is the man next to her? Why does he look too handsome? Even though the sales lady was extremely excited, she managed to suppress her excitement and put on a polite and appropriate smile on her face. Hello, what kind of house are you looking for? Qin Lang looked at the sales office again. The sales office also represents the configuration of a community in some ways. The sales office of Tianhu Community is high-end and has a grand layout. Qin Lang just waved his hand. Which house is the best in the best location at the highest price? Chapter 58, Qin Lang, a big shot, purchases real estate. Chapter 58, Qin Lang, a big shot, purchases real estate. Listen to this tone. It was obvious that a big customer was coming. The sales lady did not dare to be negligent and spoke quickly. We have the best house in the city. I'll take you there right now to have a look. All the houses in Tianhu Community are townhouses. But this villa is the only one built near the mountains and water. It's a city garden. A 2-story villa rose from the ground on the roadside. Delicate and compact. From the outside, it looks like a classical castle from the Middle Ages. Although it is not very big, it has the advantage of being small but complete. There is a small parking lot in front, and opening into the yard is a huge garden. There is also a hot spring and a small open space at the back. You can grow vegetables in your free time. The first floor is the living room and dining room. The second floor is the bedroom. The most thoughtful thing is that there is an elevator installed inside. Elderly people like Li Shumi no longer have to worry about the dangers of climbing up and down stairs. Qin Lang and Chu Chu just took a look at it and immediately liked it very much. The sales lady said tactfully, "Madam, this villa is the ceiling of our community, and the price is a bit more expensive than other villas." How much is it? This villa will cost 10 million. My hometown is a small third-tier city. The house price is 5 or 6,000. A villa worth 10 million yuan is already considered top-notch. Xin Lang didn't answer, but went upstairs and took a walk. I really like it. The second floor bedrooms are more than adequate. Wait until later. Xin Lang and Chu Chu also have a place to stay when they come to visit their parents. The most important thing is the quiet environment. The elderly feel very comfortable living here. Make up your mind. Xin Lang directly took out the Huaxia Bank's VIP black card. Swipe the card. Although it's only 3 short words, it's so cool. The sales lady took the black card tremblingly and couldn't finish her words. Huaxia Bank is the top bank in China. Although it is also open to ordinary users, bank cards are also divided into different levels. Ordinary users only get a green card. Only those with assets worth hundreds of millions can get a black card. Be good. As expected, she is the big star Chu Chu. Not only is the boyfriend handsome, but he's also rich and generous. After signing the purchase agreement, the top villa in Tianhu community belongs to Xin Lang. Xin Lang and Chu Chu returned home happily with the house purchase contract. It was such a coincidence as soon as I opened the door. The 4 babies just woke up. The 4 babies have already drunk the milk powder and are now sitting or lying in the bassinet. One of them was holding a huge lollipop in his hand. Of course, this was bought for them by Li Shumi. It is said that grandparents are close to their grandchildren. In the past, Li Shumi doted on Xin Lang to the core. Seeing these 4 cute babies, my heart is melted. The 4 babies are so small. But Li Shumi couldn't help but buy them lollipops. Logically speaking, it was the first time for the 4 babies to have lollipops. But it's really amazing to know that lollipops are eaten into the mouth. 2 chubby little hands held the lollipops and put them into their mouths. Have a taste. Sweet and smooth. It's quite delicious. Take another bite. The little tongue is covered with red and green pigments. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed together. Li Shumi, Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin surrounded the 4 babies. Don't want to miss a thing they do. He didn't even notice that Xin Lang and Chu Chu had returned. Xin Lang suddenly felt that it was dark and there was no love in the world. He used to be the most beloved treasure of the whole family. Now the baby is trash. The 4 babies are the apple of their eyes. Xin Lang coughed. When everyone looked over, Xin Lang put the shopping house contract on the table. Mom and Dad, this is the house I bought for you. Yu Qingxue held De Bao's hand and didn't take it seriously. Isn't it just buying a house? What you buy should be an old and small 2-bedroom apartment for investment. There's nothing surprising about this. When Qin Hanxin picked up the teacup, he was also stunned. When I saw the words Tianhu community, they popped up immediately. When I opened the purchase contract, it turned out to be a house in Tianhu community. Old lady, stop looking at your grandson and take a look at this house purchase contract. What's so curious? Did they buy a small, 2-bedroom apartment for 2 elderly people? What do you mean by a shabby 2-bedroom apartment? This is Tianhu community, the best community here. What? Yu Qingxue ran over immediately and read the house purchase contract information. In the end, he and Qin Hanxin looked at each other in silence. Yu Qingxue turned to look at Xin Lang and asked earnestly. Tell me the truth, are you with Chu Chu because of her money? Are you a gigolo? Yu Qingxue's train of thought is really unexpected. I can actually ask this question. Chu Chu chuckled and quickly took Yu Qingxue's arm. Mom, you think too much. This money belongs to my husband, not me. No, how much money does my son have? He can even afford a neighborhood like this. Although this time back, Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin both knew that their sons had become rich. They can all afford to hold a full-month banquet at Yunhao Hotel. But he is a young man in his 20s after all. How much money can you have? 1 million is the maximum. But can 1 million buy a house in Tianhu community? It's like a dream. In addition, Chu Chu is a female star and has a high income. So Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin naturally thought that Xin Lang was a gigolo. Xin Lang looked at the puzzled expressions of his parents. I know that if this matter is not made clear, there will probably be many misunderstandings in the future. There is no way. Xin Lang had no choice but to quietly take out his mobile phone and quietly open the bank card balance. Mom, this is part of my money, and the other part is in the fund, you count it. Yu Qingxue took the phone. Go on. How many zeros are there after this? Yu Qingxue was dazzled by the counting. Mom, there's 50 million in here. This is just part of my assets. Now you should believe that I have money, right? Qin Lang was still underestimating this. His current assets are estimated to be 100 million. But in order to avoid scaring Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin, Qin Lang has always tried hard to keep a low profile. Shu Chu also agreed. Yes, Dad, your son and daughter-in-law have plenty of money, so don't be frugal. Just tell us if you need anything or want to eat something. 50 million. Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin had never seen so much money in their lives. Two people sat on the sofa, looking at each other in bewilderment. But both of them are cultured people. Know that getting rich overnight is not a dream in modern society. It only takes a few minutes to seize the opportunity. As long as their son does not steal, rob or break the law, they will accept it calmly. But even so, they had a good meal in the evening, celebrating that the Qin family has entered the wealthy class. If you don't know your son's balance, Qingxue and Qin Hanxin are not comfortable living in Tianhu community, but they know their son is not short of money. It is another way to express filial piety. Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin no longer hesitated and settled down in Tianhu community with peace of mind. Li Shumi likes her 4 great-grandchildren. I don't want to let it go when I go to bed at night. The 4 babies have been sleeping with Li Shumi these past 2 days, which gave Qin Lang and Chu Chu a rare opportunity to warm up their relationship. Chu Chu took a bath and tied her hair into a bun. The bath towel in front was tied with a big bow. This bow is so white. Ah! That's not right. This bow is so big and round. Ugh! The thing under this bow is so big, white and round. Chapter 59, Kiss me 100 times, please ravage me as much as you want. Chapter 59, Kiss me 100 times, please ravage me as much as you want. Qin Lang poked his hand excitedly and chuckled. Sitting on the bed, admiring my wife's pretty figure. Chu Chu didn't notice anything. Sitting at the dressing table, applying facial mask and skin care products. Although Chu Chu is naturally beautiful. But there are only lazy women in the world, no ugly women. Chu Chu needs to take better care of her skin. Sudden. Chu Chu's nose twitched. Oh, honey, I put the mask on my neck, please help me wipe it off. Qin Lang looked up. Sure enough, there was a black mask on her delicate neck. It looks pretty cute. Just as Qin Lang was about to wipe his neck with a tissue, he suddenly chuckled. Honey, if I help you apply the facial mask, what reward will I get? Hearing Qin Lang say this, Chu Chu stopped applying facial mask and put down her makeup. In fact, Chu Chu can also wipe the mask on the neck clean. But I don't know why, I just want Qin Lang's help. Maybe this is what young lovers feel like. Chu Chu also thought about it seriously. What reward do you want? You have to kiss me 100 times on the face. Ah. Your lips will be broken if you kiss like that. Chu Chu lowered her head, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. Qin Lang acted as if he understood the bigger picture. Yeah, well, let me take a step back. How about letting me kiss you 100 times? Does it make any difference? Of course there is a difference. The difference is that Qin Lang can take advantage of Chu Chu better. Chu Chu's heart was beating fast and her face turned red. The handsome guy in front of me said these words. Which woman can refuse? Chu Chu nodded obediently. Okay, then I'll listen to my husband. Qin Lang used a tissue to wipe the mask off Chu Chu's neck. Then lie down on the bed and stretch out your arms. Come on. Ravage me as much as you can. Weren't you kissing while sitting on a stool? Why are you lying on the bed again? Handsome man and beautiful woman, passionate and passionate. If it happens in bed, something might go wrong. Qin Lang used his strong arms to pull Chu Chu to his side. Wife, keep your word. An hour later. Chu Chu's face was flushed and covered with lip marks. But my heart felt numb and itchy. Qin Lang got what he wanted and kissed his beloved wife 100 times. Lie comfortably in bed. Chu Chu turned her back shyly. As she moved, the cleavage and slender figure beneath the bath towel were clearly visible. Although the two are married and have 4 beautiful and lovely babies. But the meeting between the two people was too abrupt. Even the union was a beautiful accident. Chu Chu is also a very traditional woman. I believe that love will develop naturally. Of course, now Chu Chu is pretending to be satisfied with Qin Lang. But Chu Chu wanted to wait for the right opportunity and complete the last step with Qin Lang at the perfect time and place. Anyway, Qin Lang was not in a hurry because his beautiful wife was lying next to him and wouldn't run away. He happily hugged Chu Chu and went to sleep. Qin Lang slept soundly, and Chu Chu was the one who couldn't sleep. Hate. You just touched someone's heartstrings and then didn't care about it. What a jerk. My hometown is a small third-tier county town. Everyday life is leisurely. Qin Lang and Chu Chu don't have to worry about financial pressure at all. I wandered around my hometown for half a month before I was ready to leave. When leaving, Li Shumi sat on the sofa without saying a word, just looking at the four babies silently. Dabeo patted his face and muttered to himself, I don't know when we can meet again. Xiao Lang, you are a filial child. You must live a good life with Chu Chu and not disappoint the girl. Li Shumi's voice was very soft. It seemed like he was giving instructions, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin were distressed when they saw this and hurried to comfort her. Mom, they have work to do in Yangcheng, and they will be back in a while. When Li Shumi heard that her grandson had a job, she quickly waved her hand. Hey, just go back and make money, don't worry about an old lady like me. Making money is more important. Yu Qingxue and Qin Hanxin were also reluctant. But they are a cheerful couple. Moreover, we have already moved into Tianhu community and are adapting to the new environment there. I go to the tea house every day to chat with my besties and brag about my villa. Sometimes I even bring my best friends and brothers directly to Tianhu community. Eating with a view. Life is leisurely and lively. And what Yu Qingxue said about Qin Lang and Chu Chu having jobs after returning to Yangcheng was also true. Chu Chu is already a popular female star, and she has appeared in countless dramas and endorsements. But Chu Chu takes special care of her feathers. No passionate scenes will be filmed. I won't take on bad dramas. The production company won't shoot the film if it doesn't have the ability. After a lot of picking and choosing, there are not many scripts left for her. And Chu Chu just treats her career in the entertainment industry as a job. I don't force myself to have endorsements or various resources. But even so, almost all the world's top brands are interested in cooperating with Chu Chu. And the bid is high and the treatment is good. Chu Chu is a top-tier Chingy actress with a lot of traffic, rarely seen in the past decade. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a bright future ahead. Just a month ago, Chu Chu received a script just after she gave birth to 4 babies. Although the script of Chao Qiangu is an ancient romance drama, but it's well made and well configured. Although it has not reached the top in all aspects, it is already a very good script in today's entertainment industry. Chu Chu is interested in acting. But Chu Chu had just given birth and needed to recuperate after giving birth, but the babies were thrown into the hospital by their heartless parents. All this time, it took a lot of time. For the entertainment industry, every day means money. If the project starts shooting one day late, there will be many unexpected events. It really can't be delayed any longer. Chu Chu also has to continue filming. Qin Lang and Wang Cheng talked about Langcheng culture. Although it is only in the initial stage. But thanks to the reputation of the royal city, Langcheng culture has already gained a share of the industry. The next step is to come up with a high-quality script. Return to the villa. The 4 babies slept all the way with their eyes wide open. Yu Miao hasn't returned from vacation yet. What follows is some time for the family to be completely alone. The 4 babies lay in the bassinets without making any noise. It's just that because the bones of babies are too soft, if they lie in the cradle in the same position for a long time, their head shape will look ugly. Although the shape of the head is inconspicuous in appearance, it plays a vital role. The older generation likes to let their children sleep with flat heads. It is said that people with flat heads are smart and look healthy. But with the changing times, concepts also began to change. People pursue beauty more and think that a flat head affects their appearance and makes them look ungraceful. Qin Lang didn't force the 4 babies to have any specific head shape. I just hope they are healthy. Qin Lang held Dabeo in his left hand and Erbao in his right hand. Veins bulged in the biceps of his arms. Just like a ferocious tiger, it makes people's blood boil. Chapter 60 Chu Chu's Troubles, Zhou Yan is making trouble again. Chapter 60 Chu Chu's Troubles, Zhou Yan is making trouble again. There are three most popular types of men in the world: rich, powerful, and handsome. Qin Lang before was the male version of a vase. He had a nice appearance but was a poor student in academics, but he still managed to get into the hospital through connections. Although the hospital is a stable job, the 5,000 yuan a month salary is not enough for food and drink and some takeout. But because Qin Lang is handsome, he also enjoys many benefits. He has been the school's most handsome boy since he was a child, and there are countless people who like him. Qin Lang is also a playboy. I confessed my first love when I was in junior high school. On average, he changes his girlfriend every 3 months. It wasn't until I met my ex-girlfriend that we were stable for a year and a half. I didn't expect that Nyoma was a person with eyes on his head, and he didn't see the good of Qin Lang. Just want money in bags. In the end, he kicked Qin Lang out for a greasy local tycoon. Just as fortune and misfortune depend on each other. If the two of them had not broken up, Qin Lang would not have obtained the system, and would not have met Chu Chu. After getting along with Chu Chu, I realized that all the relationships Qin Lang had before were just playing house. Although those girlfriends are also pretty, they cannot compare to Chu Chu when standing next to her. That's a world of difference. When Qin Lang is not busy at work, he likes to hang out in the gym. Work out your abs and biceps. So when you put on clothes, you look thin, and when you take off clothes, you have muscles. He has 8 perfect abdominal muscles. It's hot outside now. Although the air conditioning temperature at home was constant, Qin Lang was only wearing a white vest, wearing a pair of loose pants underneath. The vest pressed against Qin Lang's skin, outlining one perfect muscle after another. Even the shape of the 8-pack abdominal muscles is clearly visible. Chu Chu is making juice. When I turned around, I saw Qin Lang's handsome face and strong muscles. Who says only men are lustful? In fact, women are more lustful than men. Chu Chu has been in the entertainment industry and has seen all kinds of handsome guys. But it only fell under Qin Lang's genes. Chu Chu wiped her saliva. Honey, you have such a great figure. His muscles are well proportioned and his proportions are simply perfect. He is simply a male god. Qin Lang felt very happy to receive praise from his superstar wife. Why? Do you have any improper thoughts about me? No, don't do this. Chu Chu was amused. Hubby, why do I find that you are becoming more and more mean? Isn't it good to be a little bit mean? Don't you like it? Chu Chu's face turned red and she answered weakly. Yes, I like the way my husband looks. No? To be exact, I like you in any way you look. Before being with Chu Chu, Qin Lang's impression of Chu Chu is that of a beautiful female star. A little less in appearance would make her look dull, while a little more in appearance would make her look more beautiful. Chu Chu has a perfect figure and face. Think Chu Chu is difficult to get along with. After contact, I realized that Chu Chu is not a cold goddess at all, she is just a little girl next door. Can't stand provocation. Especially when praising Qin Lang, he left no room for regret. Chu Chu never stopped talking and kept praising her handsome husband. Oops. I used to think that male celebrities in the entertainment industry were quite handsome, but after meeting you, I realized that you are even more handsome than those male celebrities. No wonder Hua tried so hard to get you into the entertainment industry. If Sister Hua sees how good your figure is, she will definitely encourage you again. Qin Lang patted his abdominal muscles. You only see my abs, but you don't feel the strength of my abs. Ah. Your abdominal muscles still have strength? Of course, it's the strength of my waist. Chu Chu bit her lip. The power of the waist? What kind of power can the waist have? Poor and delicate little white flower. He didn't even realize that Qin Lang was taking advantage of him. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Chu Chu had just mentioned Sister Hua when Sister Hua called. Chu Chu picked up the phone with a smile. Sister Hua, I was just mentioning you. Sister Hua lowered her voice and sighed. Chu Chu, I want to tell you something, please don't be angry. Chu Chu turned on the speakerphone. As soon as these words came out, Qin Lang and Chu Chu looked at each other. Could something have happened? Chu Chu said. Sister Hua, just say it. I won't be angry. Sister Hua let out a long sigh, and it was obvious that she was suppressing her anger. Does Zhou Yan know about you and Xiao Qin? A few days ago, Zhou Yan found the producer of the TV series Chao Qiangu and used this as a threat to replace the female lead with her. In fact, Chu Chu could have thought of this matter. Although she didn't know why Zhou Yan had always been hostile to her. And what about Zhou Yan? There is no big picture, and one can only see the small profits in front of them. Zhou Yan, we met Qin Lang and Chu Chu at the bathing center. We must make something of this matter. But no one expected that Zhou Yan would choose the stupidest method. Use this condition as a threat. Go find the producer of Kusa Chibone and replace the female lead. Not to mention that the reason Chu Chu took on this TV series was because the producer of Chao Chingu came to her repeatedly. Plus, the quality of the script is pretty good. Chu Chu agreed reluctantly, partly for the sake of filming and partly to repay a favor. To put it simply, it's not that Chu Chu needs this resource, but that this resource needs Chu Chu. I didn't expect Zhou Yanran to be so stupid as to get the subject and predicate relationship reversed. I thought I had caught Chu Chu. Control the resources. Just think about it. Zhou Yan won't get any benefit. Chu Chu was right. Sister Hua snorted. But they underestimated us. The people from the production company are willing to change the leading actress. You even asked me if I really had a boyfriend. Chu Chu smiled sweetly. I don't have a boyfriend. I have a husband and 4 babies. We love each other very much. Have to. Sister Hua was silent for 3 seconds. Pooh. I don't know when a handful of dog food was stuffed into my mouth, it was so sweet. Alright. Stop showing off your affection with me whenever you get the chance. How are you and Xiaoqin preparing for this? The producers called me every chance they got, asking about your relationship status. In fact, she has ended up like Chu Chu. Announcing her relationship will do her no harm and won't lose her many fans. But Chu Chu was worried that if it was made public, it would affect Qin Lang and the 4 babies. So I have always adopted an attitude of neither taking the initiative nor denying. But judging from the current situation, it will not exceed a month. The news of Chu Chu getting married and having children will be revealed. Chu Chu was also worried. I don't know what to do either. Qin Lang put Dabao and Erbao down, walked up and held Chu Chu's hand. Wife, I have a method. I wonder if you want to hear it. What method? Chu Chu was in high spirits. Sign to Long City Culture, and then we can go public together. Before Chu Chu could say anything, Sister Hua was already very happy over there. Oh, this is a really good idea. Qin Lang's thoughts were indeed thoughtful. Anyway, Qin Lang and Wang Chang have already opened Lang Culture Company. The original intention of the 2 people was to create a film and television culture company that provides a one-stop service including scripts, actors, and editing. The actors are the most important part. Chu Chu is a popular and powerful female star. It can serve as a brand for Langcheng culture. And with the script in Qin Lang's hands and the resources of the royal city, it will definitely help Chu Chu ascend. The most important thing is, Qin Lang is worried about Chu Chu.